Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here to these, for me, relatively early hours. Well, it's not that early anymore, but yeah, we are there and can finally start. Maybe should have scheduled the stream like half an hour later or so. I feel like I've something I forgot. I hope sound is good. I hope you have seen the third episode of The Rings of Power and that you have also enjoyed it. And looking forward to what we might find out today here. Will definitely be interesting to see. Yeah, 7:42, that's also my time. But yeah, the episode started at 6, so I got up before 6. So I'm awake for, I don't know, 2 hours or so. It was awful, timeline destroyed. Yeah, that was, like, the timeline is, I guess, not really a topic because there's a lot of, there's some stuff to discuss here. We have to see where to start. I hope sound is good. I hope I'm not clipping or anything. It's interesting. Not sure where we will start. Yeah, the timeline damage is irreparable. The timeline, like, when you put Medial at the time of, I don't know, Sauron returning to Mordor, of course the timeline is like, what we know about time from the books, the show completely ignores. And there's of course a reason for that. You don't have, like, I don't know, like, we knew this already, like, from all the discussions we had before that this was coming. I find other details, lore-wise, more interesting and also a bit unfortunate, to be honest. We will come to that in a short moment. Spielkalb von Sparta is also here. Welcome. Now today I can maybe look a bit more into chat again. Inerdil writes, Elendil is great, Isildur is cool, Earian isn't annoying like I thought she would be, Arondir is stealing the show, he's still the most compelling character to me. Yeah, I would kind of agree. So far the characters I like. What are your first impressions, chat, to the episode? I hope everyone here has seen the episode, at least among those who want to watch the show themselves. The people in Tir Harad should have been also able to see the construction of Barad-dûr from hundreds of years from that watchtower. That is true. Bring out the hedgehogs. It was an ancestor of Sonic that we just saw. The Half-Foot section was also interesting to me. Like, now from, I don't know, we'll come to that later. A lot of things that seem to connect. Numenor is still, there are some details that surprised me, to be honest, at least a little bit. I mean, we will later think about if you could make an argument for that. I'm also very looking forward to the watch party later today, because I really have to watch the episode a second time. Characters are so flat. The imprisoned elves and orcs for the rest. Yeah, it was, dynamic-wise, it was interesting, but I felt like, okay, we have a bunch of characters still left. We need to get rid of them or so. Elendil was badass. Yeah, Elendil was pretty cool. Elendil I liked a lot. Yeah, the orc stuff, the orcs look really great. And they seem very vicious and orc-like. First impression of the episode, very mixed, more downwards. Also, I feel like the orcs when I leave my flat in summer. Yeah, I can definitely see how this episode is a bit more mixed. It was still a very build-up heavy episode, as to be expected. What I liked about the episode is that Galadriel has a bit more, like that what we should have seen in the first 2 episodes now finally comes to pass in episode number 3. And that is, how to say, good to see. I think she's making slowly a bit of progress here and there. She's still obsessed, but she got, in this episode, a bit less angry. There was even a happy moment for her, kind of interesting to see that. Yeah, I also want to... have you seen there's also like a next episode trailer, which I wanted to add here to my timeline thing. Oh, I added it. Oh, awesome. I have it available. Okay. I'm disappointed with Numenor's design. Too much stone. Wanted to see more elven designs and beautiful architecture. Okay, interesting. I have to say I quite liked it, to be honest. Those some details were interesting or a bit off. Yeah, I think Galadriel's wisdom will slowly build up a little bit over the course of the episodes. This episode was... you know what the biggest problem of this episode was? It was free from Elrond and the dwarves, which in my opinion is still the best part of the show. So when you don't have these elements heavily relied, it was also titled Adar, and that is kind of interesting to me, that you see him so little, only basically for a short moment at the end. Not gonna lie, when I first saw Numenor, I heard Faramir's voice saying, "This is a city of the men of Numenor." Yeah, that is true. I think we still have a lot of build-up and setting everything on the board before everything fully kicks off. Yeah, it seems like it. It really seems like it, that there's still some setup left that has to be done. Quite interesting. I mean, I think, yeah, we have a lot of questions. They still haven't, like, what you have to consider. We're now 3 episodes in, we have seen 3 hours, and now we have just, I don't know, the screen time of the bad guys is really, really short in this show. So they haven't really introduced those at all. So we also have to introduce those guys and find out what's, like, we haven't seen the priestess yet. We haven't seen, we have only shortly seen Adar, but we haven't explored his character at all. We just know he's kind of, the orcs like him, it seems, and listen to him. And that's basically it when it comes to this character. How's the treacherous sea always right? I guess it's kind of a sailor saying. It's an old trick in some series to name an episode after a figure which is revealed only at the end. Yeah, pretty annoying trick, to be honest. But yeah, still. So next episode, the foreshadowing teaser of episode 4 already spoiled that we might learn more about this Adar person. What that is exactly, I don't know. But yeah, there also, like, what I liked about the beginning of the episode was the play with Halbrand a bit. What they, like, this episode is full of hints, and then yeah, it's really. The Harfoot scenes were terrible in my opinion. Yeah, it feels a bit like they had to come to some kind of conclusion, if that makes sense. I didn't find them terrible though, I have to admit. But they were... Now that it feels like they really had to move towards a certain direction to get everything going. Yeah, Valentino says it right. I think the where did you write it? I think that the C is always right line is kind of funny in a way, as we all know how Numenor ends up sinking, so a little foreshadowing. That's a very good point. Nah, it's not getting worse. Like, I found episode 1 far worse than 2, so I would say episode 2 was definitely a rise from episode 1, and now episode 3 is a bit of a mixed bag, I have to admit, but I don't know. So far, I disliked the Galadriel setup so far so much that I like this here a bit better, to be honest, than just the sending of Galadriel to Numenor in episode 1 and so on. It's just far too much of that. Yeah, it's an interesting question that you ask. I still don't get why they would be secretive, but when the caravan, what? But then in the caravan, while migrating, how would they hide quick if they come past with humans? It's a very good question. And I also don't know how exactly their migration works, what the idea is. Really hard to tell. But yeah, shall we start with the episode and see what's going on with it? I feel like episode 4, it has like a lot of pressure now on it, because after 4 episodes you really want to capture the attention of people for the show. But wait, Spielkalb also writes, I disliked on the Harfoots how ruthless they appeared, like leaving the Brandyfoot family behind only because the father broke his ankle and Nori did something stupid. It's an interesting tension that or weird tension that they add to this scene. Like, there's a lot of, I mean, they record the people that did not make it through the journeys they had in the past. It's an interesting concept from that perspective, that they leave people behind when they can't keep up. I mean, it's like, usually when they are together, they seem like somewhat a community that works together, but they appear a bit ruthless when they migrate. But it's potentially due to them having very small creatures, a lot of trouble bringing everything with them they need, and so everybody is potentially occupied. Nobody can help another family getting their cart along. So that definitely is a problem. So Galadriel and the Harfoots would find an understanding right away. Potential. But Galadriel also did not leave the person behind. That's a very important detail, though I know you mean it jokingly. The timeline's weird. Yeah, we I agree. The timeline is completely compressed. Like this, like the Numenorian arc, the end of it happens in parallel to the setup for the forging of the Rings of Power, and even Sauron taking potentially what's it called, Mordor. That to me seems like we knew that this is the case. Like, of course, if you kind of I don't know, just now watching the series, you might, and know the books, you might be very surprised. But due to all the trailer analysis we did here on this channel, I was really not surprised by that. It was like, yeah, I came to accept that this is how they portray the timeline now, and that there's a thing. The idea behind it is that dealing with men otherwise will be very difficult. Did I understand correctly that Elendil states that Elros is still alive? I'm not sure if you understood this. Like I said, I have to watch the episode. Yeah, I think they meant if you mean that, I think they mean, yeah, agreed. Miriel's father. I don't think that the actor of Meteor Man is a bad actor at all. Galadriel actress is also not bad. I think the Galadriel's character is not well written so far, but I would not say that her actress is bad. Like, I think she acted pretty well so far. The problem is that the position of her character and what she will potentially become is so different, and how she is now really goes below our expectations, if that makes sense. Yeah, it was Miriel's father. That's also how I understand it. But like I said, I have to watch it with subtitles again and a second time. Yeah, she said that to her father. We come to these scenes. So Miriel is a double agent then. Well, that is who Miriel kind of is. But we don't. It depends on the version, to be honest. But yeah, like her father Tar Palantir was the last truly faithful king of Numenor, and yeah, the Kingsmen disliked him quite a bit, but they did not try to rebel against him and just waited until he dies. And then it was a time of change in Numenor. But yeah, it's interesting in a way, because when he's faithful, you can assume that Miriel also at least grew up under a faithful person that is an elf friend. Yeah, exactly. I agree with even Marsh, and it's not her acting; it's the superb writing. Yeah, like okay, the writing puts the actress into a lot of trouble, especially the first 2 episodes. I felt like this episode slowly got better, but now you have to think about it. This is basically episode 1 for Galadriel here, what we are seeing. Like, you have to forget that there are 2 more episodes. We are now starting with the setup of Galadriel in Numenor and her development. Considering that, it feels still a bit rushed in a way. Like, she makes very fast progress inside of Numenor, I felt. I like this little research. Let's see the halls of law, or whatever she said. And then she looked at these scrolls and did some research here and there. I really like that. I have to admit, though, I would have wished for the pacing a bit slower. That's a problem when you just go with this whole nonsensical shipwreck thing for, I don't know, 2 episodes, and that basically give her no opportunity for character development. More Elrond, yeah. Roasted thoughts. I agree. We had this episode had a severe lack of Elrond, but in the teaser for next episode, we know, okay, there will be more Elrond and Durin action next episode, I assume. At least we will see more dwarves and what is going on. Very interesting to see. I'm looking kind of forward to next episode, I have to admit. But yeah, shall we go into the episode and just try to piece together what we just saw? I just have to see if my monitor is my footage is set up. I hope everything works here. Hey, the scene when she threatened the hall like a savage. Yeah, as said, this is a very weird Galadriel, and I assume the Bedrock, the idea is to transform her from this savage state, as you fittingly describe her, to the Galadriel we know later in the Third Age, over 5 seasons. I think that is the transformation they're going for. Like, they want this character that at the beginning people maybe even dislike, grow into a character people like. I think that is the basic concept of the show for Galadriel and her story. Like, you have to, just from a writing perspective, think about her like, okay, we want to create a character maybe it is somewhat deliberate that they wanted to create a character that is so savage, as you say, so that she's hard to like at the beginning and you grow to like her. The problem is with this approach, in my opinion, is that we know Galadriel, like the films are classic. Everyone and their dog has seen Lord of the Rings. We know how Galadriel is in the Third Age. And so we have some kind of, I said it also in my review, that we have some expectations when it comes to her. And this show so far, what do you call it, subverts our expectations, how Galadriel is absolutely massively. And that, of course, is potentially a problem or something you might dislike. But I'm very curious what they do. I think the actress is competent in what she's doing. I think there is potential for her, but they really need to get Galadriel slowly into a more likable direction, because if you don't like the character, then you potentially have trouble following her, liking her arc, if that makes sense. I don't like this, yeah. I can see that. I would also have expected that Galadriel would not be... I expected a sassy Galadriel, as I called her in other videos before, when First Age Galadriel talked to King Thingol, to Melian, not Thingol, to Melian, Maiar. And Melian asks her about the kinslaying, basically, and says, yeah, if something happened there, back in Aman, shouldn't the king of the Sindar know about it? And Galadriel answers to him, maybe, but not from me. So there is some kind of sassy, unwise side from Galadriel in the very early, or in the late First Age. And this is now the early Second Age, and the show portrays her in a way that she hasn't completely moved on from maybe this idea, and just she needs a couple of thousand years story progression to get closer to that. Even though it, of course, contradicts the book, but you have to, but you have to always keep in mind, just from the perspective of Lord of the Rings, Galadriel is a very unwritten character. Like what she did in the Second Age, if you only read Lord of the Rings in appendices, there is so little mention of her, basically nothing. We know she was around, but most of the information we have is from other sources, and how this from the perspective of rights works, I don't know. I would have preferred, I said this in my review as well, maybe it would have been smarter to make a show in the early Third Age and not in the Second Age, because there the Lord of the Rings has more information about and you can work better on it. But here for this show, I mean, they have so many liberties because, as said, Galadriel is a weird character in context of the lore. We should have also show you here some awesome artworks here by Sara Morello. I wouldn't say she was a wise elder in the First Age, to be honest. I think she had this rebellious nature, in my opinion, definitely in her in the First Age, and we only have one dialogue with Melian with her, and that is all we have to draw our conclusions upon. And in this dialogue, she doesn't appear wise. She appears like almost sassy, if that makes sense. Like I said, how she talks to, let me see if I find King Thingol. I have a fantastic artwork of Kimberly 80, of course. Oh. I hope that's the right one. Yeah, King Thingol of Doriath in the First Age, and with Melian, his wife. And does she really appear? Let me take this artwork here. There we see Melian as well. That she doesn't appear too wise, to be honest. Like, in theory, it would have been wise to tell them about the kinslaying. And she, in some versions, she of course defended it heroically, so she opposed it. From that perspective, she should not stick to the Noldor. That's, in my opinion, not really wise. You can definitely make an argument for unwise Galadriel in the late First Age, in my opinion. But this, of course, feels so... It's possible, like, what is described about her is one thing. The other thing is what she does, basically. Like, if for example, Celeborn is also called Celeborn the Wise, but he doesn't act too wise at times, like, especially how he, I mean, in a way he is wise because he apologizes to Gimli later, but how he, how it's relatively harsh towards, Gimli at times, definitely shows, like, if he would be completely wise, like Gandalf, who is like a supernatural being with supernatural wisdom in a way, and also Gandalf does some stuff that isn't wise all the time. You have to consider that. It was not her crime. It was it was not about that it is her crime. You see it from the perspective Galadriel, in some versions, fought against the Feanorians there and hated the Feanorians. What is her motive for not telling her uncle and her aunt about what happened there when they ask Galadriel about it? What is her motive for that? What would she not gain? And the best part is, her brothers then speak against the Feanorians and tell what happened to Thingol and to Melian, so they know. And then Thingol has his speech and says, and speaks against the Feanorian, and even goes as far as saying, whoever speaks Quenya, that is in my presence, basically, is considered basically as somebody who betrayed our kin, and as a result, Quenya is forbidden, and even the Noldor, like Galadriel and co, adopt the language of the Sindarin, and becomes the common language for the elves, and Quenya becomes more Elven Latin. But it is Galadriel's brother who tells the truth and sets things in motion. I think the motive of Galadriel is she doesn't want to take responsibility for what might happen if Thingol finds out about the kinslaying. You can say, was it wise that she did not do this? I don't know. I would assume, like, it is a crime, and just pretending it never happened. Like, she clearly made a point that she knew about it, but it is interesting. Potentially, I have to look. I think it happened. It happened a bit later on, but it happened nonetheless. And for an elf, even if it happens a year later, what is a year to an elf? What is the difference between a year later and that? Galadriel could have told that. Maybe we have to look into the passage from the Silmarillion to find that out exactly. You just see. Probably won't find it. But this leads, of course, the how did he phrase it? Something of kin. There it is, I think. So it's basically on the same page, almost. So Galadriel says, let me just read what Melian says. Maybe, what is my, we still have the artwork. So Melian is also a Maya, like an angel of lower rank. And she was a wife of an elf called Thingol, or Elwe was his older name. Let me just see if I find what Galadriel is. But then Melian said, wait, I have to move. Is this possible for me? Yeah, it is. Let me just put it on another screen so I can read it better. Now much you tell me, and yet more I perceive. A darkness you would cast over the long road from Tirion, but I see evil there, which Thingol should learn for his guidance. Galadriel answers, maybe, said Galadriel, but not for me. And Melian spoke then no more of these matters with Galadriel, but she told to King Thingol all that she had heard of the Silmarils. And then a discussion comes at the great matter and so on and so forth. And then in the next paragraph, basically, it says, "It was not long before whispered tales began to pass among the Sindar concerning the deeds of the Noldor, I forgot how it's pronounced, they came to Beleriand. Certain it is whence they came, and the evil truth was enhanced and poisoned by lies, but the Sindar were yet unwary and trustful of words, and, as may well be thought, Morgoth chose them for this first assault of his malice, for they knew him not." And then there's a very long dialogue passage when, "If chanced that at that time the sons of Finarfin were again the guests of Thingol, so the brothers of Galadriel, for they wished to see their sister Galadriel. Then Thingol, being greatly moved, spoke in anger to Finrod, saying, Ill have you done to me, kinsman," and so on and so forth. And then they don't really want to talk about it, but then Angrod spoke bitterly against the sons of Feanor, telling of the blood at Alqualonde, and the doom of Mandos, and the burning of the ships in Losgar. And he cried, "Wherefore should we that endured the grinding ice bear the name of kinslayers and traitors? Yet the shadow of Mandos lies on you also," said Melian. But Thingol was long silent ere he spoke. "Go now," he said, "for my heart is hot within me. Later you may return if you will, for I will not shut my doors forever against you, my kindred, that were ensnared in an evil that you did not aid. With Fingolfin and his people also I will keep friendship, for they have bitterly atoned for such ill as they did. And in our hatred of the power that wrought all this woe our griefs shall be lost. But hear my words. Never again in my ears shall be heard the tongue of those who slew my kin in Alqualonde, nor in all my realm shall it be openly spoken while my power endures. All the Sindar shall hear my command, and that they shall neither speak with the tongue of the Noldor nor answer to it. And all such as use it shall be held slayers of kin and betrayers of kin, unrepentant." So that's basically the story we have. As you can see, Galadriel is not even mentioned in this complete passage. We only have the mention that she's a sister and she was visited by her brothers. And it is "maybe," said Galadriel, "but not for me." That's all she basically says, and then they spoke of this matter no more, but Melian perceived that there was more to it. And then there were rumors about it that maybe spread, and so on and so forth. Maybe even related to Morgoth. And that is a very it's a really cool passage, by the way, so I recommend reading the Silmarillion passage. It is in the chapter of the Noldor in Beleriand. Pretty much, I don't know, the whole chapter is pretty interesting. Can fully recommend reading it. In my opinion, going through that, you are of course right, Rob, that it's not clear how much there is, but you also notice in this story that it's not wise Galadriel who goes there and holds a speech in front of the king and his queen and tells them about it, or tries to hint at, no, we should not go to I don't know, conclusions of wrath or whatever, and like that is the word of the enemy. She doesn't warn in any of that. She's just like a very young Galadriel there, and she noticed that this big topic, what happened in Alqualon, is too big for her to be the one, and she lets her basically, the opportunity is then brought to her brothers, and not even Finrod dares to tell at the beginning. It's then Angrod who does this. It's quite interesting. Maybe I should also read a bit what chat is saying. And we are really deep into lore discussion at the beginning. Trying to evade, but she could not evade the civil war. A wise person, in my opinion, in the sense of Tolkien, would definitely like that the that the Sindar will find out about what happened in Alqualonde is very predictable. At some point they will find out about it. It's like a secret too grim to keep secret from them, and especially with Melian, one of the wisest of the Maya, perceiving that something is wrong. Like, she is a supernatural being. You can't completely hide this truth from her, even though she changed herself a bit and was a bit confined in Dorias, if that makes sense. But she still could see that, like, her power, that there was more to it. So it came to be. So you have to make the decision. What is better? How should Thingol learn it? From rumor? Maybe even we have to consider that even Morgoth had a potential agenda to learning from this, to let the Sindar learn from this, because it could, as you point out, lead to a civil war. And the enemy, Morgoth, knew what for sure knew, like, he was also pretty aware of things. He knew what happened in Alqualonde, and he knew that this was almost like a secret weapon for him. If he through whatever means can spread the rumor, and that is basically what this chapter also kind of implies, that there was this kinslaying happened in Alqualonde. What would be wiser, in my opinion, to let my enemy tell you what crimes I did, or to let somebody who was opposed to these crimes act as kind of a mediator, somebody who tries to soothe the conflict that could arise from here. I would say the latter one is, in my opinion, the wiser option than just wait until they find out themselves, potentially spiced up by the information, spiced up by the enemy. Like, I think that is definitely a detail to consider. So just this particular passage is, at least, and it doesn't mean if you see this differently that it's wrong, but my interpretation of this is definitely going more into the direction that Galadriel does not seem very wise here. And there's a reason for that, because you're always, if you have seen my Who is Galadriel video, maybe the bot works. I have a command for that. You should not watch it now, I guess, because we are still streaming. But if you have seen it, I basically you have to. Oh, the bot works. Wow, what is this sorcery chat? But definitely, I forgot what I wanted to say now. Galadriel. She is an old character, not an old character. She was just written 1941, and at this point, some of these stories in Dorias, Thingol, and so on, Melian, that are all older characters than Galadriel. So Tolkien had to retrospectively add this character to his lore. As a result, Tolkien tried to avoid adding Galadriel in too many little details of his story. Just that's also the reason why Galadriel leaves even before the fall of Nargothrond and goes east over the Blue Mountains already, and leaves everything behind. So Tolkien had not to. It's my interpretation or theory that Tolkien had not to write her into the Nirnais Arnödiad, into I don't know, the fall of Gondolin, into the War of Ras, into whatever other wars there were. That is, I probably have to look up a timeline myself, but you get the point, right? Tolkien tried to avoid investing too many rewrites of his lore, just adding a character to all of it, which he has written decades ago, maybe was happy with some of the stories already, and then just adding Galadriel because she's important later in The Lord of the Rings is, of course, difficult. And as a result, Tolkien put some effort more into the Second Age and wrote many versions of that, but also never really came to a good conclusion here. Somebody writes in the chat, is the show worth watching or not? I have to admit, if I'm completely honest, I don't know. And I know that's a very unsatisfying answer. As Spielkart of Sparta says correctly, wow, it's just the German is switch correctly. If you don't have a subscription for Amazon yet, and you don't need the services like the music stuff. I don't know. You want to watch another show there, or you just order a lot of stuff on Amazon or whatever. Then it's probably not worth it to just get the subscription for the show. I would definitely agree on this. It might be, let's say the first season turns out absolutely phenomenal. Maybe ask after 2 more episodes or so again if it's worth it. I wouldn't say getting the subscription only for the show currently is not worth it. Like, the show is not bad. I think it's decent for the most part, but it's not mind-blowingly good. And that is mostly to the writing, in my opinion. Like, I feel so many aspects of the show are so good, but some of the stuff, and especially Snowy, if you know the lore very well and the books very well, I would say the show does so many changes that it has trigger potential, and that is a problem. Like, I had a comment, I forgot who wrote the comment in one of my videos. I gave like my review. I should have made a command for it, but I can maybe post it in chat in case you want to hear my thoughts of the first 2 episodes, but it might be a bit spoiler heavy if you haven't seen the episode, so spoiler warning there. I just posted in chat. The first 2 episodes, you see the potential of the show where it could be, but due to not having the rights and due to them coming up at times with strange ideas, I feel like that potentially holds the show back a little bit, or even damages it at times, especially if you have a lot of knowledge of the books. If you don't have knowledge of the books, I could imagine that people might enjoy the show a bit more, because then you think not always, okay, Tolkien did not write this contradicts the book, that is stated different in the Silmarillion, that doesn't fit the timeline. It's I take a look at your comments, Spielkart, in a moment. Don't worry. Exactly, it's triggering. Yeah, it really is triggering at times. I love the Half-Hoods. I also really love them. I have to agree. The Half-Hoods, like, it's hard to describe. There are multiple story arcs in the show. The Galadriel one, which was also she was heavily marketed. I think the actress is awesome. Don't get me wrong, but I think so far the Galadriel arc is not, in the first 2 episodes, not well written. And now in episode 3, we slowly start with to get going with her and get her somewhere and have maybe some character progression. Like, so I felt kind of relieved seeing she was talking to Elendil. I felt like the dialogue with Elendil, I think, was probably the highlight of the show. The first time, we come to this in a moment, because there you notice, okay, finally, like, Galadriel just judges him by seeing him not very wise, very un-Galadriel-like, and then he talks Elvish with her, and she wonders, hey, you know Elvish? And then suddenly, from one moment to the next, her perception of this character completely changes. And this is a detail this character needs so much to get her character development going, to form Third Age Galadriel out of Savage Galadriel. You really have to go there. Currently, she is just completely over the top, too savage, and this is potentially triggering for a lot of people. So, in my opinion, they did the actress a complete disservice by portraying, going for such a stark or strong contrast when it comes to the depiction. But we should maybe go in, but there's a lot to discuss, I feel, this episode. I promised Spielkart to look into your thing. If I recall correctly, Melian wanted to press Galadriel to reveal the truth, but she avoided it. That's an interesting way. You are definitely right. She tried to get some bonus information out of Galadriel, and she did. But even by her not saying so, she said, maybe, but not from me. She kind of admitted, yeah, there is something to the rumor. Like, in Aman, no, everything was fine there. Nothing happened. I don't know what you are talking about. It was not like he was not lying to her, and it was also not like nothing happened. So Melian definitely knew from this answer more than she would expect. She knew there was a matter. It also said they did not speak about this afterwards, because I think Melian is a very cool character. She, of course, knew, okay, there's something wrong there. And that is true. Galadriel was kind of sitting between 2 chairs. That is absolutely right. She didn't agree with the kinslaying, of course, but she didn't want to be responsible for the continuation of violence from either side. At least that's my interpretation of the passage. Yeah, you're definitely right. I like your phrase. She was sitting between two chairs. Galadriel was in love with a kinsman of Thingol, as we can read. Let me just see if I find this in Lord of the Rings. I have to say, I really enjoy the lore talk right now. Sorry that we haven't even started with the episode yet, but it maybe helps us later understand the character Galadriel, or what the showrunners might go for a bit better. So I think this time investment is worth it. Sadly, while saying so, I said I should look up in Lord of the Rings, the heritage of Celeborn. I think it is mentioned in the Tale of Years, Appendix B in Lord of the Rings. Let me just see. Celebrimbor, Second Age, Can I read it? I sadly forgot where the sentence is. I think it's in the starting paragraph and not later in the book. There it is. Found it. He was Lord of the Rings, page 1082. Appendix B, basically at the beginning of Appendix B, the Second Age, we find the following quote there, which makes this, in my opinion, like Lord of the Rings, the most canon source, in my opinion, with... Yeah, it's complicated, but let's put it that way. So, let me just see if I find it. In Lindon, south of the Lune... oh, that's a complicated thing. It's, I think... How would you pronounce Lune, the river? In English, I mean. Because the spelling is the anglicized one. Would you say loon or would you say Lune? No, you would say Lune, right? Just curious. In Lindon, south of the Lune, dwelt for a time Celeborn, and here now it comes, kinsman of Thingol. His wife was Galadriel, greatest of elven women. She was the sister of Finrod Felagund, friend of men, once king of Nargothrond, who gave his life to save Beren, son of Barahir. So that is a very summarizing sentence already. Everybody who reads or have read the Silmarillion knows exactly what this means, and I love it for that. But yeah, the most canon source states that Celeborn is related to him. So Galadriel's husband or lover at this time, do you say lover? Love interest? No, I don't, you know what I mean. Future husband at this time. She stayed in Doriath because, according to the Silmarillion, Celeborn was also in Doriath. Doriath is the kingdom where you see the artwork here on the screen. And yeah, always for new people I have to explain it. Not sure if there's anybody in chat who doesn't know the lore too well, but in the First Age, Middle-earth was bigger. Like these are the Blue Mountains. That's where Lindon later will be on the map here. And then west of it, there was like a land. And this land west of it was gone. And here in this land west, like most of the events of the First Age, of the end of the First Age, happen in this land called Beleriand. And there's a realm called Doriath, where the Sindar elves were. And they were there first. Like, it was their kingdom there. And when the Noldor, the other elven clan, came back from the west continent, this one here, the west continent, they returned to Beleriand. They were kind of guests, but also allowed to dwell there, of course. And this artwork I just showed you plays there. And king of it was Thingol and his wife, an elven lord, Sindar, elf of the clan of the Teleri, a complicated clan topic, and he had a wife, Melian. And she was one of the Maya, so one of the high angels, like Gandalf, not high, lower ranked angels. And so this is basically the outline of this idea. And Celeborn was somehow related to Thingol. In some versions, Celeborn is, I think, the son... Let me just think. like he has two sons, two brothers, Thingol, the Elf Lord of Doriath. One is Olwe, and Olwe is the grandfather of Galadriel, and another brother, I think he has a funny name, Elmo. And I think Celeborn is a grandchild of Elmo, if I remember correctly. So he's also related to Thingol there. And as a result, Galadriel is also from a family tree between two worlds, if that makes sense, because... wait, maybe I can bring this up on screen, chat. That would be maybe even very helpful. Just so people understand the family tree. This thing here would not block me. Let me just see if I can get up my Galadriel editing thing here. That might help me showing you what's going on there. Let me just see. Okay, maybe this could work. Okay, and maybe just killed my computer with that. Just takes a moment, but try to show you the family tree stuff in a moment. Come on, computer, don't let me down, please. Haha. Oh no. Okay, I hope it works. Okay, we have family tree here. You see my mouse cursor, awesome. So, to give you an idea how this family tree kind of works, here we have Galadriel. I hope you see the cursor here. Maybe I can show a... I have a very good idea, though I fear it might screw over me. Okay, so now I have a pointing thing. So this is Galadriel. And yeah, it's complicated because she is like this king here. Or is it Finwë? Finwë is there's three big elven clans. The Noldor. King Finwë is the king of the Noldor. Olwe, and then there's Thingol. Olwe is the brother of Thingol, who I just showed you the artwork of in a moment. And he stayed in Middle-earth. And Olwe went to the West Continent and became king there of the Teleri in there, called Falmari. And Galadriel is now, if you look at this, the daughter of Finarfin and Earwin, which is the daughter of Olwe. So Galadriel is half from the family of Thingol and half of the family of the Noldor, of Finwë, and of course Fëanor, who did the kinslaying there. And even like I really like how Spielkart phrased this, that she is kind of between two chairs, like she just from her family perspective. It's really interesting that on one side she is related to the kinslayers. On one side, she's also related to those that were killed, and this kind of is reflected by her family tree, and I liked what Tolkien then did with her. So of course, it is understandable that Galadriel does not want to be responsible for the for the civil war that might happen when Thingol, which Melian find out about what some of the Noldor did to the family of these of Thingol, and as a result, it's understandable. But we were discussing like this wisdom of Galadriel, and so she has a motive. On one side, also her husband is related to Thingol, Celeborn. We go back to the family tree. I don't have him here on the tree, so because it's not, it's just like I should have made it smaller. But if we go there, Galadriel is married to Celeborn, and in somehow Celeborn is related to Olwe. So Galadriel, in some versions, I think they are first cousins or something like that. Like they're definitely related in the lore. But you always have to keep in mind that the family tree, when it comes to Celeborn and some other details, is a lot of versions of it, and Tolkien tried to find good places for them. But according to the Lord of the Rings, like Galadriel is Thingoldskin, and Celeborn is also Thingoldskin. So you can think about this whatever you want, but that is how it basically is. Let me just see if I can fix my program here in the background in the meantime. Okay, that worked. Lucky me. Galad should be Fingon's son, not of Orodres, loser of the fortress. The problem is with Fingon, like in the Silmarillion, it is stated that Gil-galad is Fingon's son. The problem with that is when Fingon died, then Gil-galad should have become the next High King, not Turgon. So you have this little lore problem. Like you have to make it a bit younger to make this fit. And Christopher Tolkien called it an editorial mistake. And Gil-galad is also a character like Galadriel. Maybe I can bring up the video again in chat. Galadriel video. There I explain the family tree and the different versions of it a bit. And in this you can clearly see that there are problems with the family tree, and that Tolkien had trouble finding places for certain elves that he later added, like Gil-galad, like Galadriel. I assume his approach was, okay, I just somehow implement him, if possible, into my lore. Just give him a few mentions there, so it looks like they were always there. And then, when they become important, is the Second Age, where we have much more space time-wise and a lot of freedom. I think that was Tolkien's plan there, to not rework all his previous lore and just go on with that. But yeah. Yeah, we don't know how the relationship of Galadriel and Celeborn is in this series as well. Yesterday, and I hope you enjoyed that stream, I had like a roundtable stream with Geekzone, fantastic creator, probably also well known, with Fellowship of Fans, did a lot for the community, covers the show a lot, has a lot of leaks and good insights into the show, and also Voice of Geekdom. Dan, he was also a guest here. I was guest at his channel a few times. Also awesome content creator, really knowledgeable. Ask him a lot. When I have also detailed questions about the lore and ask him for his opinion. Really very knowledgeable lore person as well. And yeah, they were guests and we discussed the show yesterday. And their Fellowship of Fans, who's very into all the news and interviews and rumors and so on, basically said that the showrunners confirmed that Celeborn will be in the show. Also same with Círdan and so on. So we know they will be there at some point. It could be next season though, not this season. We don't know when he will appear. And I think even Celebrian, he said, is confirmed to be in the show. But yeah, you make a good point, Rob, that it would be strange if Galadriel just leaves Middle-earth without saying goodbye to the daughter and to her husband. I assume Celebrian is not born yet. I think that might happen later in the show. So maybe they meet later, because how Galadriel met Celeborn is not in the Lord of the Rings. Like, that is Silmarillion material, they don't have access to that. And even there might be there are different versions how they met too. So even that is a complicated matter. Oh, that's Mark Schieser says a very interesting thing. It fits better if Fingolfin fought the Dark Lord of his time, Morgoth, and Gil-galad, his grandson, fought the second Dark Lord. That's a very good point. So I definitely know a point for him being the grandson of Fingon. the son of Fingolfin, being from that line. But as said, it's complicated. Isildur's sister is gonna be the one who designs Minas Tirith. That's a very interesting idea. I like that. Benjamin, really, really interesting idea. Shadow of Sound says, here's the thing. I like anything Lord of the Rings. I like the show. I can enjoy the show, but I'm beginning to have to work to keep my desire for an epic, faithful show from ruining my enjoyment. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Devin writes, in my opinion, as a show or movie ages, I interpret subplots I didn't like at first in different ways, and they turn into my favorites. Yeah, I can see this too, that sometimes the show unfolds better when you have seen it a few times. Like, it was the same when yesterday I talked with my guests I had in the roundtable stream, which I can also recommend watching if you haven't seen it as a VOD. It's got longer than I hoped it would be, but it's nowhere my usual length of content. I'll post it here. But maybe that's a good starting point for actually switching to the show and go again scene by scene through what we see in the show. Kind of interesting. I have to admit, maybe I schedule the show next time a bit later. Yeah. I think when we get to episode 4, I might make a few changes to scheduling the streams and so on. Maybe I watch it myself, then do a Twitch watch party, and the VOD will end wherever, and then just to have a better impression, and then make the recap stream this one here. Probably smarter. But yeah, let us. I just streamed over an hour and we haven't even started yet. So welcome to my stream. It will be long, but let us start with the first scene here. I have it prepared, and here we see the orcs right at the beginning, like after the prologue. I will sometimes switch to this screen here in case people wonder, as a little disclaimer, because sometimes I need to find the scene in the background. Takes a moment, and I don't want you to see me scrolling through the footage so much, because it could get my video claimed. As a result, I might quickly switch to something. So we are somewhere, I don't know where exactly, in Mordor here, and as we know from last episode, I probably won't find it very fast. If I'm lucky, I do. It was in the trailer. Very strange. I forgot where it was exactly. Here's the ranger doing stuff. I think I found the scene finally. We had this scene here where Arondir basically gets captured by those hens in the background, and then we knew, okay, his enemies got him, and it seems like they brought him to this prison camp. And yeah, it seems like a horrible place, as we would have expected. It looks pretty great though. Like, I like the atmosphere, all the the details, what they built at. Everything looks very practical here. And it seems like they are doing something. Did somebody in chat, is this do you have an idea what the people are doing here exactly? Are they basically starting to build Barad-dûr or something related to it, to like a fortress? It was a mention of that. So we finished the pre-stream. Yeah, that was a pre-show of the stream. Now we start. So welcome everyone. Good foreplay. Well, it was a fun discussion we had, so I wanted to invest some time there. Oh, you think they're looking for... That's a very good idea as well, I have to admit. Maybe they're really looking for that sword for whatever reason. The problem is we don't sadly know what is going on. Yeah, or they're building the trench so the orcs can move free from sunlight. I mean, that is probably the best idea, Kill Switch, because we clearly see, and that I really liked in this orc scene here, that when the orcs get outside in daylight, they really are not a fan of the sunlight. There's a cool scene, and maybe I find it or not. I have to make this thing here smaller because it's so difficult to find the scenes. Oh, we have a switch directly, so we see it later, but I think it is kind of established very early on that when the orcs get into sunlight, they start smoking, basically like vampires almost. Yeah, but we switch to the Galadriel scene. However, what is interesting in this context is that Arondir is basically put to labor, and of course it makes totally sense because the orcs need for workforce, they need it to be dark, and currently it is not dark in Mordor yet, so there's not this smoke mist that covers the sun all the time, but it's daylight, and they have to cover themselves in these cloaks that we see here left and right. Yeah, that is true. He has a plan B in case Morgoth lost. This is probably related to it. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, yes, people were right about the symbol being Mordor. I speculate about it being maybe a stylized eye, but I heard this theory, though I felt like it was a bit off. But now I understand, like with Galadriel's drawing, I understand the symbol better. We discuss this in a moment, I think. But yeah. So it seems they try to make it possible for them to go through Mordor by having these trenches, and they just put a lot of material up so that blocks the sun. That makes complete sense as long as Mordor is not transformed into this hellish wasteland we know here. Until Mordor does not look so, it's not a place the orcs really like. And it's of course an interesting idea for when it comes to that. I guess it's a bit a bit exaggerated, I guess. Because I don't know, it was not impossible for the orcs to be outside. But for sure they didn't like it, and I think they made the point clear for the viewer that orcs and sunlight are not the best friends. But yeah, shoutouts to the people who are right with the Mordor symbol. I agree on that. Exactly, you don't need the trench when you have ash blocking the sunlight. But for now they don't have it, so it makes sense that they have these trenches, and it makes sense that they have this human labor force that they captured to help them building that, because they can't, or it's too annoying for them to make it themselves. And I find that a very interesting idea. So yeah, let us see the next screen, I need to just get my second age map back. So Mordor. I'm not sure where exactly they are. I think it's not clear. We wondered about what this big tree on the map is. That I find distantly interesting. Let me just see if I find a good scene here. Where is it? There, I found the frame. I just need to pinpoint the frame. Here Arondir then is brought into this labor place, into this camp, and he noticed something, that he's not the only elf there. I assume most people here are of men, but yeah, if you notice that the other elves we know from the other episodes, so this is here the Watch Warden and his other friend, which he explored the village with, are also there. So you notice, oh, they were captured as well. If I'm completely honest, I found this a bit, I wouldn't call it unrealistic, but a bit strange, if that makes sense. Because how did they get there exactly? Like, it's not told us. Like, they were on the way basically out of Mordor, and the elves were leaving. So just packing stuff up. Why are they here? Maybe there is something that happens in between, in a way. I'm not sure. Which maybe we see this later and we get a little time skip. How were they captured exactly? Maybe they tried to find Arondir and then were captured as well. Really hard to tell, but for me it makes very little sense that they are there. Well, it feels a bit like, okay, we have these two characters left, which we mentioned, and we have to do something. We have, I don't know, get rid of them or so. It feels a bit constructed, I have to say, that they are there. I was not the hugest fan of seeing that. Now, this region should have the same climate as Ithilien. It's right across the mountains. Yeah. Probably very similar to it. Maybe the garrison at the empty town, can't remember the name, Ostris or something? Ostiris? Something like that, right? Is Halbrand Anarion? No, I don't think so at all. But Anarion is mentioned in the show. So yeah, they are basically there, and then they go through quite a bit of, they have to do the labor and the orcs and so on. And he is shocked to see his friends, because he knew, okay, this was kind of his chance for them getting help and helping again with all the orcs here. But that is not what happened there. So then we have a cut from this to back to ocean fun, as I would call it. And somewhere in this ocean, we don't know where exactly, between the west continent Aman and between Middle Earth, the continent in the middle, also other continents, for example, have here the Darklands, I think they are called, and here, what were they called? Lands of the Sun, the very far east continent. Very interesting. But yeah, we don't know what's going with these. We only know about Middle Earth and a little bit about Aman, and of course in the middle about the kingdom of men, of the men of the west, of the Dunedain, called Numenor. And yeah, from the last episode we know Galadriel and Halbrand were on a raft. They were shipwrecked, if you want, and Galadriel technically abandoned her ship, but yeah, you know what I mean. And now they were found, and it was the last shot of the ending of episode 2, basically, that they were found on the raft by another ship. And here, now in the show, Galadriel wakes up on the ship, and Halbrand talks to her, and things happen there. Very interesting. Let me just see the next scene, yeah, and then she wonders who got us, who brought us here, what's going on here. She eats something, and we have seen in other shows that elves eat, so yeah, they of course eat as well. Oh, that's an interesting idea that you have kill switch. We might talk about this later. And it's probably that they didn't get the orders to withdraw before the orcs came. Definitely possible. Yeah, it's true. It can make a big difference depending on the mountain range and so on. But yeah, it's just a detail. Yeah, Rob, I have the same feel. There's so many Sauron references in this episode. So yeah, they're on the ship. She eats something. It seems like they are definitely on a Númenórean ship, and there they meet the fantastic Elendil on the ship, and he welcomes her on board and says, "Yeah, I can't answer your question. I bring you to people who can answer them." And it seems like almost that is all the first strange thing. What is the relationship between the Númenóreans and the relationship between elves? It seems like elves are not welcome in Númenor. What is very interesting to me, of course, let me just get the right artwork here with Galadriel and so on. If we look at this particular scene here, we definitely have like a close-up of the armor of Elendil, which I find interesting. I'm very curious what chat's thoughts are. Now we see it a little bit better. I tried to zoom in as much as I could zoom in even more, but I hope you can kind of see it. Maybe I can sharpen it a little bit for you people. But what do you think who these two characters are? We see like a woman and a man. Any idea who they might reference? Maybe the Valar? Maybe not. Really curious if anybody in chat has good theories about that. Let me just see. I need to find the sharpening effect. Maybe I can zoom in a bit more even. What we definitely notice is he has elven ears. And I assume this is not a crown that he has. I assume it's a storm. So maybe it's Osse, and I could imagine, so here's my theory. I think this is Uinen, this is Osse. I think Ulme could be the man as well, yeah. Yeah, the Smith scene was in. Yeah, then it was awesome indeed. Voice and mannerism, I agree. Yeah, I would assume that it's Osse and his wife. It's because for people wondering, Osse is the Maya of. Let me just see if I ever. There's an artwork of both of them by Kimberly80. Shoutouts to her. Provides a lot of fantastic artworks. Here he looks, of course, a bit different, but you still get the point. So, Numenor, the island of the Numenorians, was created. It was raised from the ground by Osse. Of course, Osse is a Maya, so one of these angels of lower ranks of Ulmo, the high angel and lord of water. So he's basically Poseidon. And Osse is his, I don't know, servant. So the servant of Poseidon, also insanely powerful. He can like create storms and so on. We know that also Uinen raised a small island in Numenor, which we later will see that is called Tol Uinen, and there's the lighthouse Kalmindon on it. So also both Uinen and Osse have like a certain relationship to the Numenorians on ships and so on. And there's even the tradition, I think, that they have the, what was the name? Let me see if I find it. The green, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I'll look it up really quick. Yeah, except it's bow. Okay, the green bow of return. It's a tradition mentioned in the Unfinished Tales, basically, and it's a little branch, a fragrant branch of the tree Oyolaire, and it was basically placed at the prow of Numenorian ships and was, according to the Unfinished Tales, and just checking the Tolkien Gateway page here, a symbol of good fortune and used as a token of friendship with Osse and Uinen. So it's a pretty cool detail to see this. I think that makes potentially most sense in this context. And I think on one, there's this a footage scene from trailer or promotional material. Let me just switch to this here again. That basically shows this bow of the green bow of return on one of the ships. So I really love the detail here. Like, they can't name it, I guess, potentially, but it's cool that they reference it. Like, I really love stuff like this. Pretty nice lore reference. I would switch the size back to normal. Yeah, exactly. Ulmo has no wife as far as we know, so who should the other person be? It could have also be, I don't know, Manwë and Varda or something like that, because we see the sun. The sun is also a star, and they are the kings of the world. But I think Ulmo and Esse makes absolutely sense for the context of Numenorian lore, if that makes sense. Let me just try to bring back how it was here before. How should I do this, chat? Yeah, that should work. Okay, sorry, just had to think how to undo my sorcery here. Okay, yeah, in this scene, as said, this is how the scene looks incomplete. I would like to maybe look for this particular bow of returnal. It would be very interesting to see. Yeah, we see it. We see it, chat. We see it. Awesome. That is really awesome. We see the bow of returnal, I think, in this particular shot. So yeah, look right here. There's a little bit of green, and he's on the front of the ship, it seems, and there's the green bow of returnal. Pretty cool lore detail. These are the details I want to see in the show, and sometimes the show delivers, sometimes not. Let me just zoom in so we can maybe see it better. But yeah, I really like this. Maybe I could try to find the exact quote in the Unfinished Tales in a moment. But yeah, just here to appreciate the effort here, which I like quite a lot. Let me just see, where is this? But yeah, it's a pretty cool detail. Just have to find it in the book, which might be difficult, as you can imagine. It's in one of the notes. Maybe I think the chapter about Aldarion and Erendis. I hope I find it. I potentially fear I won't find it though. Yeah, here must be told of the custom that when a ship departed from Numenor over the Great Sea to Middle-earth, a woman, most often of the captain's a woman of the most often of the captain's kin, should set upon the vessel's prow the green bough of return, and that was cut from the tree Oiolaire, that signifies ever summer, which the Eldar gave to the Numenorians, saying that they set it upon their own ships as in token of friendship with Osse and Uinen. The leaves of that tree were evergreen, glossy and fragrant, and it throve upon sea air. And yeah, there's a more complicated story to that Mineldur did not allow the queen and the sisters of Aldarion to bear the bow of Oiolaire to Rowena, and so on and so forth. So there's a bit of story about it, but it's a pretty cool detail. I like that. Let me maybe bring up this arrow here. This is the green bow of Returnal. I really like that. We still see the map. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a very cool detail. It's in the Unfinished Tales, the chapter Aldarion and Erendis. Yeah, it's somewhere in this chapter. I can't. It's on this version, page 179. So in case you're interested, I thought it would be in one of the notes that would make it easier to find. But yeah, it's pretty much in the middle of it, kind of. Which is the map of Ara? Yeah, I forgot to switch the scene. Yeah, there are of course other details, as Bob mentions, that don't align too well. So that it's a bit of a mixed bag. Let me switch back. Oh, that's the wrong map. I want to. Well, it doesn't matter. So here's. Oh. What we also learn is, like, they have a dialogue, and it seems like really sneaky Halbrand is a bit more into diplomacy than Galadriel is at this point. And we also notice that Elendil got the dagger confiscated the dagger of Galadriel, which she's not a fan of. And this is again something I really don't like about the. Like, I get that they want to show us a different Galadriel. We discussed this for 1 hour at the beginning of the stream, but I think Galadriel would not just ruthlessly storm to him and take the dagger back. But this is what she almost did here in this scene. I think Halbrand tries to stop her and said, maybe it's not the right time now. She's so over the top at times. It's so unfortunate to see, in my opinion. So yeah, where do we go next from here, chat? Yeah, next we see the cool scenes and basically Numenor as gets introduced. We have seen some of the scenes here already in the trailers. We have like this gate, there's a tower. The ship goes into the direction of Numenor. So we see the back of the ship, quite interesting to see as well. We see some towers here. There's one up there and here and so on and so forth. Very interesting. And you have to go through a great bay area to get to the harbor city Romena. Romena was the main harbor city. I assume so far it seems they might fuse together. Maybe I can get my map of Numenor up, just for a bit of map power here. Can't make it much bigger because making it bigger here on the screen currently is really difficult for me. But yeah, here is Romena, and you see the bay basically that they have to cross. However, I assume that the capital of Numenor was Armenilos, not Romena. I'm not even sure if they mentioned the names of the city stuff here yet, but I assume they do. Somewhere maybe in the background, I didn't notice. Yeah, you saw this, I think, correctly. I saw it like this as well. We can look into this in a moment, Lynn. Yeah, so they entered this place, and I assume they fuse Romena and Armenilos together to one place. I think it's just the capital. I can't tell you if, like, we have in the last episode, in the last stream, we discussed that they can't even name Eregon's capital Ost-Inethil because due to right issues, they don't have the rights for the material that mentions it, and as a result, yeah, tough luck with that, I guess. As a result, they potentially, I'm not sure if Armenilos or Romena are mentioned. It is possible, so maybe they have the rights to use the names. No, Romena is not mentioned, it seems. Armenilos also not mentioned. Interesting. So they potentially don't have even the rights to use those names. It's a bit unfortunate. I think that is on the Tolkien estate that they, in my opinion, if you have a show and profit potentially, if it's a success greatly from it, you maybe should give at least the rights that people can name stuff correctly. I don't feel why they would not do this. Really unfortunate. But yeah, the question was, do we see the fire stuff? Maybe I find the scene. I'm gonna have to play it, else I can't get this to work. So yeah, Galadriel looks up for a moment. Maybe ignore my little pointer here. So we're now in Numenor, at the coastline of it. I assume here, on this side. Yeah. So yeah, here we have this light tower. We see the soldier up there. And if I now go a few frames further, you see the fire comes up here. Slowly. Until, I don't want to skip too far into it. streaming and finding frame precise stuff at the same time is always annoying. Can tell you that. Yeah, until it looks like this. Sorry, it's just sometimes difficult to find the exact frames. So maybe, I'm not sure what this is. I assume this is not a lighthouse. Maybe this is a signal. Because my theory would be, if we go back a few frames again, you see multiple of those towers in the distance. So I could imagine that this is like a signal system. Basically saying when somebody passes this tower, they light the fire, and then this tower can maybe see this tower, or this tower, I assume this one can't see this one, I'm not sure, maybe it's possible. And then they know, oh, a ship is coming. And then they start the fire with whatever measures there, and then they know a ship is coming. It's like a signal system for, okay, somebody's coming. Could imagine that this might be the explanation for what we see here. Very interesting detail. Vikram Singh says, just finished episode 3. I feel like they are pulling one storyline too many, given the material they have to work with. Decent episode, but hate how every scene and every storyline is always a cliffhanger. Yeah. I can see that. There's definitely a lot of stuff going on. Like, I hope it gets better as soon as everything is set up. As we are still in the setup phase, sadly, due to the writing of the first 2 episodes, especially in context of Galadriel, which is a really big focus as expected in this episode, and Halbrand, of course. Just unfortunate. It's an interesting point that people make here. That like the Númenóreans might perceive the Eldar or the elves as arrogant and think they are something better than they are. And Galadriel fits this role perfectly because she treats all the others in such a negative way and puts herself, like, imagine Elrond would have been sent to Númenor on a diplomatic mission, as some people would have wished for, and he would just get there and say, Miriel, my heart sings to see you here, and stuff like this. It could have been pretty awesome, in my opinion, but they decided to go this way, and we discussed this the first episode here with Geek Zone, Fellowship of Fans, and Voice of Geekdom yesterday, that they could have, like, from lore-wise, it would have been so cool to see Elrond here, Númenor, and there's a very cool reference, I have to admit, here, Númenor later. Really pretty cool, I have to admit. Loved it. And he would be, like, the better fit for this diplomatic mission, I feel. On the other side, they have Galadriel in the Dwarven realm, also problematic. It almost feels like they didn't really find a good place for Galadriel and don't know what are we going to do with her. Like, Elrond and Moria makes kind of sense. Usually from the books she should be in Eregion, but at least the Unfinished Tales and The Road Goes Ever On. Not Lord of the Rings though. Galadriel is in Lord of the Rings not mentioned in context of Eregion, which is fascinating, I feel. Except for that she gets one of the rings at some point. But it's just... it really feels like we have no place for her, and then they also do the character such a big disservice by writing it so strangely that she feels really off. And I don't know, they're making it hard for people to find their way into the show, especially for those who know the lore behind her character. And it's just, we talked about this in our but we definitely notice it. this Noodles has an interesting point. People with PTSD often find conflict everywhere, though elves getting PTSD is a funny idea. But maybe you are onto something, like that the character Galadriel is in a way traumatized from what she experienced, like the experience of losing so many people, like all her brothers were slain in battle of the Dagor Bragolach, the Battle of Sudden Flame. We have Finrod dying on the quest of the Silmarillion. We have her uncles, even though some she didn't like. One she didn't like, Feanor, he was killed. Fingolfin was killed. Fingon was killed. We have this gruesome execution scene that Fingon and his companions had to witness, sparking the wrath of the elves. Very intense and so on. With the elves around Gwindor, I think were their name. And yeah, it's fascinating. So there's a lot of stuff going on, even though it's hard to tell what Galadriel experienced from that. But you can definitely make an argument that there is really something going on. She says in one of the previous episodes that it would take longer than your lifetime to list all the people that I have lost, or something like that. It definitely maybe goes into this direction that Galadriel is basically damaged through all of what she had to endure, and I am always imagined the late First Age with all its wars and so on, the Nirnais Arnödiad, and later the War of Wrath, and so like terrible experiences. Nobody really wants into that and wants to be into that, and I guess maybe you show something like this, and she needs like time in the show to mend these wounds, the grief, if you want to call it PTSD, if that makes sense. Very good point, Noodles. Maybe I should also read your former response, Noodles. I kind of like how Galadriel represents the fight-flight response that comes with centuries of war and loss. Like, that you would mess a being up makes sense. She would still fighting everyone. And you makes a comment about how PTSD people see conflict everywhere and so on. Very interesting point. Yeah, the blurry man at the end reminds of the Shadow of Mordor game. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't have the footage available, so can't show it, but... It's a good question, Lynn. How can a boat like this pass... How is it pronounced? Gorge? Like, English words sometimes confuse me. Oh, that was a wrong dictionary. Let's consult the Oxford or Cambridge dictionary. Gorge, okay. As I expected, I was surprised. Sometimes these words can have weird pronunciation details. But yeah, how can they sail through this particular path in both directions? But I'm not a sailor, I have no clue. I only played a bit Sea of Thieves, and I think it's not comparable to this here. Yeah, it ties to what Arondir says to Bronwyn about elven healers in episode 1, I think. He said he calls them artificers and so on, and very interesting. Yeah, it's true. We don't know how PTSD would work, of course, but like we already discussed, I think, in the past analysis videos, that Galadriel at times feels very human. Like a lot of elves, especially her, I would say. I would say Arondir kind of feels more elvish, and Galadriel feels far less elvish and more human as a result. So, and that's definitely a point you can criticize. I agree. But of course, we don't know how elven psychology and mind works exactly in these matters over thousands of years and so on. But I said it also in the stream and in my review recently, that it feels a bit like it's like a classical thing with characters and shows when you have a big time skips. We see her as child Galadriel trying to punch this boy who bullied her, trying to defend herself. So she was always portrayed as rebellious and proud, and if you get in her way, she will fight you until the end. Like, they portrayed it like this, but it feels in a way like they pressed pause, and Galadriel during the pause of thousands of years just became adult, but she's still child Galadriel here. I find that quite interesting. I guess it depends on how old or young you consider her she is. Like the age. There was a question yesterday in chat which I wanted to talk about. Isn't Galadriel like 5,000 years old? How old she is here is hard to tell because the timeline is not compatible with what Tolkien wrote. So it's hard to tell how old they imagine old Galadriel is here that we see portrayed in the show. In the books, it's even there. It's hard to tell how old she is. She would be at the beginning of the Second Age, I think 2,000 years old. So at the end of the Second Age, she's 5,000. When Elendil is around and Tar-Miriel is around and Pharazôn and so on. She's around about 5,000 years old, according to one version, though. Well, that's the only version, because time is a really complicated matter. There is a version where 1 Valian year is, instead of 10 years, or 9.582 years, is 144 years. In this version, at the beginning of the Second Age, she's over 19,000 years old already. So, if you would... disclaimer, if you would take into account that she is, of course, born at the same point, because when Tolkien changes Valian years and messes around with his timeline, he might have changed the dates, like the birth date of Galadriel, as way along the way. So it makes it really, you can't really say how old she is in what version, because the version we have here, she is, I don't know, 2,000 years old, I would say, from the book's perspective, at the beginning of the First Age. I assume the show plays roundabout, in its own chronology, roundabout Second Age 1000, roundabout. I think this is early Second Age. The late Second Age stuff we haven't really seen yet. But I think we really have to remove our complete imagination of time when it comes to this show, because this is completely messed. But the problem is, of course, the amount of characters and time and centuries where nothing happens is always difficult for a show if you have humans in it. They just die off. For dramatic, for in film, for reasons of portraying this, for having a story, you need this to be more consistent. Even if Tolkien would have written a novel or something, you would have to focus on one particular king if you want, like Aldarion and Erendis. That is also just the lifetime of those. It's not a story that goes over thousands of years. And to bring this into alignment with the forging of the rings and the return of Sauron and whatnot, and the rings are given to other people, but to the 9 men and the Nazgul, all these details, and then the kingdoms in exile, the fall of Numenor, and so on. To bring this all together in this show, you have to make this compromise of completely changing time, because you can't. It makes no logical sense to portray this with the same actors. Otherwise, in like everything takes multiple thousands of years in the books. You can't make this work in. It's just too long a time span. I can't imagine, like, 100 years in my mind as a human being is already an almost unimaginable long time. Like, we yesterday also had the unfortunate event that during the stream Queen Elizabeth II passed and died, and yeah, we had a small moment of silence in there, which I probably could have handled better. I hope nobody felt offended by that, but it definitely shows, like, she was probably, I would assume some people in the UK only knew her as queen and passed away as well, and never saw another person. And she was 96, I think, a very long time already. 96 years is hard for me to imagine. 1,000 years is unimaginable for me, like time-wise, how many generations that is. And yeah, it makes, of course, if you have these gigantic dimension of time, very difficult to portray. But yeah. Wait is long, memory is instant. Yeah, they just I don't know, squeeze the time together, so stuff from the late Second Age is now in the early Second Age, because what we see early Second Age wise is definitely that we see that Sauron has not really taken Mordor yet and started building Barad-dûr. That happens very, very early in the Second Age. I think Barad-dûr is completed in the year 1200. Maybe somebody can confirm. Could try checking Appendix B, right? Yeah, I have it here. Yeah, so from Appendix B, page 1083, in my version here, Sauron, alarmed by the growing power of the Númenóreans, chooses Mordor as a land to make into a stronghold. He begins the building of Barad-dûr, and then it's completed 1600. Where Sauron forges the One Ring in Orodruin. He completes the Barad-dûr. Celebrimbor perceives the designs of Sauron. So this is 600 years. However, Pharazôn is mentioned, I don't know. I'm not sure when Miriel is, first mention of Pharazôn is 3255, so it's really a long lifespan there in between. Imagine a 1,000-year-long stream. Yeah, that sounds, even to my imagination, exhausting. That's an interesting idea. Maybe they got a second gorge as an exit. That's a pretty good idea, I think. It seems like the showrunners consulted some sailing experts, and they came up with this unusual design. Though there are other sailing experts that say it's a stupid design, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. I'm not a sailing expert. I can't evaluate if that makes sense sail design-wise or not. I guess for the most part it should just look a bit different and kind of cool, and it does the job. Probably it's not the most efficient way to sail, but maybe it works. Then writes, it's bugging my brain so much that I want to put a model in a wind channel and check it out. Well, if you're done experimenting, let us know what you found out. Yeah, exactly. It's the timeline we have to really. I think this is one of the, as a book fan, and no, it might hurt, we have to get rid of our imagination of the book timeline completely. I would say the chronology might be the same, so I assume. No, it's not the same, right? Kind of. Let's say some connected events have the same chronology, but others are just placed in parallel, which don't belong in parallel. And this might be also a reason why Númenor could suffer a bit from that. The sails look like raised wings. Yeah, that's a really good point. Also, there's a sun symbol on it. But maybe we should continue, because we are just... I'm streaming for 2 hours and we are in minute 1 or 2. So we have 58 to go or something. And it's, yeah. But I think we discussed this scene now a lot, and we see Galadriel on the boat, and Halbrand doesn't know about Numenor, which doesn't wonder me, I guess. And Galadriel says, yeah, this can only be one place. It is Numenor. I really need to make some speed here now, because I did not plan to stream until midnight, so let me just calculate. If I would go on with this pace to the end of the show, I'm not sure which minute we are, to be honest, but it could literally be like minute 2. So I would need, if I need one hour per minute, I would stream 60 hours to cover the show, right? It's probably a bit much, in my opinion. But here we see the shot from the that we know from the trailer. And we also see how the sails are basically changed. I find this design really interesting, though. And yeah, here we see the sun symbol, which was on Isildur's armor, of course. And it seems we discussed this a million times, a symbol that is associated to the realm of Numenor. And then we see, of course, the harbor here. We talked about Osse and Uinen, and here on the left we see the island. I assume, if this is considered or inspired by the island, by the harbor city Romena, the main harbor city on the east side of Numenor, then this is Tol Uinen, the island raised by, I think, Uinen, and they built a lighthouse on it. It's called Cal Mindon. Right? Yeah, Calmindon. So that makes kind of sense, I guess. And here, this detail I never understood. Like, some people said, yeah, this guy here must be Eärendil. And only recently I noticed, I never saw this here as a bird. I thought it was, I don't know, part of the rock or so. Let me just try to zoom in. But definitely the idea is, and we kind of get this in the show as well, that this is then Eärendil, and this is his wife Elwing, and these are the parents of Elrond, half-elven, and of Elros, half-elven. Well, he was half-elven, he became man then, but yeah. Thank you, Mark, for staying so long. We will probably, yeah, it's late where I live, so I keep being very well versed in the first few minutes of episodes, but never heard the back of the stream. Yeah, I can imagine that. It's just, I can't even believe that I'm already streaming for 2 hours. Like, where did the time pass? But yeah, this is then a reference to Eärendil and Elwing. I also have some fantastic artworks of one at least of Elwing by Kimberly, because in case people wonder, Elwing is the mother of Elrond. She's half-elven. Eärendil, her husband, also half-elven. Though the parents of Elwing are not half. They're of course, it's a complicated topic with the half-elven, but they're also half-elven. Her grandmother was an elf, and her grandfather was, yeah, just thought about if I'm right, was a man and was of men, and as a result, yeah, her father is Dior, and Dior's parents are Beren and Luthien. We also heard probably this name quite a bit. Kind of fascinating. So yeah, we see her referenced here, I feel. And of course, her husband. Let me just see. Do I have? Of course not. I have an artwork of him as well, and there, like, she was attacked in Alqualonde. no, in Aqualonde, at the mouth of Sirion, like a refuge camp of elves when they basically lost the war and were pushed back and had to flee. And then the sons of Feanor attacked there to get the Silmaril. She had one of the Silmarilli, and these sons wanted to get it back and tried to kill her and all the people there to take it back by force because they wouldn't give it to them. And yeah, she jumped off a cliff, and then Ulmo saved her and turned her into a seabird. And this is what we see here. Her husband Eärendil was on ship. He wanted to sail to the west continent to call help, because the Noldor were banned to return there, and he was, of course, also in part a Noldor, but he was also human. As a result, it was like a special case, and after him appearing there, after his wife flew to him on the ship as a bird, she returned back into Elwing, and then together they sailed to the west continent, called help, and then the War of Ras starts. So, very important. After the War of Ras, a group of men called the Edain were gifted the island Numenor here in the middle. That's basically the story of it as a present, and they also got their lifespans restored to as they were once, you could say, in some versions, or they got a longer lifespan. That's also why Aragorn lives so long. And the first king of Numenor, Elrond, lived for 500 years. He was really old. The second one, I think, also close to that, and it slowly got less and less. Aragorn only lives for, I think, 210 years or so. Still quite a bit, but not as long as 500. The General Grievous 19. Hello there, welcome, nice to see you. I try to wake people up when the next episode is out and the stream will end. Yeah, but let us return to this. So we see this should be Romena as a result, but as said earlier, I assume they fused this and Armenilos, the capital of Numenor. But Romena was the main harbor city of Numenor in the east side. I think they fused it together because in the next shot, we get an overview of this whole area, and then we see how it kind of is connected. So I assume, because it looks a bit strange if you think about it, because here's a waterfall, so the boat could not have, it's most likely not coming from here, but I assume you can go around this. Like, this is the gorge they came, I think. And then they got out here, and yeah, I don't know, here's a ship, here's Tol Mindon. This is the bird silhouette of the wing of the bird sitting on Eärendil statue. And yeah, we have this massive city. Here somewhere in the background is the big mountain called Meneltarma in the middle of the island. Like a sacred place for the Numenorians. Quite interesting. Here's also like a lot of detail in this shot. Here's also like what do you call this? An arena for horse racing, maybe, or something, because we know the Numenorians really loved horses, and we see this in the show as well. So that makes complete sense. And here is a palace. So these should be like an, what do you call this? An outlier of Meneltarma. We have the palace. There's a white tree. Here's the Senate, and yeah, it's distantly reminiscent, this construction here, of Minas Tirith. I really like that idea. It's pretty cool in my opinion. There's a second passage. Yeah, maybe down here somewhere you can continue, and there's like the second gorge that basically goes out. Maybe this flows like a circle, if that makes sense. That you can basically go with the stream of the water to the harbor here, and then get out on the other side again, where the water flows back into the ocean, kind of. Yeah, that is true. In the Second Age, as long as we see Numenor on the map, the world is not a sphere, as this map here might, a sketch here of Arda implies, but it's actually flat. It only becomes a sphere after Numenor is gone in the Third Age. Do I have a Third Age map? No. I don't have a Third Age map here on this screen, so I can't help you. But yeah, it still makes sense. Very, very cool shot, though. I really like this. Somebody said at the beginning of the stream he doesn't like the architecture of this, and I can completely see this, that it maybe would have looked more elven, but to be fair, it still looks really impressive. I like the shots so far, but for sure, I can see when people imagine it differently. But from my perspective, it looks pretty cool, I have to admit. Pretty nice. Here's also a tower. Maybe this is the tower signal light system that I mentioned. With the fires at the beginning. Kind of interesting. And then, yeah, they are in Numenor at the harbor city. Let me just play this here. And yeah, with a boat, people row them into the harbor. You definitely notice this must be a really big set, because you see all the stuff in the background, and it looks kind of real, I have to admit. You could maybe argue it looks a bit like Disneyland in a way, but still, in my opinion, it's really impressive. I guess it basically is Disneyland in Numenor, right? Like one of these theme parks that looks like, I don't know, ancient, whatever. Like, don't get me wrong with the Disneyland comparison. I mean, a theme park in general that has, like, I don't know, a side that looks like in Italy and so on. You know what I mean. Disneyland just was the first thing that came to mind before the word theme park appeared. So let me just see the next scene. So Halbrand and Elendil and Galadriel enter, and they go through Numenor. And here they just show off, basically. I assume there will be a lot of cameos here in this scene. Maybe this person here is a cameo. I don't. Maybe somebody recognizes him, or I could imagine they place all kinds of people here. I would love to see if we see a Druidine here in Numenor, but I guess they left already this late in the story arc of Numenor. While we are early in the Second Age, this is very from the book's perspective. This is very, very late Numenor arc, like at the very end of it. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you. Gotta get sleep now. Always love your stuff, Chris, and it's great chatting. Changed my YouTube room from last week. Connor Smith. Oh, okay, if anyone's paying attention. Okay, good to know. So yes, thank you for joining and being so active in chat. You had some really good points brought to the stream. Appreciate that quite a lot. And yeah, sleep well. Oh, I wanted to continue with the scene. So yeah, it's pretty neat here. A lot of details. All this had to be built. Like, yeah, just a lot of nice environmental shots. There was also yeah, very, very few things happening there. Kind of interesting. Halbrand also seems to kind of enjoy his time here. Because for him, it's, how to put it. If you know the Southlands, maybe this seems to be kind of like paradise or so. Another awesome shot here from the fantastic set. Like, of course, the background here might be is 100% added digitally to it, but overall, the stuff here in the foreground and all the extras and so on looks pretty real, very fantastic. And yeah, here we have a very fascinating scene I just noticed. Here we see now Elendil talking to them, and he says, yeah, here, don't get lost here. Keep on moving. We are still moving around. And the next scene I found, yeah, the show plays so much on this, so I have to admit I kind of liked it. And Halbrand now walks past this place here and looks into it. Look at that. This is a forge. And he says, oh, a forge. And he even later tries to, I think, get work here. Like, he wants to apply here. And, yeah, I don't know. This felt like the way he looks, the way this is set up. He definitely, well, there is a theory that Halbrand is maybe Sauron in disguise already. And we know that Sauron was the apprentice, there's the High Angel of Smithing, Aule, also revered by the dwarves. And he was once his Sauron when he was still called, yeah, Halbrand is sus, exactly. He was once called Mairon, according to the Parma Eldalamberon. Well, it's a really obscure kind of source, but there it is mentioned. And Mairon was as Saruman once in the service of Aule, and as a result, we also know Sauron crafts a lot of things, like he helps crafting the rings, the One Ring, and so on. So you can definitely see this parallel that he's intrigued by seeing people forging stuff, creating stuff, and this show again plays with this idea. We get some background information on Halbrand, but who knows what it really means, who he really is. Very curious what they do. Could be a huge foreshadowing. Yeah, exactly, Nathan. I agree. While it's looking, some stuff is looking like it's falling apart. Probably because it's still kind of old. Like, if we look at this wall, you mean, for example, stuff like this, right? There's definitely some part where you notice, okay, this has seen better times. But yeah, it's hard to tell. I guess it makes the world more believable, more real if it looks like that, because we know how time basically eats up details. Like, even on this roof here, there are two little buckets here, some flowers and so on. Just pretty cool to see all these details. It's just really fascinating to me. But yeah, of course, I think the topic of Numenor is death is a huge topic of Numenor that is also a motivation for what they do later throughout the story. And I could imagine that maybe this reflects that humans get older and older, so there's a natural way of decay, and this is maybe what we see here. In a way, the from the perspective of the books, Numenor at the very end, even though they get very powerful fleets and sea army, is very far away from the glory Numenor once had because of the Kingsmen, because how the Numenorians become more and more get more and more against the elves and their ideas and see them as foes and are not faithful anymore, except for the faithful, of course, but maybe that is what they want to portray here. I feel, yeah, I would agree with Bree here that I do feel the architecture is reminiscent of Jackson's take on Gondor. Bree wrote, and yeah, I would say definitely there's some parallels, especially this thing here on top. This really looks like a bit like the Minas Tirith thing. Not sure if I can find a good Minas Tirith screenshot fast. Good try. For comparison's sake. I also have in this shot this thing here. You can see some parallels, I would still argue. It's different, it's more colorful in comparison, but you definitely get the point, right? Yeah. Very interesting. The naming is wrong, though. I think, I'm not sure from... It should be from Return of the King, the screenshot. Maybe I should credit it correctly here. No, it should be right. Okay, so let me... Yeah, that's right. So yeah, it's very reminiscent of that. Let me just see. Then we go to the Senate, and there... let me just see if I get a decent shot. Finally. And then Galadriel gets into the Senate, and here we have Queen Regent Miriel and Pharazôn, her whatever his position was exactly. And that's the first time we see both of them. Kind of interesting to see. We have like a lot of people here. This seems to be the throne room, kind of. Maybe it's the Senate, hard to tell. Very simple in a way, but I kind of like it. How it's portrayed. It looks like a cool place. Like this looks a place where people would make vacation, kind of, right? The Chancellor, right? Yeah. And I could imagine that the runners keep us deliberately in the dark who those characters are. The problem with some of this stuff here is, of course, that we have all this lore knowledge. So it's kind of what Miriel, like Galadriel, is now very savage again and not very wise and diplomatic. It's probably why she was not sent on a diplomatic mission. Because she is not a diplomat, it seems, and which is completely different for Elrond, who just like I said at the beginning of the stream, just imagine Elrond would be standing here and how he would just play with his words to be here, and I don't know. I guess also Elrond would be kind of an attraction here because he is literally the brother of the founder of the first king of Numenor. So it's really interesting. I was surprised that Miriel was so hostile towards Galadriel. Yeah, that is true. I assume because, in general, the elves have a very bad relationship with the elves. The Numenorians have very bad relationships to the elves already when in the books Tar Miriel and Pharazôn appear. So very late in the Second Age, it's basically the old-time low of relationship to the elves. From that perspective, it makes no sense that Galadriel's even here. Like, the elves would not come here. You could argue, well, she did not directly sail to Numenor. She sailed somewhere else and then by accident land here. And I don't like that, to be honest, because it still would make, like, if you pretend that the show, like, I don't know, that's the problem when you have these clashing timelines. On one side, you have in Middle-earth is placed in the year 1000, and this show here plays in the year 3200 or so. So there are 2200 years between this apart in the books, but they pretend like it happens in parallel. And that is just unfortunate, is probably the right word. And maybe they get the idea, okay, Galadriel in the books is never mentioned that she sailed a lot or that she sailed to Numenor or whatever. We just know she in theory could have gone there, even though it's extremely unlikely, in my opinion. And this only works until a certain king, I forgot when this started again. Just see if I find it. Somewhere up here my timeline. Let me see. Oh, that's interesting. So in the year 2251, that's also the year when the Nazgul already appear. So this is after, in the books, this is far after the rings of power were forged already. And we can read in Appendix B of the Lord of the Rings on page 1083, Second Age 2251, Death of Tar Atanamir. Tar Ankalimon takes the scepter. Rebellion and division of the Numenorians begin. About this time the Nazgul, or ring race, slaves of the Nine Rings, first appear. So here the Nazgul won't appear because the rings are not even forged yet, but we still even past this timeline, and we know that that in the time of a certain group of kings, the elves stopped coming to Numenor in general. Like, they would not visit it because they became hostile towards the elves, and the elves had no interest in that. Even though early on the relationship between Numenor and the elves was pretty good. Like Gil-galad, for example, in the Unfinished Tales, writes a letter to Tar Mineldur in the year 800 something, and basically tries to get Numenor to help him to form an alliance. And like, from the perspective we discussed this yesterday, make Galadriel less savage, a bit at least more diplomatic, put her on a ship, sail her to Numenor on a diplomatic mission. Maybe, I really liked what Carl said yesterday in the roundtable stream, that Galadriel gives the letter to whoever is then king here in Numenor at this time, because Mineldur and whatever, doesn't matter too much, but he brings a message there, or she is there sent by Gil-galad to forge this alliance with the elves. I think that would have been, in my opinion, the much better setup for Galadriel, because for sure you can make Galadriel's ship being attacked by a sea monster and sink, and then they are on the raft, and then they washed ashore on Numenor or whatever. You can all, if you really want to have this sea wreck, this shipwreck action there, you can still have it in this plot in this way as well. And then she appears here and basically has to diplomatically discuss with the Numenorians what they want. That, in my opinion, would have worked much better than all this nonsense. We sent her to Valinor, she jumps off the ship, finds a raft in the water, which makes no sense, and is shipwrecked again, is found by a Numenorian ship, and now by accident stands in front of Tar Miriel. I kind of get what they are saying, so they don't commit to, Galadriel was sent deliberately there. No, she just is accidentally here, Numenor, in this plotline now, as kind of an excuse for that. I find that, this though compromises a few things. The character Galadriel is hugely compromised by that. As said, a lot of people don't like the direction of Galadriel, and we have Gil-galad, who also can be criticized for how he is, and by doing it like Carl and I just explained, or Carl yesterday, Greek Zone suggested, you can definitely fish dragons for the win. You can definitely make these characters closer to how we would imagine them in the Second Age, especially Gil-galad. That, in my opinion, would have been like a far better approach here. Yeah, some human characters' ages are outpacing the Forge of the Rings. Exactly, like it takes a long time till anything happens. Like just imagine, just when we go through the dates really quick, like year. So in the year 1500 roundabout, the elven smiths instructed by Sauron reach the height of their skill. They begin the forging of the Rings of Power. Then next entry is 90 years later. That's a human life, by the way. That is basically all the life of Queen Elizabeth minus 6 years. Round about 1590, the 3 rings are completed in Eregion. 10 years later, round about 1600, Sauron forges the 1 ring in Orodorin. He completes Barad-dûr. Celebrimbor perceives the designs of Sauron. And then, the next entry, another lifetime of Queen Elizabeth later. War of the Elves and Sauron begins. The 3 rings are hidden. 2 years later, Sauron's forces invade Eriador. Gil-galad sends Elrond to Eregion. Another 2 years later, and so on. You get the point. Now, from 693, we now get everything done until the war of until Sauron is again driven out of Eriador. We get this in a couple of years, like that is 8 years or so. So that would completely work. But all the stuff I read you before is just 90 years of nothing. It's very problematic. Let me just catch up with chat really quick and drink something. I'm just trying to get the comments here together. Walk in the park for. Kill switch. I guess she will just fight her way out of the island with the help of plot armor and having somebody. Okay, yeah. No, I don't think so. Like we basically from the trailers we already know where this is going with Galadriel, and I find that an interesting process, which I'm curious to see in the upcoming episodes. But I don't want to spoil too much here because, as I said, spoiler-wise, the chat has voted I should go full spoiler, but the trailer footage we know of hints at where the story is going to. I think she will make a very slow character development in the Númenórean arc and get maybe a bit more diplomatic here and there, a bit less savage. Still savage though, but a bit less, I hope. And yeah, I think she will get allies here in Númenor and so on. I really liked her interaction with Elendil here. I just want to point out that Elendil should be taller than this, because like there's one Elendil is also called Elendil the Tall, and he's like in one version 2 meters 41 or so. So he could play in the NBA and would be pretty tall there. But of course the Númenóreans are also quite tall often. But here, like, we don't know what's going on with Halbrand. He also seems pretty tall for a human from Middle Earth. Speculating what it means, pay with blood. Yeah, we also have to talk about this. Next scene. Let me just find the next scene. Yeah, she introduces herself. We have this scene. She says he's from the Golden House of Finarfin, she should say, because it's in the book. That's if you have seen my Galadriel video, I really would love to see more views on the video, so I promote it consistently. But you probably all have seen it already, maybe. And there we also discussed this line, because in the first version, when Lord of the Rings was released, it was called the Golden House of Finrod, which seems strange, but it's not Finrod Felagund, but Finarfin. There was a time he was called Finrod still. Complicated matter. And it was changed by Tolkien in the second edition of the Lord of the Rings in the late 60s, I think 1965 or 67, I forgot the exact date. And there it was changed, not to what we now know, and later by Christopher Tolkien, because he had to settle with the name in the Silmarillion and he wanted to make it consistent, and his father changed it anyway. He changed the name to Finarfin, which is really interesting. Yeah, Galadriel should be like 1 meter 96 or something like that. She should also be really tall. But yeah, it's okay. This is also the shot here. I just accidentally found it from the trailers we know. Like cinematography, always awesome. Like some really cool shots here. Guitar medial. Here we see Pharazôn. Oh, I forgot to switch the scene. So overall, the designs and so on, I can completely live with that. Looks pretty impressive. Interestingly, in an interview, she said that he's her cousin. And this is also the case in the books. Like, these are their first cousins. Always keep this detail in mind. Found the scene. Sorry for searching so long. Interesting scene. Here we see he has, I think, Galadriel's dagger still. I think it should be this one here. It's a bit out of focus. And yeah, we have this scene where Mr. Halbrand is thanking him for the rescue. And yeah, he steals the dagger from him to give it back to Galadriel in a moment. I find that really interesting. Like, he seems to be very sneaky and stealing, and I don't know, very, very interesting. Like he has some bad manners, one could say, and pretends to be somebody else, or like the good guy. Very interesting to see. In this scene, though, I'm not sure where he hides the dagger, but we will for sure find out. Yeah, in this scene, he gives the dagger back to Galadriel. Quite interesting. it's a book comparisons video, so isn't nitpicking kind of the point. It kind of is true, yeah. I guess though you always have to see the context of where is something is mentioned and so on. But yeah, cinematography and shots really beautiful. Like it so far quite a lot. There are probably far more details like the decoration on the columns and so on. The clothes of the people. This scene was, I think, the scene where we feared like Halbrand Galadriel relationship or so, because he gets awkwardly close to her. Joe's Corner, nice to see you. Welcome. And luckily enough, it was just an awkward I give you the daggers scene. So yeah, so far there seems like I don't see the Halbrand Galadriel relationship yet. It seems like Galadriel really tries to not use is the wrong word, but yeah, use his knowledge and so on she got from Halbrand to find out what is going on with Sauron. Very interesting. Then we see Pharazôn and Miriel talking to each other. Also kind of interesting. And they talk about his son Isildur, who is a mariner on one of these ships here. Kind of interesting. Not sure if they're having a race or practice or maneuver or whatever. Kind of interesting. Now we see the sails also in action. The ships in action and the sails. Pretty nice shot. I like that a lot. Very curious about behind the scenes material. Behind the scenes material. Do you think they really built these ships and they can sail like that? Because they look pretty real, if that makes sense. Sikayak asks, didn't Sauron get defeated and brought to Numenor in chains? Yeah, in the books, Sauron basically is attacked or invaded, I should say, by the Numenorians, and he lets himself. He has an evil plan. I assume he thinks, okay, I can't beat that force anyway, but he has an evil plan to just become the prisoner of the Numenorians and is then brought to Numenor. So it is different. The question is, what of that is told in The Lord of the Rings? And if you think about it, not that much, to be honest. There are some hints of that, of what Sauron does here and there, but I think the exact details of Sauron and Numenor and so on are not really fully uncovered, if that makes sense. Like, there's still quite a bit of uncertainty there, what they have the rights for. Like, it's so strange to see. Like, if you would think if you make a Numenor adaptation and want to tell the Numenorian story, you would need the Silmarillion and the Akallabeth, but that's not what they have. It's just unfortunate. I like the ship design, not gonna lie. Yeah, ship looks pretty cool, I have to admit, as well. That is true. It shouldn't be in there in a while, but on the other side, he also should, like, in theory, Tarmiriel shouldn't be born in a while as well, and still she's there, so it's kind of strange. Yeah, he was a cadet mariner, something like that, exactly. Yeah, we talk about the half-woods in a moment, in case people wonder. Okay, so let's move on, maybe. They, I don't know, have this maneuver, this practice, I assume. Here we also see Isildur doing the stuff, and then some incident happens on the boat. And yeah, somebody is, I think, like he's maybe because Isildur is not helping him properly. He's just pushed. Looks a bit more CGI. That the background is not real, but still kind of works. And he's hangs on this rope here because I don't know, something was not rightly tied, and Isildur was dreaming for a moment. What we see though is that Isildur, like what I liked about this scene in particular is that Isildur instantly hurries. So I like this portrayal of Isildur, like as somebody, okay, who reacts instantly, who gets things done, who does things fast. Even though he was distracted there for a moment, he tried to make up for his potential error or so and help his friend. And here in the shot, we even see him here. That's probably the better shot. We see him here, Harry, in a hurry, getting the rope and grabbing it to help his friend. Let me just get a bit forward. I have to switch these scenes back and forth because I need to get the next screenshot set up. So in case people wonder, and here we see him holding the rope. It's basically him, while all others are standing there. I mean, this person here also is holding a rope, but there are a lot of ropes here. It's a ship with sails, so ropes are there. I kind of like this portrayal because this is the Isildur who later sneaks into the garden of the king to save the last flower of the tree and so on. That's pretty cool. I have to admit, like I like that he's there, putting in his error. He's the first. Nobody reacted in time. Pretty, yeah, the actors, for the most part, I would say the acting is pretty well. Some characters might not be written well, but it still is kind of working. Mariners call it lines. Okay, good to know. Thank you for the correction. He's holding the line. It's probably, is this where the saying is from, by the way? Holding the line? I'm not sure. Maybe it's not even a saying, I'm just an idiot. It's also a possibility. Because idioms or proverbs and so on. And yeah, with the help of the others, they get their friend back on the boat. And here we see the others catching up. Kind of interesting to see, though. Holding it with his life. As said, we discuss the half-woods in a moment when we come to the half-wood section. Yeah, but pretty cool shots. Like the water shot, the ship shot so far, pretty awesome. And we see also a new character, the training captain of this ship, and he's not happy. He reminded me of a certain wrestler. What was his name? I haven't watched wrestling in like decades, but some in chat might know who I mean. What was my first impression? Maybe it would be funny if it's the same person, but I don't think it's him. I'm curious if somebody in chat posts the name and I remember him. It's just too long ago. But yeah, I found this very interesting to see. And then he talks about later the sea is always right and so on. Also nice foreshadowing of Numenor. But yeah, the shots are so awesome. Rollo from Vikings. No. Yeah, Shawn Michaels it was, right? Maybe I have to... I can't show you screenshots because... No, not Shawn Michaels. I mean somebody else. Roman Reigns, right? That is, I think, who I mean. Yeah, I think that is who I had in mind. But now that I see him, he looks a bit more different than I thought he would look. But maybe in his early days. Yeah, in his early days, in his early days. Very interesting. Like I said, the time is long behind me. Like as a kid, I sometimes watched this stuff, but there's some pretty cool shots here. Kind of cringe. I mean, it's an interesting line in the context of how Numenor will later end. As I think Noodles that already went offline said this, or was it Lynn? Maybe it was also Lynn. I forgot who of you said it. I think some of them. Somebody in chat said, basically, if you consider how Numenor ends, it's kind of an interesting foreshadowing that the sea is always right, and that is how Numenor ends. It's kind of a fascinating detail. So you could say, yeah, maybe it's kind of cringe, but you can definitely see the context here. And the Numenorians, as a seafaring nation, potentially had some proverbs like this, and also this bow of the green bow of return, and on their ships as for the friendship and good sailing or passing over the seas, their friendship to Osse and Uinen. Very interesting. Triple H would make the show more interesting. Just imagine the show would all be wrestlers with also the cheesy wrestling dialogue and stuff. That would be insanely hilarious. Wrestler must be Tulka's cameo. That would be cool. Times of Chris, Chris, times of wrestling along on, yeah. Long. I watched it just. There was, in Germany, there was one TV thing. We had satellite TV when I was younger, and one day, like over the day, it was Cartoon Network UK, the English one, which I watched a lot as a kid because I love cartoon shows. And then in the evening, it became TNT, I think it was called. And there sometimes wrestling was shown, and I watched this then when in the evening at times when back in the day when we old people still watched TV. Chris wrestles with the showrunner's lack of understanding. Okay, that's a good one. No, I started something really funny. But yeah, it's kind of cool stuff here. They have this dialogue and explore stuff further, and he has some friends there which he sails with and talks about. And he later seems to do, I don't know, it seems like he thinks about delaying his final exam, if that makes sense. What do you call this final trial? Forgot what the name was in the show. And maybe, I'm not sure, was it just saying delay it? Or was he saying stop being a sailor and do something else? Like that kind of decision. But yeah, it's pretty interesting few scenes here. They do some building up for Isildur, and then also his sister appears. And here we have our first little joke. We have Eärien, his sister, and Isildur, and the show portrays it like they were embracing each other, and he was happy to see his sister, but then it's the horse he he greets first. Defer, yeah. Sea trial, yeah, like, you know what I mean. Undertaker, I know. Now the comments get a bit. Now it's becoming getting ridiculous here in chat. Yeah, defer from his career, right? That's how he phrased it. So he wanted to abandon this idea. Of course, a nightmare thought when it comes to his father. The classical, oh no, the kids again. I really tried to send him to college and now he wants to do something else. Something like that. I found it kind of funny, like this little family thing kind of worked for me. Yeah, you are right, Lala, that it could have been that the sea is always true. That's probably a better phrasing. I fully agree with you there. Some of the wordings are a bit off in the show. We also, somebody earlier mentioned that the Harfoots also say okay sometimes and so on, which is of course not really fitting. Such a great joke, Trev. Every sibling can relate. Yeah, I can. I don't have siblings, so. But I know enough siblings to know that this might be a thing. But yeah, I found this a really, still a decent scene. Like, it could be just some banter between the siblings here and there. Just, I know, but we also know that the that the Numenorians really like the horses. As a result, yeah, it kind of makes, I wouldn't say sense, but it was a cool scene. And yeah, still no idea what's going on with her. We later learn that she will be accepted in the Guild of Arts, or like she wants to become an architect. So it's an interesting idea. Very curious what we'll see with her. And so the children are introduced of Elendil, which we know from the prologue of Lord of the Rings, and Isildur, of course, we also know. Then in the next scene, after that, a little introduction scene, which I found was okay, we see the tree, the white tree Nimlos, the white tree of Numenor, and the white tree of Gondor, the withered one, we know from the Lord of the Rings, is related to this tree. It's a family tree of these trees, pun intended, and Guild of Builders, that's what, yeah, that is, thank you, Lynn. Still, always good to have somebody in chat who has memorized everything. The sea is always blue except at sunrise. Still a better line than what we come up with. I agree with you. They could have written this a little bit better. Mankind of the West, I'm done. But yeah, Nimlos, nice to see, and it seems it losing. I assume they will use it as some kind of bad omen. And then we see in the palace, or in this senate, or whatever you want to call it, Tarmiriel talking to Elendil. And here was the first, for me, the law cringe moment for me. So far, no like, I definitely noticed the problems and all the timeline stuff, of course, but I can blend that out very well. This, though, was the first moment where I know why they did it, but I disliked it quite a bit. And because Miriel was asking her brother, not in this scene, it was, I think, in the scene before. Let me just see if I find, but she asked her brother, who is that man? Like, really? You don't know who Elendil is? He's literally a distant cousin of yours. Like, it's his family. He is one of the lords of Andúnie. His father, like, it is just, I was speechless there for a moment. Egypt decorations, yeah. Sometimes you get this Egypt style as well, that's true. And Tolkien described that the Gondorians, also potentially then the Númenóreans, had something in common with Egypt. Not definitely like their love for monumental stuff. Maybe we can read the letter in a moment, but I read it here before. But yeah, it's I have to say this is a strange scene. Like Miriel should know who this man is. Like I know that in the, like, if we now go back to the problem of if we go back to the problem of law details and timeline compression, of course, very late in the second age, the Lords of Andúnie became slowly the leaders of the faithful, and of course the faithful opposed the king, though Miriel is still the daughter of a faithful king. As a result, she of all people should kind of know who those lords were. At the beginning, they even had, like, they were advisors of the king. Like, there was this character, we have, let me see, Sara Morello made a depiction of her. Her name is Silmarillion, and I forgot the father's name currently. Probably have to look up the exact family tree there, because as you can imagine, remembering all those names is always difficult, and you rarely read about them. Her father was Tar Elendil. That's very ironic in a way that the father of Silmarillion was Tar Elendil, and yeah, she was married to Elathan, and when Silmarillion lived, she was a firstborn child of Tar Elendil. But due to, at this time, the law that also females could become the ruling queen of Númenor didn't exist, the next ruler did not become Silmarillion, but her brother Tar Mineldur, who then became Tar Mineldur, the next king. And yeah, as a result, her line then started with Valandil and so on, the Lords of Andúnie. And Elendil is from this line of Silmarillion. So Elendil is from the royal line. He is a direct descendant of Elros. And I feel like, as a queen, like especially in this royalty and family trees are usually important, and she should definitely know that he is like from a branch of the royal family. Like that I found very strange, to be honest. Like I didn't like that she didn't know. She should know at least who this Elendil is. She should know that he's one of the lords of Andunia, or his father. She should at least know his father Amandil. Interestingly, if I'm not mistaken, Elendil should be age-wise similar to Miriel, right? Yeah, he is. Miriel was born 3117, if I remember correctly. Elendil is 2 years younger, 3119. So they are basically generation-wise from the same generation, if that makes sense. Let me just double-check on the birth date of Miriel. Yeah, 3117. That was my cringe law moment here in the books, because the Lords of Andunia so important in the story, and also antagonized later or very late in the Second Age, and so that she doesn't know who this is really off for me. Like I don't understand this decision. I understand this decision. The decision is she asks him so Pharazôn could explain it for the viewers. That is the intention behind it. I would have preferred if they solved it a bit differently, like let Pharazôn talk to somebody else, or I don't know. Maybe you could have made Miriel phrase it differently, but that yeah. That's a nice pick. Yeah, it's definitely a very nice picture. Shoutouts to Sara Morello, who made it. She also does, I think, commissions. So if you reach out to her, I don't know on what website. She's on DeviantArt. Galleries are always linked in the description. There's probably some information for contact in case you want to have drawn something by her. Okay, Spirka, that's an interesting theory. It says, fun fact, some guys claim that the ancient Greek people weren't able to see the color blue because Homer described the sea as red as wine. Interesting. Killed so many, the blood stained the sea. In case I'm not sure how your name is pronounced, DFOISDF. You while writing you had not a space, and so the bot thought you were posting a link, and then you got timeout for it. In case you wonder. Also, the bot says don't post links. It's just when you write something fast, forgot the link, forgot the space between after a dot, then it thinks it's like a top level domain, and then it's banned. I always have to explain this every stream. It happens at times. Don't worry. You can still see your message though, so they basically said not having a name for it is not the same as not being able to see. We can see all shades between purple and pink, even if we don't have names for them. Yeah. Have we seen Sauron in fair form? Waiting for this prior to watching episode 3? No, I would say no. Except maybe if Halbrand is Sauron, then maybe we have seen him in his fair form. Or the Meteor Man is Sauron. Did I just say Halbrand is Sauron? Yeah, that's what I meant. Hello from Australia. Hello from Germany. Nice to have you here, Mello. But yeah, we don't know it yet. It's definitely not revealed yet. We might see it very late in the first. I don't expect to see Sauron until later in season, like at the last few episodes of season 1, or maybe only in season 2. Like, it could be that he isn't even in the portrayed yet. Really hard to tell. In the meantime, I should do here my production stuff in the background and move on further. Like I said, I just want to point out it's interesting. And she has like this. Miriel basically talks about that bringing an elf to Numenor is treason already. And we have later seen. I have to rewatch this episode a bit, but it seems that Elendil mentions that her father was also faithful, but now lives like an exile in a tower on his own island, basically, and Miriel does the ruling stuff. And I assume what Miriel has to do is find the balance between the forces that don't like the elves and the forces of the faithful their father belongs to, as an elf friend. And really, what I liked about this conversation was that they talked about the name of Elendil and said, what does your name mean? And I find that very interesting, because in Quenya, Elendil means lover of stars. For the Edain, it was intended to signify elf friend. Because the word El can be seen as both elf and it can be seen as star. And the elves, of course, have a very strong relationship to the stars. When they first awoke... Oh, I need a Ted Naismith artwork. When they first awoke in Cuivienen in Middle-earth. Let me just see if I find this. I found it. Awesome. Shouts to Ted Naismith. When the elves awoke in Middle-earth, early on in the First Age, roundabout, hard to hit, but roundabout here, there was a bay called Cuivienen. They awoke there, and I imagine that they were lying on their backs, and then when they awoke for the first time, they came to exist on this world, just created by God. They opened their eyes, and the first thing they saw were the stars, because sun and moon didn't exist, so it was always night, basically, though that's a round world version where this was different and so on. But the first thing they saw were the sky, the stars and the sky, and so this is basically programmed into the elven DNA, if that makes sense, or into their culture, that they revere, that they really love the light of the stars and the idea of the stars. And it's also, of course, a very cool mythological theme. And so it kind of makes sense that you could argue that the word for elf could also mean star. And I like this little discussion here that they have about the name. Like, this feels very Tolkien-esque in a way. So some say that the dialogue's complete terrible, but I would say it's only complete terrible at times, not always. I felt like this little section I really enjoyed. I'm not sure what people think in chat about it, but I felt like that was pretty cool. Oh nice, the Clueless Fangirls here. Chris! Yeah, we are at 5 minutes into the show, and I've streamed already for 3 hours, 20. So there's that. Good morning, Clueless Fangirl. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good day. Have you seen the episode already? We're currently discussing the name of Elendil. Yeah, star also could refer to Numenor, because the island is star-shaped, of course, and was originally called Elena, starwards, because when the Numenorians had to sail to the island from, like, they were, of course, first in Middle-earth. I don't know where. Here somewhere. And then they, after Beleriand was destroyed in the First Age, maybe I can give you the awesome screen transition here. So this is First Age Middle-earth. The darker greenish thing is the thing that got sunk into the ocean among it is Beleriand. And then the world was changed and looked like this. It's just a sketch, it's not precise, but give you kind of an idea what changed. Morning, yes, loved it way more. Okay, interesting. I felt like in chat many voices were a bit mixed about some lines and some details, but I said I would say I didn't like it more than episode 2 because there was not enough Elrond and dwarves in it. I felt like though finally Galadriel has somebody she can interact and act together. I really like these scenes with Galadriel and Elendil, and yeah, I don't know, there were some details that felt also a bit off. Yeah, they changed Elendil. Like we also just a moment before you showed up, I just said this was my cringe law moment because Tarmiriel is not ask Pharazôn, who's that guy? Like she should definitely know who Elendil is. He's literally family. He's just a distant branch of her family, but she should know who the Lords of Andúnir are and what their significance was once in Númenor, especially considering that her father was a faithful. Yeah, Elendil definitely improved the episode. Yeah, and Tar Palantir is mentioned, which is also kind of cool. Well, it's strange that he's exiled, but I can see the argument for it. But yeah, I forgot, chat, is there anything else in this conversation they say here? I probably have to bridge the time really well. I ship myself with Elendil. He also has a ship, that is true. But yeah, really interesting stuff here. Let me just see. I could play the episode a bit. How far in the episode are we? Oh, I think we are 20 minutes into the episode. Good news. So we only have 40 left. So if we... First hour was just talk... We are discussing the episode for, let's say, 2 hours now. And so, I don't know, 4 more hours then we are through, it feels. Oh boy. But maybe we get a bit more speed into the show when we get past it. What I find strange and interesting at the same time she also says Elendil, an uncommon name. And it really seems like Tarmiriel, if she doesn't know him, also knows the name. It's interesting that they introduce this. I kind of like it, even though lore-wise I felt it's a bit unfortunate at times. Why has Elendil been promoted? I think because Miriel is like Galadriel sitting between 2 chairs. On one chair is her faithful father who is abandoned. On the other chair is the people of Númenor who hate the elves, it seems, or dislike the elves. And she has, like, to become queen, I think she doesn't want to lose ties to maybe what her father taught her. And at the same time, she doesn't want to pretend that maybe tries to pretend or tries to understand to some degree what the Númenorian people are thinking of the faithful and the elves and so on. So I could imagine she says there's a mention that I think she talks to her father there and talks about a prophecy that maybe an elf is coming up or so. And maybe she sees like potential in this for Númenor, or maybe, I don't know. We don't know what this prophecy is exactly, or where it comes from, what the deal with it is. But I would assume that she has to act kind of tough in the presence of her people when it comes to Galadriel and maybe even what Elendil did. But somewhere inside she also appreciates it. And I assume it's like a conflict, and she gives like a reason that he's now promoted and has to maybe, like, her idea is, okay, we have to get rid of Galadriel, so we send her back and you will be in charge of that. That's how I understood this. At the same time, she can then appreciate what Elendil has done. He also talks to him quite harsh, I would say, and maybe to explore a bit his reasoning. Why did he do this? And I think I like the actress, and the character seems smart enough to maybe understand, okay, here we have a very, very honest character. He would not let just two people on the sea to die. He takes them, even though it brings him into trouble. And I think that she kind of respects, in a way, even though she can't really officially say that like this. And then he charges him to find a way to deal with Galadriel, if that makes sense. Maybe she also uses him, like, if Galadriel does something bad in Numenor, she can blame him for not doing his duty right, if you understand what I mean. The Isle of Numenor looks like Patrick from SpongeBob. That is awesome. That's the best comment I have read today, and that is true. It has the shape of Patrick or a star, and yeah, there's a connection between Numenor and a star, the star of Eärendil, which in the bay we also have seen Eärendil with the bird, which is his wife transformed into a bird, Elwing, and Eärendil is sailing in his flying ship on the sky with one of the Silmarilli, and he's glowing and emitting light, and people from Earth see him as a star. And he basically, when the Numenorians came to Numenor, the elves brought them there, because the Edain, the Dunedain, that they then became, had to follow this star in the distance to find this island that they got from the High Angels as a gift for their service fighting Morgoth. And it's also explained in the show. Like, they put a decently amount of exposition. For example, later in the prison scene, we can read that Halbrand says, or Galadriel says, that, I don't know how it was phrased, but she says these people here, when they fought against Morgoth, on the side against Morgoth, they were gifted this land here, and Halbrand says my ancestors basically fought on the side of Morgoth, so the opposite, and maybe an interesting contrast they also tried to work out. It is a good move to save face for Miriel. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and this secret thing is an interesting idea. This she wants to appear like as a follower, and then does her I have to be careful here. Her unsecret thing. Let me just go through the timeline of Numenor again, because I'm bad with timelines sometimes. So Tar Miriel, Tar Palantir. Yeah, so the grandfather of Tar Miriel is Gimlizor. And as you notice with the name, it's not starting with Tar, because the Tar part is Quenya, it's an elvish name. And there were kings, there was like a line of, at some point in the line of kings of Numenor, they became so hostile to the elves that they abandoned their language. They have often like an official Quenya name still, but usually they go for these so-called Adunaic names. Adunaic is the language of the Numenorians. And so some of these names we like Ar-Gimlazor works like this. And interestingly, the wife of Ar-Gimlazor was Insilbeth. And Insilbeth was a daughter of Lindorie. I just have to read this up because I can't remember never will memorize those names. And she's from the house or from the line of the lords of Andunia, so the faithful. And in secret, they raised, if I remember this correctly, their son Tar-Palantir as a faithful. Interestingly, and this led to him being faithful instead of so anti-elven as the previous kings. And so this was kind of a change. And Tar-Palantir tried to mend this, we hate the elf stuff, and go back to elf friendship. And he couldn't really do this, and it's maybe interesting. So maybe they go for this year as well, just move it into Miriel's line now and say, yeah, Miriel maybe pretends to be also have this anti-elven attitude, but in truth, by Tar-Palantir, she was raised as a faithful, and she's kind of faithful in secret, if that makes sense. So, yeah, that is maybe what they are doing here. Very interesting. Yeah, maybe it has to do with this prophecy that maybe there is something going on with that. I don't know. Yeah, that is also true. She was shunned by her husband when he found out. Yeah, it's not so great. Oh, the amazing bad boys here. Yeah, it's potentially a thing that might happen. In the second episode, it felt Celebrimbor wanted to make that forge for making the rings, but now it seems already at the end of the second age. Do you think the rings have already been forged? No, they have not been forged. The timeline is completely you have to completely forget what you know about the timeline from the books, because we discussed this earlier in the stream. The events roundabouts Arondir in Mordor hint at that this is early Second Age, like let's say Second Age 1000 roundabout, 900, 950, I don't know, 1020, something like that. The only thing that indicates in this show that this is late Second Age is the Númenórean part, and I think they will just compress the complete line of kings of Númenor and timeline into Miriel and Pharazôn and maybe Tar-Palantir, and then will then lead to the everything of Númenor will be in this generation that we see. I assume that's what they are going. So we have to completely forget that all the Númenórean stuff is happening much later, and just keep in mind that what will happen in Númenor will slowly build up over the seasons, I assume. So I think what we now see is the early Númenor that maybe gets contacted by the elves, and I don't know, they form alliance with some implications, because they have to make it plausible in the confines of this very, very narrow timeline, this very short timeline compared to the books, that the Númenóreans from once elf friends turn to the complete opposite and go into absolute madness at some point. And I think to set this up, they already have this slowly growing anti-elven conflict working there in the background. And I think it's also interesting because there's a lot of contrast here and there. Might be interesting for a story to set it up like this, even though it's not what we find in the books. Wow. Yeah, that is true. Elendil, Miriel, Pharazôn are most important figures in Númenor. You could maybe I would also add Tar Palantir, who is also here, and maybe Elros, the first king, but for sure there are some nuances here and there, like kings that put in some shift, but a lot of, like, if you go through the line of kings, there are a lot of names, but often we know basically nothing about what the king did. Of course, Helen has a theory that one of them might be Nazgul or so. So you can look further into it and construct some theories that are interesting, but yeah, beyond that, you can definitely compress Numenor quite a bit. Ratings have been out for this particular episode. Most have been 5 stars. I think it was an okayish episode, but it didn't blow my mind. So I can definitely see that people are, yeah, it was okay, but maybe it's more like a 5 or I don't know what. Okay, I would say because I don't know how long I will stream today. It seems long. So yeah, they have this thing and he gets kind of promoted. And what is interesting in this context is he gets something from Miriel, right? Or is it in the next scene? Come on, cameraman, just get the focus right. So yeah, he gets as a little promotional gift from Miriel this weapon here. And that is, of course, Narsil. I'm not even sure if I just didn't change the screen. But yeah, Narsil is, of course, an interesting weapon because from what we know from the other sources, it's a dwarven blade. And it's made by the smith Teljar, and that is very interesting detail. Just because, yeah, I don't know. You would not think that the famous blade of Elendil, Narsil, and later Isildur, what is left of it, I should say, is an origin, a blade forged by the dwarves. And the name, I think I mentioned it in for sure mentioned it in, for example, the Elrond video, consists out of Sil and Nar. Anar would be sun, and Ithil would be moon. So there is a reference of sun and moon with the name of this blade. And the name of the blade, I think, how was it translated? Gleaming red flame? No, it was not. Oh, let me just see. What was the translation? Yeah, red and white flame. That's what it was translated. So yeah, so red for the sun, white for the moon. So and yeah, the flame of those, very interesting name. But the names, like the Nar particle referencing fire, and the Thil white light, and then Ithil and Anar for sun and moon. Pretty cool. I'm not sure if we see this from the other side. Like, I would be very curious if we also see a moon on it, but it seems like it is mentioned in Lord of the Rings, of course. And as such, you know, my production is not working as I want it to work. And as such, of course, now we don't see it in this shot well. I hope we get to see the other side. Maybe there's a moon on the other side. It would be pretty cool. But the sun already makes a lot of sense. However, they don't have the rights to portray it as an elven sword. Also, here we have a nice Numenorean map. And you see the names are missing here. We have Meneltarma here in the middle. Here would be Armenilos. Here would be Romena here in the harbor somewhere. And yeah, it seems like they fused this here together. Even though we have two separate dots for it, the Lords of Andunir are here. This is Andunir. I think there's another harbor. Very interesting. Yeah, the material looks a bit slippery. Let me just bring the sword back up. I still would have loved to see the other side of the sword. Maybe we see it later again. Let me just switch scenes again. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, maybe it's a bit slippery, hard to tell. It depends on the material. I like the idea that somebody says it's maybe one of the tooths of well, what do you say? Let me just, who wrote it? Walrus tooth. How do you pronounce walrus in English? I'm not sure. Let me look it up. I'm just curious now. Like, animal names are very difficult. Walrus, okay. Found it. You can get the sword on Amazon. That is cool. If you get it on Amazon, do you get the other side of it? Maybe I can look it up myself. Yeah, I don't find it here, at least in the German store. You should have looked up the English one. Very curious. So far, I don't see it at least, but yeah, it would be. I want to search it for an hour, but very interesting. I think it was sarcasm. Okay, I could imagine that they go for merchandise stuff like this, because I would really curious to see it from the other side, and getting a screenshot would be pretty great. So yeah, next we see an interesting scene. So basically we see on the map, we ask ourselves, like the map gives us an interesting indicator where we are. And there on the map, let me just see the Southlands. Here we see it now a bit more clearly. Let me see if I can bring a bit more sharpness to it. We can make everything a bit bigger here, and we see, yeah, here's the tree already on the map, which I find very interesting. You just get the sharpening effect here on a little bit. So here we see Ostiris. Here's, what was it? Holden, Hunden, I forgot, I can't read it here. Tir Harat, the other village. So we know these are the villages. This is the watchtower here. The river starts and goes here. And it seems like this was kind of attacked, and then they got brought maybe close to this tree here, down here. So maybe down even further now in the south, which kind of surprises me. But yeah, I don't know. I would have expected maybe to get closer to Mount Doom or so. Very interesting here. Orodruin. Yeah, the theory how the sword of Narsil as a dwarven blade got into the possession of Elendil is for sure that it was forged by the dwarves in the First Age, and we talked about Thingol here for quite some time at the beginning. And my theory, and not only mine but of some other people, is because Thingol had good relationship to the dwarves for quite some time, and that they maybe forged it for his weapon chamber. And then later, when his realm fell, these weapons somehow changed, who possessed them, basically that. And it got in the hands of some of the Edain from... and when they went to Numenor, they took this weapon from Thingol's weapon chamber with him, and that is how this weapon might have gotten to Numenor. We don't know how Elendil got the weapon. We just know he had it, and he brought it with him from Numenor. I'm not even sure if it's mentioned that he brought it from Numenor back, but that's the most common theory. But yeah, it's really interesting. Oh, I just did it the wrong way around, but this is what I wanted to show you. We see next is we make a switch and we come, as said, to back to Mordor, which is of course where is it? Here it is. So, and the map suggests that we are maybe down here closer to the Sea of Nurnen or something, and he's in this prison camp. And we have seen it at the beginning. We started talking about this quite a bit already. And what it seems like what they are going for is they want, in their path is this ancient tree, and it's really huge and tall. Like we see this. Also on the map here we see a sea monster again, the Sundering Seas. Kind of fascinating. I'll have to just try finding the tree. Really a good map transition again. Like there's a tree and we got this shot here of the tree. Won't get it sharp in any form. And however, it's in the way, and the orcs, for their continued digging these trenches, want that this place is that this tree is removed. We also get the introduction of this orc here in the sun, and we got a shot of the this might be blending a bit. That the this cloud moves away from the sun, and then the next scene, like I really like this little exposition shot here. The next scene, we see how the orc that's outside suddenly is not a happy orc anymore, and he has to cover himself and get out of the sun. yeah, this I really liked. It's the classical, okay, we show you what it is. We don't really explain it. You just see it in the background, and then you understand why these orcs need this workforce, because they can't be out in the sun all the time. And yeah, that's pretty interesting little idea there. We see the people work in the background. Arondir, of course, notices this and thinks, oh yeah, the sun, that could help us. Now it's daylight, and we are most powerful against the orcs if we would want to escape during daylight. Why is Elendil son of Gondor? Why is Elendil treated as some random captain in the show? I don't know. I assume he's only treated like this because they used this as a device to explain who Elendil is to the viewers, basically. To have a proper build-up for him. Though, lore-wise, of course, Miriel should know who he is. Like, he is, of course, kind of important person. And a distant relative of Miriel as well. At least Amazon did not move the Southlands north, exactly. But yeah, definitely, there are some people who know the books and the lore well. This episode can be quite triggering. Though it had also some good details, we discussed this already. Yeah, I have potentially... Don't go too much into the score stuff. But yeah, we have all these orcs being busy here, and a lot of stuff happens in these scenes, and they're working together. Also trying to chain people and whatnot. And yeah, what I really liked though about this little detail is that these elves are introduced as Sylvan elves, and there's a confrontation later with the guards that they should basically chop off this tree. And of course, the Sylvan elves, which is different for example, the Noldor elves, really like their trees. Like, they don't want to just chop random trees down. That is a thing they don't do. I really felt like, okay, that's a kind of a cool moment in a way. I assume this is the reason why they are Sylvan elves, even though still no idea why they are under the command of Gil-galad, but it's really interesting. Vampire orcs, exactly. Yeah, I think they toned down the violence a little bit in this scene, even though it was the most violent scenes we have seen, I think, so far, right? Yeah, that's why they have these chains. So over the chains they could maybe pull them back in and punish them if they would do stuff. So, but they need the constantly to move the prisoners because they don't want to do the digging themselves in the sunlight. But I agree, it is strange everything. But for me, still, I felt like it made sense, and it tried to explain that the elves don't want to dig further. Like the warden, the watch warden, forgot his name. basically explains, yeah, there are woods in the way, the trees in the way, we have to dig around. And they say, no, just destroy the tree. And then this conflict starts, and yeah, we have this scene with water and so on, and they feel, yeah, something is wrong about this. Maybe the water is poisoned, and they really try to basically, I don't know. Everyone is expecting something bad is going to happen, and they keep the tension for quite some time until it almost feels like, okay, we are now relieved, and then yeah, the warden kills one of the elves. Don't want to show too much blood here and stuff, but then Arondir to maybe, I don't know, to the surprise, he's going to cut the tree down then, which is kind of interesting that he does that. Probably, maybe to get the other prisoners somewhat behind him, if that makes sense. Like he's, like you could, for example, make an argument, okay, these elves don't want to do the work, and now we have all to suffer under them, basically. And I think maybe Arondir doesn't want to give this impression, and has to overcome his idea of, okay, we just can't destroy trees. I kind of like that idea, I have to admit. Yeah, that is true. Last time they didn't show the exact beheading, though we have seen the cut of head itself. But it's always like this stuff you always have to consider have to do with age rating in some countries. Like cutting off a head is still seen more extreme as for example what we have seen here. Though I was a bit surprised by that. It was not a too deep cut and so on. And as Lynn already said in chat, probably the wound didn't look deep enough and so on. Probably would not have bled out from that little bit. But I think it's a classical film trope that when you get like your throat cut, you basically die instantly. Even if it's just a tiny cut. Like, well, it looked unpleasant, don't get me wrong, but you know what I mean. I just don't want to show the throat cut here. And yeah, then Arondir goes up to the tree and has really to overcome this idea. I like that he stands in front of the tree, also touches the tree, talks to the tree. Like this, Arondir as a result, in this scene again, feels more elven than a lot of the other characters. Like this is like kind of primal. It's not, of course, the case for all elven, like the Noldor also chop trees most likely because they have woodworks and so on. But for some other elves, like the Sylvan elves, this might be seen a bit differently. So yeah, the elven clans are not always comparable in that regard. The roots are halfway dug out, so probably would have survived anyway. Yeah, good point, I guess. Yeah, Son of Gondor, I definitely get your impression that it feels kind of more. It kind of does. It's a typical, okay, I got accepted to college thing, if that makes sense, but just toned down to the Builders Guild. I find it kind of works because we know a big society like Numenor probably had guilds and had to build all of that what we just have seen. It needs organization, so it kind of makes sense in my opinion, but I agree the approach of it felt a bit modern. Definitely. Yeah, that is true. Another trope is that arrows insta-kill everyone. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely more lore to these guild systems we know from, for example, Europe or so. It's definitely an old concept. Like if you want to have big cities and stuff like this, you need organization. You need, for example, guilds. You need people who are educated in building stuff and so on. You need all these details. So it definitely makes sense for an advanced civilization as Numenor. So we can look into the translation. I didn't have, as said when I watched it, to get the screenshots here done for you for my stream. So I don't have the subtitles on it. I had subtitles off. It's always the same. As a result, I have not seen them, but we just look into it. Somebody, Spielcup just posted them. Are my subtitles here deactivated for reasons unknown? Okay, interesting. Of course, it doesn't work. It's always the same. Now, let me just Obscene doesn't say anything to me. Arnin I have heard before. I think that can definitely be translated in some shape or form. Okay, it could be a form font to give. Hanin. Telerin. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Where is it mentioned? In the Parma Eldramberon, this form is mentioned. Very interesting. What was the other word? That I have to look further into. With a P. Oh, I instantly find something. Obscene verb remit, release, forgive. Okay, the first form. Like there are multiple problems though that I noticed. One thing to maybe take away from the teaser we just saw, Aaron, the episode 4 teaser that what happens next time, little teaser trailer, and there it seems like he speaks Quenya, and Quenya is of course a weird idea because if this is a Sylvan elf, as we discussed earlier in the show, because I also read the quote. Maybe I probably don't have it up anymore. Let me see. All the Sindar shall hear my command, that they shall neither speak with the tongue of the Noldor, nor answer to it, and all such as use it shall be held slayers of kin and betrayers of kin, unrepentant. So it's, in my opinion, very unlikely that a Sylvan elf would speak Quenya. It's not impossible, of course, but it's unusual. However, he is a Sindar, he's a Sylvan elf in service, it seems, of Gil-galad, who is the Noldor king, though even the Noldor for conversation spoke, of course, also Sindarin and not Quenya anymore, and Quenya became more like Latin. It's a bit unusual that they seem to converse in Quenya so much when maybe they should have went for Sindarin. I'm not sure why this decision was done, and it's not a big problem, I think, but I find it, kind of fascinating that this was the case. So to the other thing, the other word means to forgive, something like this. So he basically asks the tree for forgiveness. Anta. So maybe it means something like give me forgiveness, give. I don't know. Not 100% sure. Probably have to look further into this, but I would. Let me just see. Do I find the form here? Present first. Person singular. Aliquenia anta. To give. It would mean I give. You have the, what is the other form? As I said, this always takes some time. Interesting. I'm not 100% sure how it's translate. How it would translate it. Maybe it's not forgive, because it also means to release something or to let go or let loose. So something among those lines. Very interesting. Not sure, but it seems like I interpret it as that he begs or he asks for forgiveness, or I don't know, he wants to release it in some way. Maybe that's also a way we could see this. Very interesting. At least they're not speaking Klingon. Yeah, exactly. It was basically forbidden to speak, especially for the Cinder. However, Thingol is a Cinder elf and not a Sylvan elf. The Sylvan elves, though, always had a good relationship with the Cinder, and some of the Cinder became the kings of some Sylvan elves. So I would assume they have a very similar stance, and they are both from, like, the Sindar and the Sylvan elves are from the sub-clans of the clan of the Teleri, and of course the kinslaying was against the Teleri. So as a result, the kinslaying is like slaying of, it's them getting, or their family getting slain in a way, their distant family getting killed by the Noldor. So yeah, I could definitely agree on that. This is a problem with that. But yeah, and then a lot of fighting happens, and yeah, with this, the orcs seem to like that they have forced their prisoner to go against his nature in a way. Like, especially this orc here has an especially good time with it, and they are cheering and so on. And maybe, I know, Arondir tries to prevent further bloodshed, which I feel like, okay. It almost seems like, as I said, maybe kind of wise. Maybe he also tries to set up a few things, maybe to bring the other prisoners on his side, that he brings a sacrifice, and so his chances for a rebellion breaking out get big. I'm not sure how far he thought this process here through, but still interesting to see. And it's also like, I'm not sure if I see this right, but yeah, here in this scene you see it maybe a bit more clear. Here he is now chopping the tree, and you see that these orcs are also threatening to kill other prisoners. It's not only his friend here, and one has already died here. It's also yeah, like he knows if he doesn't potentially, what do you call it, listen to what they say, there might be more bloodshed, and I don't know. Then in Numenor, in the meantime, Galadriel managed to basically free herself, and she's now sneaking through Numenor and trying to escape from the guards. And yeah, very interesting detail. How she got away, we don't know, but we can definitely imagine that a Galadriel is able to escape if she wants to do that. She's powerful. The orcs are good at being roasted in the sun. That's their special ability, but yeah, I don't know. They're good at fighting. That is potentially true. Let me try to see. There was like, we could see the other side, I think, in one shot. So yeah, here in this shot we see the big tree. We see there are some side trees, and they're also destroying those. We see, I assume, sulfur or whatever, smoke coming out. It's not only here, so there is more work. There's stuff burning and so on. So they are slowly turning Mordor into a thing. And here they have this massive trench here covered with this, so the orcs can live there and maybe move through Mordor. Potentially a bit unseen, as the Watch Warden said, and also potentially otherwise. I can't see the Mount Doom in the background, so I have no idea where we are though in Mordor, but I assume we are off in the south. Why they would go there, don't ask me. Yeah, well, we were already a bit further with the Galadriel arc. And what I liked is that, of course, Elendil, now in charge, finds Galadriel instantly when she escapes and thinks, haha, I escaped. And then I really like this. Yeah, I've seen you there. Pretty. I kind of like that. So we are back on Numenor, map-wise. That leads me to moving my arrow again. Probably in the capital, Armenilos. Quite interesting. I tried to find a screenshot where we see the sword of Elendil a bit better. When we... Yeah, she also, like, here in the background, you see how busy it is. You see all the details in the background. Pretty nice. There's also this barrel here, and black stuff is in it. What is in English, what is the black stuff that you use for ships called? Probably that is what is stored in this thing here, just thinking of it. Elf must be blind to miss this. Well, they were also stationed further in the what is it called, south? North. Tar. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So maybe that's it. That's what they're going here. Pretty cool detail. And then we have this shot here, as said. Here we see, yeah, it's still the sun symbol. I would really like to see his sword in completely. May have to watch this scene more to maybe see if I find something. Just have to play it. There's also the statue in the background, and water comes out of it. Like here we see it. Very curious what this might reference. If somebody has a good idea for it, feel free to post in chat. I also find funny that he says, yeah, the boat you just looked out for doesn't do the trick. But yeah, I really like this dialogue here scene. I really liked. Pretty nice dialogue scene between the two. These are the scenes we need for Galadriel to set up her character. This makes Galadriel potentially think, maybe reconsider, maybe learn to look deeper into things. We have to really... Oh, nice. Círdan is here. Welcome, man. Nice to see you. Really, this dialogue I really liked, I have to admit. That he also speaks Quenya with her, which makes sense. The Númenóreans definitely could speak Quenya, especially the noble ones, the Lords of Andunia, etc. They had Quenya names. Pretty nice. Yeah, the fight scene that comes up in a moment, we discuss this, then yeah, I don't... Not much to say on that. Let me just get here my screenshotting right. Okay, I finally found a screenshot from the other side. So it seems the sun is on both sides of the blade. This should be the other side of it. We don't see the moon, unfortunately. I would have loved to see here the sun, on the other side the moon or so. That would have been awesome. Let me just mark this scene here really quick. Like some speculated that on the other side of the sword we might see the moon or so. Here you see the other side. This is now from his perspective, the right side of the blade. But you also see this. Probably have to still look at the hilt, but interesting. And then we have subtitles. You speak Elvish, she asks. And it's really surprised. I really like that scene. Pretty cool. And yeah, then they ride off on their very precious horses. And basically go into the direction. This is an interesting shot here. My key is stuck. I'm not shouting. Oh man. I think be careful though that you don't write too long answers. I think I have the bot set the bot to then too many caps letters might get you a timeout or so. I have wonking caps key. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, threatening him with a dagger, I agree on that. Maybe we should jump back to this scene really quick before we talk about Númenórean geography. No, but Elendil's a pretty cool dude. He doesn't care. I like that. But I agree. That's definitely a scene I didn't like. Like as I said, this is savage Galadriel. She is not a diplomat at all, and what she's doing often is not wise. And she sees like the world is complete against her, and she doesn't see allies. If you compare, in contrast, see Elrond, um, who does things differently, and I find this fascinating in a way. Though it's really off. I agree on that, but I hope she now slowly gets a character progression going on, and her wisdom grows a little bit, and she becomes less savage. I would definitely think like she now looks like a noble lady with this dress, but she still is like a warrior Galadriel, and on a path of revenge, and the world is against her, but she will fight it anyway, no matter if it's smart or not. And especially as one of the most powerful elves, yeah, of course she has like potential to know what she can do in a way. What do you mean with wrong dagger grip? Like one half is gold, and you see it here. The other, do you think the as a what you call it continuation mistake? Where did you get the money? Yeah, we discuss this in a moment. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. I agree on that. It definitely has some Assassin's Creed vibes here and there. I agree on that. Yeah, Elrond's words to put up her sword seem so sage now, but the problem is that they had a very short conversation. Elrond couldn't really like a character like a savage character like Galadriel that has this huge development in front of her. She really needs these other characters that she can interact with to grow in the process. Like she needs always a contrast. Like we will see a lot of contrast, I think, with her. She does something like this, and then we have this very calm Elendil who says, "Hey, Galadriel, that's not a smart idea. Maybe take a different ship if you escape. Do you think that is really smart? Also, I speak Elvish. I'm not against you. There are still people here who like the elves." Stuff like that. It introduces a bit of the complicated relationship of Numenor that Numenor later in the lore has, and at the same time also helps Galadriel potentially rethink her savageness, if that is even a word. So interesting. It's a very strong contrast to Elrond, who would have went into the throne and said, "My heart sings, seeing you here, distant ancestor." Distant descendant, not ancestor. Ah, okay, you mean not the grip, you mean how she grabs it. Ah, okay, now I get it. Sorry for that. It's not the best way to if you're gonna stab someone. Yeah, potentially, though I'm in the art of stabbing someone I'm not too familiar with. For Elendil, not to take her serious at all diminishes her character even more. Yeah, that is true. Like, we have to bear with beer, whatever. We have to accept that this is really the case with her. But yeah, they're now writing. We wanted to discuss, of course, the geography. So I assume what we see here in the background is wait a moment. Okay. I thought, what is this? Is this a bit of dirt on my monitor? No, it's a bird. It's just what is this object? Do they have I don't know. What do you call this? Planes or something? Helicopter? No, it's a bird. Yeah, if this is Armenilos, if we now look at our map here, like in theory, if this is Meneltarma here on the other side, then this is north, right? It can't be Meneltarma then. Let's say this direction is north, then they would go east. And I assume they go to Andunje, so that should be west. Very interesting. But I assume it's hilly around there. There are hills or whatever. Very interesting also, if you zoom a bit, if you go a bit back in the scene, you also see here's a statue and you have all the bridges. It's hard to tell if we can see the palace here in the background. I don't think so. Probably it's the outskirts or so. It's hard to tell which direction they are going. If we go by the shadow, let's say it's noon, then the sun would be here. So this would be south. Then if this is south, this works. They go west then. Yeah. Wait, am I confusing it? It's really complicated. Galadriel needs to learn from Arya Stark. Christopher Lee would not approve. Just by saying, I know the lack of cultivated fields. Yeah, that's a possibility, but it could be the land is pretty big. It could be somewhere else. But you might be right. It would be, of course, good to see some farmers and so on. They can't just eat fish. But yeah, the shadows of the horse is correct. The position of the sun is correct. Only strange part is that the mountains are there. If this is Armenilos, because as we can see here on the map, the big mountain in the middle is north of Meneltarma, not south. That's a bit of Armenilos is a bit, yeah, that's a bit strange, just direction wise. But maybe this mountain there in the background is Mineltarma, and this is just further away than we think, and then they're just, I don't know. Still doesn't work because I would expect the big mountain here, but I don't know. There could have been some more mountains here in Numenor. Who knows? And yeah, we see Galadriel on the horse, and she really has a good time. I have to say, these prolonged slow-mo shots, I found a bit too cheesy. I kind of get it. With a white horse. I'm not a horse breed expert, but somebody I was invited somewhere on the stream to discuss the trailers, and somebody said it's like he read that this is a very noble horse breed. Not sure if somebody in chat has any knowledge to this, but feel free to let me know. But yeah, the shot is beautiful, I have to say. But how long the shot is in slow motion and so on is I felt like it was a bit too much, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. She smiles finally. I think that was also a point I wanted to point out. This is the first time I think we see Galadriel. No, not the first time. The second time we see Galadriel smiling. I can't. Have you seen my? You probably have. Have you seen my review of Elrond? There is a scene where Elrond speaks like Gil-galad, the sending them to Valinor and honoring them ceremony, where Gil-galad held the speech that Elrond wrote, and Elrond speaks along with Gil-galad his speech, and Galadriel notices it, looking it, and then for a moment she smiles because she noticed how he's saying that. I found that very, very nice scene, nice touch, and when scenes like this, you definitely see that the actress of Galadriel definitely knows what she's doing, but just the script is sometimes not that great for her. Lynn should have played Galadriel. Ah, okay. It has a special mutation of a gene called it's called Cremello. Okay, I've never heard of that. Good to know. Yes, there's one statement, like it's in Lord of the Rings, not even the Silmarillion, it's stated that Elrond and Elros were twins, but we know from some note, I've forgotten which book it was. It must be one of the early ones, maybe The Lost Road and other writings, I think it could be. There is like a very short note of Tolkien that they are twins. So yeah, Elrond and Elros are twins, but this is a very like it is in the books, but you have to really, really search for this information. And canon could be debated. However, it makes kind of sense to portray them as twins because there are a lot of twins in this particular line of Elrond here and there. Like for example, the children of Dior, that's the two brothers of Elwing, Elored and Elorin, I think were their names, that were set out to starve in the forest as children and died as a result by the sons of Feanor. They were also twins. And I would probably some other instances of that. But my theory is a bit that these twins kind of represent the duality of their bloodline of being half men, half elven. Yeah, I saw it. We come to that. They don't look alike, but I really like that they even included this. Like, that to me. Is Elros mentioned in The Lord of the Rings? Or is it just a Silmarillion mention? Yeah, he is mentioned. Awesome. The sons of Eärendil were Elros and Elrond, the Perethil or half-elven. So he is mentioned in Lord of the Rings. Awesome. I have to look online for that size. 1.6 meters, yeah, 162. "30 seconds of riding, I won't get back." That is true, but I don't know. I felt like the shot was a bit too long, in my opinion. But in a way, some people complain sometimes that it's that they don't take enough time for their shots, and the pacing is. Maybe some complain the pacing is too slow. Some complain the pacing is too fast at times. I don't know. I think these shots, kind of work, and it's nice to see finally Galadriel being a bit more happy. She's really having a good time though, on the horse. So it turns out Galadriel likes riding. Let's move on. Here, yeah, we see in the distance also. I assume this is then really. We speculated about this in the past. If this is, I don't know, Andunje or some of the places there. This might be. Maybe the tower here in the background is where the king is exiled, or maybe this tower. I'm not sure. But it seems like the Tar Palantir, the king of Numenor, who is an elf friend, went into exile for whatever reason. I think Elendil mentions that somewhere, which is very interesting. Okay, still a horse discussed. Yeah, I know what you mean. But maybe elves don't change their clothing style. Like I like the law. So Vikram Singh says, I like the lore aspect of Elrond and Elros, but seeing the actual actor in the same clothes in the painting was a bit of an unfortunate comedic moment. Yeah, that's true. But I assume they wanted to make clear this is Elrond, so the viewer who doesn't know that Elrond has a brother know, okay, this is Elrond. This is his brother. I mean, she also mentions it, but they want to make it visually clear to everyone, I think. You have to, when it comes to the how Galadriel looks, he's on a horse, riding at speed, plus in super slow motion. Like, stuff looks always a bit weird and super, more exaggerated in super slow motion. That's probably not helping. Like, you have to think about it. It's so slow, this shot, that this is how she looks like. Literally, in real time, it would be like 2 seconds or so, or 3. Maybe a bit more because the shot is really long, but yeah, let's move on. This stream will be long again. There's a lot to unpack here. In the meantime, we see, I think, what's going on with Halbrand, right? Yeah, we see Galadriel on the thing here. She looks a bit like she's riding a roller coaster, I feel like. That's kind of fitting. And here Halbrand comes into the smithy and tries to find a place for himself, but the Númenóreans won't let him work here, which I feel like is very unfortunate, kind of. Though we later see him in a smithy as well, so maybe he gets hired or so. I don't know what the deal of that stuff and behavior is. I think Halbrand also has to make, I'm not sure who he is now exactly, if he's Sauron or not, if he later becomes a bad guy. It seems plausible to me that this might happen, or that some of it could be the case, but we don't know for sure. And I think they also now with a bit of, now we have to introduce on top of Galadriel's problems, also have to do something with Halbrand. And I think his discussion is he has like this mysterious past, he's basically escaping from it in a way, at least how they portray the character, and he's basically the Aragorn in a way, or in a different way. It's not the noble Aragorn we know, but he is like also some kind of descendant of a king or so, it seems, and he tries to find his place here, and he has to maybe get rid of his rough mentality, but also, I don't know, like he's also a little scoundrel, if you want. Like, he steals stuff. He has not done the stealing stuff for the first time. You definitely noticed that. And the way how he just finished off these Númenóreans who want to giving a good beating, really definitely shows, okay, this guy has also, like, he can get really angry. I mean, they punched him really hard, so I feel like it is kind of justified, but you definitely notice that. It makes it kind of interesting to see where they go with Halbrand. I think he has like a lot of potential. I think there's another shot where he's in the promotion material, where he sits in this smithy, because this object here in the background I recognize, I think. He might be sitting here or so and looking out of it with his sword. Very interesting. Who else wears socks? I don't know. Yeah, the set is mostly built and not CGI. That's really, really impressive. I'm watching it on a 4K monitor in 4K, and it looks pretty decent, I have to say. Visuals are really, really impressive. Joe's Corner, gotta get to go. Bye, guys, and girls. Yeah, thank you for staying. See you next time. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Joe. Yeah, he's really reluctant going back to the Southland. So maybe he really tries to establish himself, and then Galadriel has to do the extra convincing. And this is maybe how she might establish her more diplomatic side slowly. That she maybe is able, like Elrond is able to mend his friendship with Durin. He's maybe able to convince him that, yeah, maybe go back with me to the Southland. So Galadriel might use him to get her goals, or to still get her revenge. But I could imagine that this is the direction they might going here in Numenor. And now we see him eating seafood a lot. So it really, you're right, they really eat a lot of fish here. And the other Numenorians look at him, and I don't know, it's hard to tell if they liked him or not. Yeah, that is true. Like, opposed to Aragorn, at least in the books, Halbrand is avoiding his responsibility if he is indeed the king of the Southlands. And Aragorn in the books he wants to become king. It's only the film thing that he doesn't, is also reluctant in a way. But maybe it is more like a film Aragorn thing that they try to build up here. Very curious about where they go with this character. So I was also completely off that I thought Halbrand might be related to the Norsemen, the later known as the Eotheot, who are the ancestors of the people of Rohan. But that seems not to be the case. Though there is a horse theme going on with him, and don't get me wrong. Have a look at the burning water design. What? Burning water design on the wall. Somebody wrote ping me as well. Needs to be a guild member, yet never explained how to do that. Then he has money to pay for it. I assume that to live in Numenor, Miriel, because he's not now. I thought Miriel would put Galadriel and him into prison originally when I saw the trailer footage, and so it seems it's not. So they kind of gave him, here you have some money so you can buy some food or so, and basically he got some, what do you call it? A little tip? No, not a tip. In German would say Taschengeld. To get along. What is it? Pocket money? Yeah, something like that. That's how I assume he gets to the money. Still, we have to look into the thing Lynn said, because you pinged me and I would like to answer that. Opposed to Aragorn, Halbrand, yeah, we already read this. Chili sauce in Numenor, sure. Yeah, that is true, but why not? We have like it was established in the Harfoot scene that Poppy mixed fire powder, whatever she called it, into something to eat for Malva to play a prank on her or something. Well, she dislikes her potentially. As a result, yeah, that's something that might exist. We also know that Bronwyn also has, like, she's a healer, she uses like herbs and so on. So why should Numenor not have something spicy as this? It's a highly advanced society. I still have to go back to the fire and water thing here. Oh, yeah, now I see it, yeah. You mean this here, right? This is the water, this is the fire here in the background. Now I see it. It's a really good question. I think because these are substantial, both fire and water are kind of parts of smithing. I'm not an expert, but you need fire to heat it. But then you also need like water, or not directly water. I think depending on what you want to do with the metal, like you can control the what is it called? The carbon. I have to look up every word I want to say. How much carbon is basically in the metalwork, and then you can control it by cooling it again and using a specific fluid with, I think it's not pure water, if I'm not mistaken. There are also other means to do this, and which you can mix into it to get certain effects. But as I said, I'm not a metal worker. I have no idea. But I would agree on that these are maybe the two very, very important components for smith. You always have the classic scene, somebody heats something and then he throws it into a bucket of water at the end, when the forging process is stopped to harden it, for example. Exactly. To temper the iron. That is the phrasing. Or exactly. I think depending on if you want to control the carbon part of it, you have to use some oil or something. I don't know. Maybe there's a smith in chat who can explain us in detail. And also the Numenorians, of course, as Kirdan said, think the fire and water decoration just represents how important they are for metalwork, and maybe also how important they are for culture, like to have ships, to have this society. You need metalwork, but also water is really important for Numenor with their ships and where they get their seafood from and so on. So yeah, something like that. There's another possibility that says maybe he stole the money. That's definitely a possibility. But I would say it's pocket money, just so he gets along. Like, Miriel doesn't want her guests completely without resources. Like, they need to eat something and so on. I can imagine it has to do with that. Yeah, and then he gets into a lot of trouble with the people. Let's see if I find the scene. And yeah, like it seems like these dudes want to give him a really hard time. And the Numenorians, of course, can also be seen as kind of arrogant because they are high men and the others are just middlemen or low men, or what were they called? Men of darkness? No. Dark men? Forgot what the phrase was, but you probably know what I mean. So they make... You could definitely portray them like this, that the Numenorians are kind of arrogant. And he noticed that it seems like this is a symbol of their guild they belong to, and he wants to get into this guild. And then we get a screenshot later where he's just drinking with them. Like here he just gives the round. Pretty awesome. No, not the... I don't mean the Kingsmen. I mean, not the Black Numenorians. Let me just... Yeah, Men of Darkness, I think, is a term Tolkien might use. Or Men of Shadow. Probably have to look this up, though. Don't put this here, but I think that... And then the Variaks, the Easterlings, I guess later the Black Numenorians, the Haradrim, the Dunelandings, the Hillmen, and so on, all Men of Darkness. These are men who once fell under the rule of Morgoth and became there and served him in the First Age. So they make this distinction there, and he maybe see this guy as lower as themselves, and maybe want to give them a very bad time. But yeah, still pretty interesting scene to see. And then they have a good time. Pretty neat. And here you see this shot here shows basically the stealing process. You see how he has his hand around his shoulder, and he tries to grab the guild thing from this dude here. Pretty neat detail. Here in this scene, you see it in particular. See, now this thing is gone and he has it in his hand. And now he stole it. So you could have seen it. So the process of thievery is done. And I have to admit, I did not notice it while watching it the first time until he was holding it in his hand. So, pretty nice. He's a sidekick of Galadriel, yeah, kind of. And in some scenes, Galadriel is his sidekick, potentially. Groceries bought, dog groomed, I'm back, and of course, you're still here. Of course I am. It might be a really long stream today, like. How far are we into the episode, though? Oh boy, we're halfway through. Oh no. Yeah, well, we have to speed up things a bit. I did not plan a 10-hour stream. I can promise that already. Maybe only 9 hours 50. And then he, just moves on. Pretty nice shot. People seem to like him now because he bought them drinks from the money of the queen. I kind of find it funny. It's a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. Also, they also have, besides fish, they also eat some, I don't know what animals here might be on this grill, but seeing that and having I have not had much breakfast today, so I'm quite hungry. As a result, let us skip over this pretty fast. And yeah, then he is caught up. He has his guild thing, his guild symbol missing, emblem, insignia, whatever you call it. And that is unfortunate for him. Oh no, I just screwed up colossally. Here in production. Okay, got it. I wonder if these people here behind him are already following him. I think this is the man whose skilled weapon is missing, right? He has this hat. He has this. If we skip ahead a tiny bit. Here we also see the guild thing. So he definitely here I realized, oh, he stole it from this guy. And you see these little, what do you call them, tongs? Whatever. The thing from the smithy. So yeah, it seems like the Smith guild thing. Very interesting detail. And somebody had to design this. Like, I always find it fascinating how much stuff they had to build for that. And now, yeah, it's the same. Like here, the tall guy, he has a green hat. He has this thing. Yeah, they already followed him. Very curious how this comes to be in the background. You also, yeah, if we go completely back. Here, this is a tall guy. This is the guy who he steals from. Very interesting to see. And if you look into it in detail, it's a weird, funny little cut. That they are so close behind him already. Let me see if I can get a shot. Yeah, here we see it better from this angle. This is the green cap man. Yeah. It was them all the time. Very interesting. Like what I kind of liked about this from shot wise. When I saw them here at first, I thought this might be random peasants or so that are just walking somewhere in the background. It didn't look like it were them. I didn't realize. Now looking at frame by frame, you realize it, but they could have been just also like these other dudes here in the front. Though maybe they are a bit too suspicious. Like you definitely notice them and think, are they following him? And then I thought for a moment, probably not. But that's what's happening. Interesting. Also didn't look at chat for a moment. Sorry for that. Spanferkel. Yeah, that is exactly. Now kind of the asterisk quotes coming out. Oh, that's an interesting detail. It doesn't help me getting through this show fast enough. No, I did not notice. So he says the coal is not burning. It's maybe gas or something that they use. I could imagine though that maybe I'm wrong. Using actual coal here in this particular set would maybe like a safety concern. Maybe color the set, render it black or something like that. Maybe there is like a production reason behind this potentially. I don't know. I felt like the average Numenorian stuff kind of worked. I didn't feel like the clothes of the Numenorians were completely off. I also heard people say that they really liked the how people looked here in these scenes. You mean this man is George Lucas? I don't think so. It would be funny though, if random George Lucas in the background. That would be really awesome. They could CG burning coal, that is true, but yeah, as I said, I don't mind. I didn't even notice, but well spotted. Yeah, it might be VFX fire as well. You might be right there. Could be completely post produced into the scene. Yeah, Halbrand is pretty tall. That is true. And yeah, then they have this conversation here, and they notice that he stole something from them, which he does not like. It's a color scheme. I don't know. I think it's we have seen quite a bit of color. I felt it was pretty colorful, though you might be right that there should be more variants in it. But I don't know. It's for me it was perfectly fine. I'm not sure how other people think that. Wait, in the show, which city are we in? It is not set, I think, but I consider that they are close to the palace, and the palace was in Armenilos. Eldalonde would be on the screen here. I think Eldalonde is here, right? I don't have my Atlas of Middle-earth here. Maybe I could get it, but whatever. Yeah, that is true. Like, I agree with Spielkap there. I preferred the Numenorian costumes more compared to the other medieval or fantasy shows in which everyone is clothed in rags and the streets are all muddy. Yeah, I agree on that. Like, here it feels a bit more colorful, and I kind of like that. It was a nice touch for me, but I guess tastes can, of course, be opinions can be different on that. But for me, it worked out. Oh, that's an interesting detail we notice. And now with my advanced superpowers, no, not superpowers, but we could look into what is written there on the scene. I just have to look up something really quick. Okay, that worked. Lucky for me. Somebody reconstructed the Numenorian alphabet. I have not looked into this myself too much, but just want to point that out. First of all, I need to get production going for this to even remotely work. Might be hard to read, because I don't know the letters, but they had I think a Numenorian writing system. They developed for the show, I should have said, and you just try to get this a bit sharper, maybe a bit more contrast in it as well. I would not have expected another letter here. I have to admit, this letter here I struggle a bit with recognizing. It's either a G. Is there a similar letter to that? Because I need a vowel. Because this is a T and this is an H. So this is TH. What is this? This is an I. This is a V. Maybe it's also written... No, it's not written wrong. I and V. The rest I can't really read. So hard to see. It could be an N here. I really need a vowel here, as this word makes no sense in my opinion. But maybe it's just gibberish and not means anything. But because it's not an official writing system, maybe it's not consistent in the show. I'm not sure. So far can't tell you what it means exactly, but I found it interesting. Oh, you can't see my stuff here. Right. Give him a vowel. Hey, an I, any. Yeah. So this is an I, this is a V. This is an H, this is, I think, a T. This should be a G, but it makes no sense. So we have G, GTH, IV, and this I can't see, and this here I'm also not sure what these letters are. It's too washed out, but whatever. Still interesting. We might look into this further. Or maybe Círdan. Strength of... Or maybe it's an O, not an I. Nice. Good that Círdan is here. Yeah, I couldn't think of a word like that it has GTH, but strength, of course. Now that you say it. So, strength... So this must be an N. Okay, I see it now. So it says strength of something. Pretty cool. I swear those rings are plastic. Possible, but even if it is plastic, it doesn't matter. They made him look somewhat metal. You have to consider, I just zoomed in by 300% or so. It's just, usually it would look much less like that. Like here, it still looks metal enough, in my opinion, to work as an illusion in film. Of course, if you zoom in, if you freeze frame, zoom in 300%, you might notice. But for production value and stuff, I wouldn't mind if it's plastic that just looks metalish. All the clothes seem to have the same writing on it. Okay, interesting. Maybe it's like in general or only of these people, because this is maybe a guild thing, because they are all in the metal worker guild. Yeah, Círdan is Murdo. Spoiler. On Discord he is called Círdan. That is why I call him like that usually. And yeah, then we have like a punching scene here. And yeah. In general, okay, interesting. Maybe because there are different guilds and all the guilds have this design. Maybe it says strengths of, I don't know, metals for the metal worker, strengths of stone for the builder, strengths of, you know what I mean? Or maybe even referencing the Valar, like strengths of Aule or something. Could imagine that. Because we can't see the last word. Yeah, it was just an example. It didn't mean like it's indicated, but I could imagine maybe that's different for the other ones. I have to look further into that. Yeah, I don't know. There's some punching going on. Oh, then he breaks his hand. Like, always like these breaking scenes. And yeah, Halbrand is then, he gets punched 2 times or so, and then he's not happy and just goes full berserk mode and completely destroys these guys. Quite interesting to see. Also, he's quite brutal about that. And then, of course, the guards come and lock him up. Even though it's not his fault, in my opinion. Like, they attacked him, though he stole. Like, the only thing at his fault is stealing. And as said, I like that it looks a bit rough here because it's some dark ally. We have ally, not ally. And here we have also some details everywhere. Like, I really like what they are doing here. Like, it's definitely quite a bit of work went into the set. You definitely see it. Wait, have you all been talking about episode 3 for 5 hours? Maybe? Well, we talked 1 hour of the 5 just about Galadriel in the Silmarillion, and King Thingol and what she said and so on, and discussed her wisdom in the First Age. And then we started with the show after over an hour. So it's only 4 hours we talked, but we are halfway through, so I'm very confident that we get through the episode 1 in less than 10 hours. So yeah, the chainmail in Lord of the Rings was also plastic. There was a show. They had to build it by hand, I think, some poor people. I think it was also mostly some kind of metal-looking plastic like here. And you have to consider the Lord of the Rings stuff was filmed in a far lower resolution. And I feel on the normal screenshot, if you don't zoom in, you don't notice stuff like that. Or maybe it's just me. So yeah, then Halbrand is of course locked up, and Galadriel, goes to just to get some speed into it. Galadriel goes to the place of law of Andunia, I guess, with Elendil, and here we see all these scrolls in the background. So maybe when what she called Miriel talks to Galadriel in the background in the tower, it's not a decoration. Maybe it really is scrolls in this shelf thing. And with one scene we know from the teaser with the Palantir in it. Like, that was potentially what we were seeing here. That also scrolls are stored like this. Pretty cool scene. We also have this emblem here. We talked about this in the past as well. Yeah, that looked tight. Really, it hurt. I agree. That was a pretty brutal scene. Also, I feel like that he broke the hand of this one dude was kind of unnecessary. I felt. But you have to consider that the same people or the same company that made these special effects for Lord of the Rings is also working on this show. And Lord of the Rings was 9 hours at the end, and here they have to produce 50 hours. So in that perspective, you have more budget for less film in Lord of the Rings than for this show, kind of. Now, it's probably not true, but it is, in my opinion, the work of the background and stuff is still very impressive in this show. I can't agree there. Those shelves would look fantastic as wine storage. So pretty, yeah. We also looked into this emblem in the past that we see here. Somebody remember what we said in that stream? I forgot again. And emblems are definitely not my expertise usually. Didn't I look it up on the homepage of the Tolkien estate? Paintings, maps, illustrations. Yeah, it's the device of Eärendil, of course. That is what it was. Yeah, I can link it in chat. That is what I remembered now. Yeah, the troll looked better in full motion, that's true. It's by the way, I mean, if you're on the site and looking for what I want to show you, it's at the bottom of the site. There you see Eärendil's device featuring a Silmaril as a shining star, 1960. It's one of the series of heraldic devices that Tolkien created for both elves and men. I don't have the rights for the imagery, so I can't show it you on screen, but I can link it to you. So that is the device of Eärendil we see here. Makes complete sense in this context. Cool detail. Oh, you just linked the image directly? Yeah, that's probably easier. Thank you, Kierdan. Makes me sad to see it will be lost like Alexandria. Yeah, that's very, yeah, it's really sad. It's a good question if they will produce 50 hours if the reception of the series is not that great. We will see. Like currently, for me, there's a lot of people are out there who are of course obviously triggered by all the book inaccuracies, and I think they made themselves some stuff, especially setting up Galadriel, far more complicated and difficult as they should have done. But yeah, that is then. Sorry, I was just distracted for a moment. That is definitely a problem. Still, some people I feel like overdo it a little bit. Like, no, if you hate the show, then you hate it. Like, there's nothing to do about it. But some people like spread their negativity and disappointment, which I can kind of understand. But some people are so extreme that they just hop from stream to stream, from YouTuber to YouTuber, and I don't know, write 6 posts in their comments how bad the show is. and everybody who disagrees with them is just a shill or whatever, and it's just terrible. Like, I can totally understand that people are disappointed, and I'm also not blown away by this particular episode, but I still can see some good stuff, and some people, I feel like, going into like a downward spiral of negativity there, and then potential like looking at this kind of objectively gets a bit lost, in my opinion, in all this heat, and it also gets a bit like, if you liked the show, for example, and especially as a creator, from my perspective, who has to read a lot of comments every day, it's a bit, yeah, I don't know, exhausting to just, like, I don't know, I start the stream, I try to explain, we discuss the Galadriel's lore in the book for an hour, then, I don't know, random people come out and call you out for that, even though you just spend an hour discussing the books only and you haven't even touched the show yet. And it's just, yeah, I don't know, it's for me a bit strange to read this every day, and I got used to it, but some people just kind of overdo it a bit. Though I can understand, like, for many people, Lord of Rings and Tolkien's writings is a passion, and if something comes and just goes against your expectations, or is, in your opinion, doing Tolkien's writing a disservice, that you are disappointed and want to express your disappointment, I can completely understand that, but I feel like there can be found a better balance, in a way. And for me, of course, it feels like the content creators are a bit of a place where people go and vent, if that makes sense. And for me, it's just extreme, because I get so, like, if it's just one person, okay, but if you like have every video upload, every stream, every day, you read like so many comments in this direction. But also some people tell you, I really liked the show, I had a lot of fun watching it, I was not into Tolkien before, now I looked further into it. And that is basically what I want, what makes me most positive, that new people come into this who can't quote the Silmarillion out of their head completely. So that's always an important detail. So in a way, it has a potential, like for example, myself, I didn't read the books until I watched the Peter Jackson films, or the first film I think started reading. And that is, probably if these films never would have gotten out, I probably would now making videos about Tolkien. So in a way, people back in the day also criticized the Peter Jackson films quite a bit, that were into the books. But yeah, it has potential to just bring in new people. And I guess it's of course strange if you'd say in your review, if you watch the show, maybe blend out that you have read the books. That's a strange criticism, I think. Or you could say, yeah, then they failed, right? But in a way, it was to be, like, an adaptation is never really 100% lore accurate. Like, it was not the case for Peter Jackson, that was especially not the case for the Hobbit, Peter Jackson films, but also not the case for the Lord of the Rings. And all the other weird adaptations that might exist, like the Finnish Hobbit or Lord of the Rings adaptation and so on, they're just really strange stories that we have. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, discussion do get to be too much. I'm frustrated with the show, but I like seeing mature conversation about it. Yeah, exactly. You can criticize what is there to criticize, which is definitely there, and maybe for some people quite a lot. But you can also appreciate what the show does well, in my opinion. And it's also an interesting question if he started with The Hobbit back in the day. But okay, let's maybe I'm not sure what you are seeing on screen now. Let's see this. Let me just find the next scene. So this is the device of Eärendil, which we have learned is the father of the first king of Numenor and of Elrond. And of course, first king of Numenor, Elrond are brothers. And they look into stuff. And it's kind of, I don't know how like some people said it's strange that they don't look like twins, and some said it's strange that Elrond still has the same clothes as his brother, but here we see it basically. Here we see Elros and Elrond. I don't know, I really like this shot, I have to say. You definitely see, you recognize this must be the Elrond we know. And I don't know. It's hard to tell because one has a beard, the other not. One has long hair, the other short hair, and so on. It's also some twins also don't look exactly the same. You have to consider that as well. And the twin section is outside of the reach of the creators. I would say it's not even that well-known fact that they are twins. I kind of relate to Elrond not changing his clothing exactly, and they definitely want to portray the that this is Elrond, that people recognize, it's this guy we have seen previously, that it's for everyone completely clear, like visually underlining it, that is Elrond, and they were once brothers and they got separated. One is an elf and one became decided to be men and became the first king of Numenor. Pretty cool though. Same hairstyle bothers me more. The Elros with a beard is of course not correct, because the ancestor, the descendants of Elros in Numenor, including Elendil, had no beards. Like Elendil also had no beard. Isildur had no beard. All were beardless because of their elven strain in their line. It's good the actor has an interesting and unique look. Yeah, I kind of agree, that makes him very distinguishable from others and so on. His style. It's stuck in his blow dryer. There's some ancient dwarven device. Yeah, you have to also consider the idea that Elrond has a brother. Is just that in the early writings, Elrond was supposed to be the first king of Numenor, and only because Tolkien used him for this character for the Hobbit, he became the Lord of Rivendell, and then when he basically transformed the Hobbit or moved the Hobbit into his mythology, then Elrond had to have, okay, Elrond's now the Lord of Rivendell, I still want to go with the Elrond story as the first king of Numenor, so I just give him a brother or a twin brother, and he's now the first king. So that is how this came to be. On paper, they are identical. That makes it so fitting that they are twins, in a way. Yeah, it's a essentially tapestry. Though I'm not 100% sure if it is, but let me just see if I find a better scene with this here, but it's pretty cool to see. Okay, my computer is currently not a fan of what I'm doing in the background. Okay, now it works again. I think it could be a painting. It's just a canvas. I'm not sure. It's Jesus' beard he stole from it. Wow. We're just past halfway. Yeah, awesome. So, yeah, so I really like that he has, interestingly, this scholar here. Like, this is just, could you imagine this is Círdan? It's of course not Círdan, but just imagine he would be Círdan. That would be, would some people say Third Age Círdan could have looked like that? And we know Círdan had a beard, so here the beard is correct. It's not Círdan here, though. He's not an elf, but I kind of find this interesting. He also has these shoulder things, which I think we have also seen on Elrond already. I kind of like that they have like a similar style, and he just brings, and we already have conveniently the symbol of Sauron here lying in it. No, he put it in because he was looking for it, and she gave this piece of paper to him to look for the books or so. Something like that. And I think it's an actual painting here in the background, or is it a carpet, or is this a wooden frame for a painting? I'm not sure. Doesn't look like canvas to me. I'm not sure if it is. Could be not. I could try zooming in quite a lot. Yeah, you might be right. It's I think a carpet. Because the height difference between the inner and the outer, it looks like it's on the same level, if that makes sense. Doesn't look like it's a wooden frame that is painted. Also, if you look at this, you see it's not straight. Like it has, like it's not like a perfectly smooth wooden thing, but it's potentially off. So yeah, it's not bad for canvas, for carpet, or it's not bad. Tapestry, I think you said, is a word for it. I find the point important that this transports the meaning of Elrond being present for us, and also ancient history of the Elrond. Like this definitely was a scene I liked quite a lot here. If that was Círdan, I would cry. I'm talking about old Círdan. Yeah, so if we read it, as they came to the gates, Círdan, the shipwright, came forth to greet them. Very tall he was, but he's not tall enough for that. Though considering that these two people here are around 2 meters or 2 meters 40 or something high, whatever. Very tall he was, and his beard was long, and he was grey and old, save that his eyes were keen as stars, and he looked at them and bowed and said, "All is now ready." Yeah, especially the elven lifespan thing is definitely a complicated topic that is also not in Lord of the Rings really explored. Like, it is hinted at with Círdan having a beard, but yeah, some beautiful shots here. I like what Elendil is wearing. Like, it looks pretty cool in my opinion. And now they look at the notes. Here we find that, like, this is the first time this symbol here. When I saw this symbol, I instantly thought, oh no, they are really right. It is Mordor. And here, yeah, they showed it in parallel. Yeah, this is Mordor. This is a tree where Minas Tirith later will be. This is Mount Doom, and so on. Like in the other things, it was like a straight line going like this, and it looked a bit different in the other trailers. Maybe I can find it. You just have to give me a lot of moments to find it, to be honest. Let me just switch scenes because it will be have to search quite a bit. Of course, I basically found it. I just have to find the perfect frame. It's in episode 1, where Galadriel pours the water on the stone. Come on. See, here the symbol looks a bit... Yeah, I don't know. You notice it, there's a straight line that is missing. This here is not that well accentuated here. That is even an English word. And especially in the fire version of this symbol here, you see it as well. Like, if you know, you kind of see it, but yeah, this black line going out further felt like a little bit deceiving for me. Also, maybe it's a strange theory. Like, let me show you something. We go through it frame by frame. You see, here's a symbol with the eyes, and now it starts glowing. Is this the unseen, basically, what Galadriel sees here? Very interesting idea, isn't it? That is basically not a vision, but maybe the ability of Galadriel to see the unseen. Isn't it Numenor? No, it's Mordor. Oh, and you're not I'm not answering the right question, right? That's an interesting idea if she wears an old elven dress left behind, and it's very reminiscent of Elrond's dress, potentially. It's also funny in a way, if you think about it, that the library scene, that if this is related somewhat to Elros, we also, of course, know that Elrond was also like having records. Maybe Elrond and Elros were very similar in that in that regard, that they both appreciated having the records there. But yeah, here in this version of the symbol, as we see it here on the map of Mordor, you definitely see that the line is not so artificially prolonged in this way. Very interesting. Yeah, for sure. Maybe it has also developed further over time, but the parallel to this here is very interesting. I find it interesting that they make it this clear that that is the meaning of the symbol. Also, we find like this here. Not sure if Círdan can read any of that. This here looks like Kirs. This is an A, and so on, but maybe I'm wrong. This here though is it looks at least like Tengwar, or am I completely wrong? Looks like Tengwar what is on this thing here, but it's really hard to see. Yeah, on the sword, Theo saw the burning mark as well. Yeah, the amazing bad boy says it quite well. The thing is, Mordor is super recognizable even for non-fans, or for people not that familiar with the lore. So making the land of evil a familiar part of the story for the average viewer is a pretty clever idea, frankly. Yeah, I agree on that. It's a pretty good idea. Shout out to the people who found that out. I'm not sure if I showed the thing here. I think I would just want to continue, right? We're really making slow progress today. Here we have like another old piece of paper. I like how old it looks. It looks kind of darkish, so very, I don't know, it's very interesting. And has black speech. Could you send me a screenshot of this page? Later I can potentially do that. Currently, it's difficult. You mean this page here? Oh, you can't see it. I'm not sure if I just switched the scenes or not. So this is a piece I thought about. Where's the other piece? I assume you mean, where is it? Ah, this is so annoying to get to navigate sometimes through these small fractions of frames. This one, you found it, finally. Now maybe I can even do it really fast. Let me just think for a moment. Okay, send you the screenshot really fast. in 4K resolution. Hope it helps. Maybe I sent you the other one as well. Not sure if you can read any of that, but so I hope that helps. I guess she reads what's on the piece of paper anyway, right? So the second one is probably not that important. But these screenshots I really like. Like I like the design, the lamps, the scrolls in the background. This the clothes of Elendi look pretty cool. Pretty nice. Why put it on Galadriel Statbro's body? Yeah, that's a really good question why it is. Like maybe Sauron also wants to play Galadriel in a way, like lure her into a trap or so. She knows that or whoever. Maybe, I don't know. Sauron, like the ring, the One Ring is a very strange construct in context of Sauron, what it does to his power. In a way, I guess it doesn't really make Sauron much more powerful, if it makes sense. It just changes some aspects of him, how he might be not undone, and how he can maybe bind things to him. The basic idea of the ring was just to of the One Ring was just to control the elves. That is the plan of the One Ring. Like, he created the Master Ring, and that had a lot of side effects. And maybe for other creatures, because a big part of his power is in this ring, and part of his will as well. So it's basically part of his being, if that makes sense. And the One Ring makes other people potentially more powerful. But for Sauron, he just put something into it. But if you just, I don't know, I don't have a good example, but if you have 5 stones and you take 3 away of them and put them in a basket, then you have 2 stones and 3 stones in a basket and not suddenly 10 stones. You know what I mean? As a result, Sauron doesn't necessarily become more powerful having the ring. His idea was to control the elves with it because it has this connection to the other rings. Also, Mai Govanen, nice to see you. But yeah, of course, Sauron could bend the orcs under his will. That was basically what Sauron, I guess, later did with the orcs and learned from Sauron. I guess in a way, Saruman does the same without a ring. Well, he makes himself a ring as well, as we can read in the books, but it's, I guess, not that important for that. Wrong fandom, Lynn. But maybe the Harry Potter artifact is a One Ring, because One Ring was first, if it makes sense. But yeah, it had the side effect of Sauron, as long as the ring is not undone, that Sauron could also not be undone. Have made a spare ring, a redundant ring. Yeah. There is a hint that the ring might do something to you according to your own power, but I think that is more true for people that are not Sauron himself. To stay with the picture, like let's say Sauron is 5 stones, and he took 3 stones of his 5 stones away and put it into this ring. When Galadriel is, let's say, 4 stones, and she gets 3 additional Sauron stones, she is then at 7, if that makes sense. But for him himself, I think it doesn't make too much of a difference, as long as he's not separated from the ring. Then he loses some of it and has to regenerate the other stones. I could imagine that, like, maybe over time, Sauron's power could have grown having the ring, but I think the effect was not as strong on him as on others. Yeah, with Morgoth it was the same. Morgoth was the most powerful of the Valar. He was stronger than all the other Valar together, but as soon as he started to pour his power into the world itself, he spread out his power, but it did not get more. As a result, only after that, Morgoth was, the other Valar could defeat Morgoth, because now all his power was spread in his servants and inside the world and so on. So it's some interesting ideas that Tolkien has had there. Exactly, it saved him during the Fall of Numenor. Well, he didn't lose his strength, he just spread it. Like, he gave away these stones to servants, basically. But yeah, and then we have a dramatic thing. Okay, here on this shot we see that it's a carpet, a tapestry thing. Because here you see how it's bent. You see that? So yeah, you are right. I was wrong. Where do we go? We have to continue, right? Now we switch to Harfoots, I think. And very interesting switch with this dramatic scene that in the forest we see the Harfoots having this little festive as preparation for the thing, and they have wolves maybe to represent what the Harfoots endured in their past. And then they go on to the great journey. Not the great journey is the wrong phrasing, but you know what I mean. They start the migration. Okay, so with this discussion, oh, I did the other way around. Kind of interesting in a way. That it's a strong contrast that the hobbits are celebrating outside their migration in their costumes and so on. Kind of like another interesting touch of hobbit society or early hobbit Harfoot society, which is interesting in my opinion. And in the meantime, Marigold, I think is her name, and Largo, the parents of Nori, like are really sad because they fear that they can't make the migration. That would be like a terrible thought for them. So it's kind of a very, very unfortunate and grim moment for them to realize. And yeah, some ask, I don't know, couldn't he sit inside the cart? Yeah, probably he could, but who's going, like, I don't know. It's probably difficult to transport it this way. They don't have horses and so on. I don't want to move this cart around when I'm a small hobbit all day. It sounds really taxing. So now we have like a little darkening of the Harfoot paradise with this conflict. Some very nice shots here and there. Kind of works, I have to admit. Of course, it seems very grim that the Harfoots would leave people behind. And yeah, Nori is still on the quest of doing other stuff. You could maybe argue it's a bit because last episode she was very sad that she wasn't there for her father, and so as a result, she feels a bit responsible for it. And now it seems to be a bit gone when we see her the next time. But maybe some time passed, maybe the wound could heal, and yeah, maybe she still sees some chance into her meeting the stranger. I find that relatively interesting theme-wise. That she basically thinks about, yeah, destiny is always some kind of fate, I should call it. It's always a kind of topic in Tolkien's works to some degree. And yeah, she has to now find out, look into the records. She sneaks into the I guess, the card of Sadok in his home and tries to read what is in his book and try to get some information of that. Well, I imagine it was maybe made for kids, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. I found it a bit strange as well, but could live with that so far. I like how when Sadok comes back, I don't find the scene, of course. How Poppy tries to distract him to help Nori. Like, that was kind of cool, I have to admit. Also, Nori almost mentions that Poppy helped her, I think, and in the last moment she could try to cover her up, so she helps that she gets not into trouble. I really like that scene as well. Very interesting. I think he says something in this scene which might be important, but I forgot what it was. Does somebody in chat remember that? Like, he looks at this note here, maybe some other kind of prophecy, and looks into that. Yeah, that is true. She says this. So they know about dogs, but of course, for reasons. If they like berries, I think she just said this to distract from the wolf, but maybe you're also just joking. So, pretty cool scene, I have to admit. like the filming. This necklace here now looks a bit plastic, I have to admit here. But maybe I'm wrong. Would be funny if it's the one thing that's not plastic. If you have enough dogs, you don't need to hide. That is true, but you also need to feed enough dogs. Let me see if somebody has something in chat. So yeah, and then she gets this one page she really needs to she wants to show the stranger. Who also is coming near, and then he basically tells the story of those who they had to leave behind. I find it kind of, you could say it's kind of cruel that they do this, but in a way maybe they feel the need that this is necessary. But they at least record the names of those and remember them. Like I found this part of the thing, even though the singing at the beginning is maybe stupid, but I find this particular part here, I found quite interesting. I have to admit that they like this is how they how it works with them for how they remember their ancestors and the dead. So that is a detail. However, still, Hobbit lore-wise, the Hobbits did not have any books or records on their own. So that seems very, very strange for me, I have to admit. Just was reading the Scouring of the Shire, and Sharky has to be the most random name Tolkien used. Yeah, one Hobbit is called I don't know, Laura Grubb. In German, the German translation, which is completely correct, is very funny in my opinion. Also feels like a random name. Somebody in Germany could also have this name. Probably the same in England, right? Not sure how common the name Grubb is in England, but yeah. But yeah, Sharky seems to be a pretty random name, but I kind of like it. Yeah, they are. It feels like they are in constant danger. They are always I don't know. Their society is of like the being so small and having to hide definitely gives like the idea of okay, they are in danger. They have to be very careful. We have a very long scene, which just is a lot of world building, if that makes sense. And some people grieve about hearing some of the names and so on. And that is kind of interesting detail. The good thing is we can skip through all of that. Because, yeah. I have to watch the episode again to really give you more detail maybe on this. I like the contrast between remembering of the dead Harfoots and the threat of leaving someone behind just because of a temporary impairment, yeah. I mean, still the question is, how can they move big parts through the world without meeting anybody in the middle of day? Like, they should be easy to track if they have like this caravan going on through the through places. But it seems like usually the Harfoot settle in places where nobody is around, because if you remember in the first episode, was it in the first? I think. There were these hunters with these antlers and stuff on their back, and they said they should not be here. Like it really seems like the hobbits have a very good understanding of when men are where, and they have these prophecies. And I think somebody said they were never this early in the year close to this place, so maybe they have a very good idea. Maybe they are also wandering not from like consistently from A to B, but in a circle, if that makes sense. Like just say they have specific spots where they wander in specific years or whatever, and then move on further. Like so they know the surroundings pretty well and know, okay, now we go next there. I could be wrong here though, but they have like specific routes they just wander along. You know, by the logic of leaving the sick behind, Neanderthals, for example, there are of course things here in our society, not in our society. In we know from history, I should say, societies we know from history that maybe treated their sick better, but of course, the Neanderthals also were pretty strong. These are just some hobbits, and if you have like Lago only. Like if you have several children, your children are quite young. I think he only has. He mostly all his children are, I think, females, and usually among the species of men, females are physically weaker, so probably more difficult for them to carry the cart and so on. Very hard to tell how the exact circumstances are there, and I'm not sure how occupied the other hobbits are. Like on paper, it would have been awesome if like a friend of their family spares somebody, like a son or whatever, and he helps them carrying their cart or so. But maybe it is part of their deeper tradition that this is not allowed for whatever reason. Like you can for sure discuss some stuff. Awesome stream, Chris. Thank you, much appreciated. Happy you like it here. Still, I get a bit scared when I look at the clock. Yeah, that's how hunter-gatherers worked. They knew their land, they were wandering. Exactly. I assume it's the same for the hobbits here, for the Harfoots. But just think of it this way, that when you have these, if you wander in cycles or in a circle basically all the time, you also notice patterns in what happens. Like there are also these, like I don't know, these wisdoms of farmers, for example. They know, okay, when in March the birds fly this low, then it's starting to rain in 6 weeks. I don't know. I'm a city kid. I have no clue about this, but there's definitely some knowledge like this that you can, by observing something over generations and generations, going in circles, wandering around. So I can definitely imagine that this also is tied maybe to their culture, having these notes and being like, they seem be very what do you call it? In German, abergläubisch, in a way, like they believe in these patterns to recognize that it means something and so on. What's in English? Superstitious? Okay, that's probably the word. Very herd-like culture indeed, yeah. Potentially. No, that's a good question. If your carpenter or healer gets injured, maybe maybe there are exceptions to this. I don't know why they leave it behind. Why people are left behind like that. I also have a feeling that these families like strong bond. The others know each other, but I maybe have some friends here and there. But I feel like the most important part is like the circle of the family, and I think it has to be intact, if that makes sense. Pagans, yeah, something exactly, some pagan beliefs in a way. Is there some German word? Durchgeknallte Leute. Yeah, durchgeknallte Leute is a German expression. Basically meaning crazy people. Kind of interesting. Can't tell you what the etymology of this phrase or exactly is, or the background behind it. It's literally translating it very literally is quite difficult. Because the word knall means basically like an explosion, a bang, something like this. And I don't know. You can ask somebody if he has a knall. That means if he has something is wrong. Maybe confused through an explosion or so. Maybe that is the idea. Maybe it has to do with mining or so. I have no idea. Would need to look that up. But yeah, okay. What did I say? I wanted to find the screenshot of the book again, which I failed horribly. Yeah, this one here. So yeah, they have stuff recorded. I kind of like the idea. But yeah, now we come to the stranger again, because as said, I wanted to move on. And he finds the piece of paper Nori has. He comes to this village. He seems to find them. And he also noticed some names, so it even seems like family, but it seems like, yeah, the stranger comes and grabs the notes of Nori. He found it. And yeah, here, this episode, we get, again, really Gandalf, I don't know. Vibes that he now is reading the papers, trying to find stuff out. Very interesting shot. I also like it. Does it only look like it, or is this page a bit like what do you call it, stitched? Very interesting detail to maybe fix it. Pretty cool. And yeah, to read it better, he gets close to the fire, but he underestimates the potential problem that fire might caught onto the piece of paper. Very interesting. But he seems to be quite happy, and now, yeah, the big conflict happens that the stranger, by accidentally turns this piece of paper on fire, and then causes a lot of trouble. And then people notice that there is like a person that they don't know in their culture, which must be really shocking for them. So they get like forcefully confronted with an outsider, and people don't know what they're going to do about this. And yeah, with what Geek Zone yesterday said, I really found very remarkable. I haven't had time to look it up though. Finally found the screenshot. That when he talked to Nori, she says, "I'm Nori," and he repeats it. It feels like that scene, and she says, "No, I'm Nori." And Geek Zone yesterday said maybe he didn't say "I Nori," but he said "I Nur." You know what I mean? That he said, "I'm an Ainur," so or I belong to the Ainur. That would be the Ainur are the spirit beings, the basically the species of the angels, if that makes sense. And then Istari associated with Varda. A good question. I think Gandalf might be. We probably ask because of the stars. I think there are multiple sources for Gandalf's. Like he had multiple Maya he served. Like Nienna, that we know. We also know, yeah. I think there are multiple mentions of this. Later, when he's sent by Manwë, so it seems like he also served Manwë for a time. But it seems also Nienna and even Varda. So Gandalf could make sense in this star context, I guess. And Gandalf was also very foresighted, so very interesting. Oh, I want to move on. Yeah, and then Norris, of course, admits that it's her fault and so on. And people are not very happy about this. Like her mother is... Poor Nori mother has a lot of trouble currently. First, her husband broke her ankle. Maybe she's left behind to die. And now Nori brought in a stranger. But... And what I liked is that the stranger seems to realize that he brought a lot of trouble over Nori, and he considers Nori now a friend, which he also says, which I find very fascinating. So in this episode, he also caused some trouble, but he was far less dangerous, if that makes sense, like far less dark. Like here, it was more. He felt more warm. I have a hunch that she's trained as Saruman. Definitely a possibility, or Radagast, or one of the blue wizards, a new wizard which they invented for the show, or even Gandalf. Like, it could be anything. It could also be Sauron. I don't know. There are just so many details they play with, which makes it really difficult to pretend this. I kind of like this play. And then we jump back to good old Numenor, which we haven't discussed in a while, and is a very big focus of this episode. And yeah, in Numenor, we have now Elendil with his children. And of course, his children cause trouble, and he's not a fan of that. I wouldn't say trouble, but yeah. So Isildur talks to his father Elendil, and I think his sister is also there, Eärien, and he tells him basically that he wants to maybe quit being a sea cadet or becoming a mariner, and maybe do something else. And his father is not a fan of that, because there was some kind of incident, and his father had maybe to use his influence to maybe get something for his son and so on. So he's really not happy about the situation. This almost feels a bit too modern in a way, but I guess in a modern society, stuff like this happens. It's a very old theme that the father has a specific vision what the son should do, and the son is not doing that. It's not like it's only a modern thing, but you definitely find this in all kinds of things, right? So yeah, here we see Elendil not being happy with the situation. But I could definitely imagine that Isildur was kind of a troublemaker. But in a good way. Yeah, maybe he had also another opportunity which he also quit on. And this is very interesting. But yeah, kind of fascinating. I definitely I know what you mean, that the dialogue felt a bit out of place at times. But for me, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was completely bad. Can kind of relate to that. Feels a bit too wouldn't say, yeah, it feels a bit out of place. I definitely agree on that. And then, yeah, at least this his sister tells his father like the good news that she is accepted in the Builders Guild, and he's quite happy about it. And I think then Isildur is already gone. Oh, here we see him leaving. Interesting. So, I guess his sister distracts the father enough, here's Isildur, that Isildur just says, I'm out of here. Don't want to mess around with my father. Then he turns around, and his son is not sitting there anymore. And then, yeah, we switch back to Galadriel, and she's visiting, I assume, Halbrand in the prison cell. While she makes perfectly progress with Elendil and stuff seems to work, yeah, she now has to worry about her companion from the boat or from the raft. I'm not sure who this person here might be. Any suggestion, chat? I assume it could be Uinen again. Would make, in my opinion, the most sense that this is Uinen. And she visits him in the prison cell, and she's half amused and half shocked how he managed to get into prison so fast. So fast already. It's kind of funny scene in my opinion. She has this look in this scene. Really? You got to be kidding me. And I thought I was the undiplomatic one. And yeah, here we learn a bit about Halbrand's past. Do we see where the prison was? Could be in Tolkien. That would be a pretty cool idea, Círdan, I have to admit. I think we don't see it. Also, there's another piece of paper with text written on it. This scene here. Who's the orc boss? Yeah, we come to that at the end. Because that is when we see him the first time. Let me just see. Maybe I can send this to Círdan as well, if he's interested in that. Very interesting. Let me just see my production. Okay. Then they are gone. And they also have this little, before we come back to Halbrand, we have this little, what do you call this? I forgot what it's called, but the puppet master, the puppeteer, the puppet master, playing something, and there is like, it seems already a little play prepared regarding Galadriel. Maybe they are at his home again, because Galadriel is here as well. And because there is the prophecy of an elf, maybe this play here that they show is related to this prophecy of the elf, or maybe it's basically like news, what happened today. Galadriel arrived and talked to Miriel and so on. Very interesting. I found it a bit strange, to be honest, that there's like something like this happening. I'm not sure where this is. This is in the capital or more in Andunia. But yeah, coming to Mr. Halbrand, Galadriel has also done some research on the symbol that he had, and it seems like she found something out about his past, and tries to convince him, because she needs to convince him that he helps her. And here, yeah, we basically see the symbol here. Very interesting. Like, there is a weird contradiction. I'm not sure. I have to look into this episode again. But if I remember correctly, didn't Miriel said at the beginning that the Númenóreans haven't set foot on Middle Earth at this time yet? If that is the case, how do they know about the Southlanders? Where did they get these notes from? You know what I mean? Or maybe it's from the First Age. And it's just a very, very long time ago. Also a possibility, right? this sigil on the stream. So last time, like we have all kinds of theories about this here. Like this looks like a bird, if that makes sense. We have like wings. Somebody with a crown is sitting on this, I don't know, eagle or something or whatever it is supposed to be. Very very interesting. And I don't know, maybe it, like we know that it doesn't look like a fell beast, so one of the Nazgul riding things. But I definitely thought maybe if you think somebody with a crown sitting on something that can fly, you think of the winged steeds and the Witch King of Angmar, which of course is this here, this long time ago. And they didn't sail there on El's request. Okay, then maybe I understood this wrong. Thank you, Philip, for clearing this up. Yeah, it looks like a bird from above, exactly. This is a beak. However, we know that the fell beasts in the book are described as having beaks as well. So that's always a detail to keep in mind. Let me just mark this here really quick. I try to find... We talked about this yesterday. I think I found it. There is in the village of Tir Harat, where I assume, or surroundings, that is also where Halbrand potentially claims that he's a Southlander. We see on one of the ruins, we see this depiction here of a bird and something like this. So I could imagine, it's hard to say if somebody's sitting on top of it because it seems maybe damaged or so. Could be wrong though. But that this symbol has to do, I can't really piece together. Fellowship of Fans also posted on my Discord like an interesting an interesting detail, and it's like a fresco that shows some details. Oh, thank you, Nectar Black. Thank you for your membership, much appreciated. Yeah, there is, just to finish my thought really quick, like we see a person in the beak of it, so maybe they see these eagles as terrible. We also have seen one of the eagles in the First Age fighting these other flying creatures that looked like the fell beast from Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings. And yeah, it's very interesting. I could imagine that this symbol is somehow connected to this being here, because we know he is from the line of kings of these people there, and I'm not 100%. And his ancestors swore a blood oath to Morgoth, he said, something like that. So really hard to tell. Maybe he tamed one of these beasts or so, of these eagles, and because they were on the side of Morgoth, they saw them as their enemies or so. And so many theories you can put around this, but this is definitely how I would set this in connection. We also see like a person on a horse throwing spears at this thing here. But I could definitely see that they have these twisted imagination under the influence of Morgoth, how they perceive these beings here, that they come, these terrible eagles from the high angels come there and steal their children and, I don't know, or kill their women, I don't know, flying, attacking their villages and so on. You can definitely make some stories like this up, and became like their belief and so on, and led to them fighting for Morgoth in the First Age. Are blood oaths things in Lord of the Rings? That's a good question. Oaths in general, yes. A blood oath, I don't know. I think they added the blood to make it more evil and extra dramatic, or maybe more pagan, if that is a better word for instead of using evil, because that's definitely not what I want to express here. But you know what I mean. It gives this ancient bloodlines are more important. That is true, but I can't think of a blood oath or something. But definitely oaths are a very, very important detail in Tolkien's lore. But yeah, I'm not sure how people here in chat see it. I have to now find the scene we currently were discussing. this one here. Yeah, I could imagine that this depiction and this symbol here is kind of related. I think we will learn more about it because the show gives the impression that there is something going on here. I should also maybe send this depiction also to Círdan. Maybe he can read it better than I can. Oh, let me just switch to this thing, else I can't send it to him. Just sending a billion picture to my moderator. Because there's also like some text. Why is it? Eh? I don't fully understand what just happened here. That is not the image I want to send. But yeah, just in case. Oh, I have a biggest problem. Yeah, finally it worked. Okay, awesome. Didn't fully understand what just happened. Yeah, also there's this pouch added to it, like attached to it. I'm not sure what's going on with that exactly. What it contains, maybe ashes of an ancestor or I don't know what. Very curious to learn more about this. Yeah, he uses human sacrifices in his religion that Sauron puts on this in Numenor. We can read about some of these details, I think. Maybe oaths to Morgoth need blood. Yeah, maybe. Like, there are definitely some dark sides, so it would fit to Morgoth in a way. Like, all this grotesque pagan stuff. It feels very occult. Could potentially fit to him, yeah. We go for the one of the versions, what happened, the fall of men, how the lifespan of men got reduced. We also find this, that they built him a temple, and I know terrible things happened there. Yeah, for oaths classically, you don't really need this, but I think works a bit different for the good guys and for the evil guys. Then we have another interesting shot here. First of all, I just want to appreciate this shot here. That was a pretty nice shot, I have to admit. Looked pretty cool. With all the light here in the city and so on. That looked pretty cool, I have to admit. I enjoyed that a lot. It looks like there is a flask inside the pot. That's also a possibility. But yeah, this shot really pretty nice with the harbor and the light. What is strange? Is it strange? No, we don't see the. Do we see the island? think the island should be here in this direction, maybe. Or maybe somewhere else. I don't see it. Just looking for the light tower. It would be strange if the light tower is deactivated at night. Yeah, the Minas Tirith reference here, also pretty nice. And it seems like in this tower she is visiting somebody, and here we also see scrolls, like Tarmiriel is visiting somebody, and here in the background we also see these scrolls, and I could imagine she's talking to her. She's now in a tower because this shot here shows her using like these tiny round stairs. Yeah, this night shot of Numenor is so pretty, I agree. Light pollution, oh no. Still no farms from that angle, yeah, that is true. Maybe see. But as I said, Numenor is big, it's just one city, maybe it's outside. A question, chat. Is he stair Miriel uses? Is this, like, we also see the tower here, so the camera zooms out like this here, and it maybe implies she's inside this tower here, I would argue. And we see coming up, are these stairs spiraling in the right direction? Shouldn't it be the other way around, or am I wrong here? Maybe somebody in chat knows this. But yeah, in my opinion, because the idea of these, I mean, it could be just a design choice for it's a tower. But from a military perspective, I think they are always designed in a way that you have to, like, that is her right hand. And assuming that most people are right-handed when they're fighting with a sword, they spiral in the other direction so that you can't use your sword in your right hand well. That's like, I think, the idea in like medieval fortresses and so on. So there it should spiral the other way around. If I'm not completely mistaken, right? Yeah, we talked about the horse already. We've covered that some hours ago. Yeah, it must have been ages ago. Didn't expect that it would take so long to cover this episode, but yeah, what I basically mean, if you have to attack in this spiral stairway, if it goes the other way around, so then you're like in this way you could use your your right hand to swing your sword. If it would spiral the other way around, you could not so easily. Okay, somebody confirms me. Depending on attacking up or down, that is true. But yeah, maybe somebody can check it up. In the meantime, we continue because I really need to eat something. I'm really hungry. Yeah, and then she talks to somebody in this tower. I assume that is her father, King Tar Palantir, that she might visit there. And she basically brings the news that the elf has appeared or so. It talks about a prophecy, if I remember correctly. She's a bit hesitant in her how she delivers this line, and then says the elf. Maybe I have to look up what she says exactly. But yeah, Veritas confirms me there. Might be right. However, it's not a fortress, it's just a fancy tower in a palace, so probably they don't care for that detail. What am I looking? Was something I wanted to double check what she says in the scene exactly. Let me just try to find the scene here. My sound is deactivated. It is okay. Let me just watch the scene again. But definitely indicates somebody must be there. What is noticeable? It seems like she sits down somewhere. Yeah, she says father. Yeah, she says, it is here, father, the moment we feared the elf has arrived. It seems like maybe, I don't know, father is maybe sick or lying in bed or something. Maybe she... Very, very interesting scene. What is exactly... Like, it seems like there's some prophecy that elves coming. Maybe there is a prophecy that when the elf comes, the downfall of Numenor is not far away or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Lynn. That's also my impression. She sat down at the bedside of her father. Maybe something like that. Just now seeing the scene again. And yeah, then next we have the cameo cards, as people would call them. Camouflage? I forgot how it's pronounced. But you for sure know what I mean. I kind of pronounced it right. Almost. Okay, my program just strikes. Now it works. And by the way, we are slowly getting to the end. So I feel confident in saying we will be below 10 hours. Very awesome. Yeah, and from this perspective, yeah, it kind of works. But as somebody pointed out, it works far less when they get out of this. But as we discussed, when the Harfoots might journey a specific route every time, and in a very, very big circle or big path that they know already through generations, probably they know how to disguise their cards in every specific place, so this to make this kind of work and them hide. I don't know, chat. We will have to find out, but it's interesting. It's late. For me, it's afternoon already. I can't imagine that I got up before 6 today, and now I'm sitting here streaming for really a lot of hours. We're looking forward to eat something in a moment. Yeah, we have this Harfoot scene. Like, the Harfoots are traveling with all their family. They try to hide their cards as good as they can. Pretty interesting. Here we see the mentioned Hobbit, the wheels that are somewhat reminiscent of the Sadly, I don't have a focused shot here of this. But yeah, you see the big wheel of the cart, and it's very reminiscent of the Hobbit doors in the Shire later. So, still a detail I really like. I get not tired telling people about it, as you probably have noticed. And yeah, Poppy also has her small cart that she moves along. I'm not sure if it is ever explained if Poppy has parents. Maybe she's all on her own and her parents are maybe gone, because she felt really moved during the scene where they remember their ancestors, they died or had to be left behind and so on. So in a way, maybe that is interesting. She also has this little thing here, but I can't really recognize what it is. Could try sharpen it again. No, it's not getting much better. But yeah, she also has a cart, and she's all alone, and I guess she already struggles a bit on her own. Well, not struggling, but she's worried about her friend, and she noticed that they struggle a lot. I really like how she looks here and plays it. She's really worried about her friend and what's going to happen to them. Treppenauf stürmende Eindringlinge mit der waffenführenden Rechten besser abwehren zu können, waren Wandeltreppen rechts stehend im Uhrzeigersinn angelegt. Awesome. So yeah, it basically means in the spiral staircase thing to better defend against intruders, they were designed in a way that the weapon arm is basically blocked by the thing. Whatever. From the online medieval lexicon. Awesome. I'm not sure if lexicon is an English word. Is it? And whatever. What? It is getting late, and I'm thinking more about food now. Thanks to all of you guys for the nice Lord of the Rings morning stream. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Oh, we haven't reached. Oh, that's very unfortunate, Buddy Peterson, that we haven't even reached the Adar thing quick. My thoughts on Adar I had already expressed in other videos, so maybe just to like, there is a theory that some people might think that he is Maglor or so. I would dislike this idea. In case you wonder, I could imagine that he is maybe connected to the House of Feanor, but I wouldn't think he's one of Feanor's sons, in case you were looking for information on that. Because in one letter, Tolkien mentioned that Maglor also died, like he drowned as well. It's implied, even though it's not in the Silmarillion. It's more a mythological figure. But yeah, I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you for staying for so long, and hope you still enjoyed the stream. But yeah, there will be the VOD available in case you are curious about that. Yeah, just the end of this. But yeah, this to come back to this scene here, a really kind of sad scene. And it feels like Poppy can't help them because she has like a cart on her own and to carry, and she like what is she supposed to do? She can't split in two. She has to. She's basically bound to it. I think that's what the scene in the scene they want to portray here. Yeah, see you next time. Thank you. Very very interesting to see. Then of course we notice that yeah, the father is struggling carrying the cart. I could imagine it's a long path. And now let me just see if I find this scene again. I liked her much better in this episode, acting like a real friend. Yeah, I know what you mean. She definitely becomes. I felt already this was somewhat happening in in the episode 2, I think, where Malva makes a snarky comment about Nori's father breaking his foot and that his foot is weak or whatever, and then Poppy says to Malva, "Mind your own fire" or something like that. So it's definitely there that she wants to be a really good friend, and it becomes more and more clear. Like at the beginning, I agree, she's really, oh no, Nori, let's not do this. Remember when this happened, and so on and so forth. With and Nori says it was only one time. So you definitely notice. I feel like it's that, but I agree, it's much more in this episode, and really very likable character. Yeah, that was very good response. I also praised it in my review. Yeah, that's a good point that Spielkalb makes, that Poppy is really planning maybe to stay behind and help them, or I don't know, stay with them, which would be a big sacrifice. Something Sam would also do. And then yeah, in the last, you even see her, interestingly, in this scene when suddenly the cards start moving, that Poppy is also here. Like she didn't just move on; she was staying with them, and tried to help them. Here in this shot, you see it. Suddenly the card moves. And then yeah, the stranger appears, and he's now a friend and wants to help them. And because he has like superhuman powers and can survive the impact of a meteor, and I don't know, has force push or something, he is he can help them with the cart. And we know from a trailer already that we see him pushing the cart and so on. So, and I guess like if you see how small these hobbits are in comparison to the stranger, they're really tiny people, it seems, and it's a really big card they have. Relatively big. And so, yeah, it's kind of a cool moment, I feel like. This is really, okay, this stranger, he's now a friend, and he caused a lot of trouble, and he wants to make good for it and help the hobbits. I really like that. Yeah, maybe it's from the flying eagle type creatures. Maybe these eagle type creatures are their own thing, or maybe they are the actual great eagles we know in the service of Manwë. But due to the Morgoth influence, people think they are bad or so. Do cooking fires lose heat when he's around? It's a good question. The fire no heat. I don't know. I have to admit, in Sauron's place, I kind of liked it. That like this place is so evil that it even fire can't give warmth. I felt like Sauron is a person who twists things and makes use of it, and he can make use of fire in a way. And I don't know. I have to admit, I found at least that I found it not that out of place. With the torch. Do you think they sleep in their cars? I could imagine that they do this. I assume it's basically their mobile home. Maybe they make even like fires inside to keep themselves warm or so. Very interesting. Or maybe cook. And then all are happy that the stranger is helping. And yeah, I think from the length of the video, I'm really looking forward to I really like that the stranger has some regret that he caused so much trouble there. Because then probably they had not enough power to carry it. Like they need another person to push it because else it's too heavy. But yeah, in theory, of course, I think the problem is not that the father can't walk. The problem is the father can carry the car. Or the cart. I'm not sure. I'm really curious if they sleep inside these carts. Like, it looks very small with so many family members. Like, 4 of them sleeping in there? That's... And then we have this wide shot where we see the stranger. And here I feel like they definitely notice this feels like added in, or the stranger is CGI or so. It's kind of interesting. You don't notice, I think, when it zooms out. It's not competently made, I guess. But here when it's still, you definitely see it. And here they go into the plane, leaving this particular place here. Very interesting to see where they go next. And then we now come back to the orc camp. Yeah, here was, before we go there though, here's the landscape shot in case people are interested in seeing that again. Any ideas where they might go? Like, I have no idea. There are a lot of mountains in the background. So maybe these are the White Mountains? Maybe? Maybe the Misty Mountains? Maybe? Maybe the Orokarni, the Red Mountains? I don't know. Maybe the Mountains of Rune? Really hard to tell. If we consider this is noon, the sun would be here somewhere, right? And here's south. Maybe they go further south. If they go further south, what mountains are available to us? These could be the mountains of Mordor, interestingly. So this is maybe Dargolat, the battle plain as it's later called. We know later we see a sea. It's very interesting to see him. Let me just double check. Yeah, the Ash Mountains, the Eredlithui they are called. I always mix them up with the other mountain range, the Mountains of Shadow, the Ifel Duath. Very interesting. Are they walking into a savanna? Where are they going? It's a really good question. I could imagine if we look at the map. Like, it's a really good question where they might go next. Very curious. Maybe they go into Mordor for whatever reason. Maybe they go through the Black Gate and go also into Mordor, and then they are closer to the events of the other people. Another option would be they go here into this direction. They go to Rune. Not sure why they would go here. Like, if the hobbits were basically here in this area and now go down, really hard to tell. Another possibility is they go north, because we know they from one of the trailers that they see a lake, and one of the lakes we have, of course, if we would call it a lake, is the Sea of Rune, and we have the Long Lake here, where later Lake Town is, and Dale, and of course Erebor. Could imagine they also go into this direction. Not sure how long they wander or what their path is, though. Have a lot of options. They could also go further east, but that would be strange if they would go to the Orokani, the Red Mountains here in the very, very far east. So I don't know. We have to find out, I think, in the next episodes where they go exactly here. A lot of possibilities. He matrixed his way out of the last fight. I kind of like that for phrasing. Yeah, and then in the prison camp, the warden and Arondir decide to, when the situation is perfectly for them, they go and rebel. So this is, I think, one of the last scenes we have to discuss. So we are now back, I don't know, I assume from the map that we are south of Tir Harat, somewhere down here. And I don't know how it starts exactly. Let me just drink something really quick. I have nothing in my cup. I think that's an interesting scene in this here. It's very hard to see though. But there's a bit of smoke. Like in this scene, we see the orc close, and it almost looks like the sun, like he doesn't like it, and it's almost it feels like he starts smoking or so. But I think because there were these sulfur ejection places, I don't know. That's true. Probably a place where other folk is they would avoid. Yeah, the people who died to the walk are most likely humans. I would agree on that. But yeah, the orcs look pretty good here in this scene. Now also their clothes make sense, that it's there to protect them from the sunlight. They find it really annoying to be out in the light. Very cool. And then yeah. And now, yeah, they make these weird chain movements, which depending on the weight of the chain could for sure hurt. Oh, you don't even see it here. Oh boy, it doesn't. My playback thing doesn't work too well. And so yeah, he makes like this move and just uses his chain as a weapon against the orcs. And yeah, he doesn't even know what hit him there. I don't find it too bad because, yeah, I don't know. We already noticed that there will be some Legolas style. Like, as long as they're not climbing up falling rocks and jumping from rock to rock, like as in The Hobbit, I don't mind this, to be honest. Yeah, I also agree. I think that was not near the ridiculousness of Legolas in The Hobbit. I understand that people might find this completely stupid, and I would kind of agree, but we have seen worse. Yeah, I also was wondering if the lady we see in one of the shots was Elvish too. Maybe. Oh, I screwed up completely again. I really have to see this scene. Like, these fast-cutted scenes are nightmarish to cover. Like, I have to really rewatch it kind of slowish. First of all, I have to zoom in quite a lot, else I will never hit the frames I want to hit. But yeah, you might be right. I found the screenshot finally. It's just a frame. But yeah, in this, if we zoom in, you could make an argument that it's a pointy ear. That is a person you meant. There's also the Arondir attacking this guy. Oh, it is. They are smoking when they're exposed to sunlight. It's hard to see on the screen, but you see a bit of smoke emitting from them when they are. I assume maybe just as a visual effect without being very lore accurate in any sense, but just to make clear, okay, they are now exposed to sunlight and they are suffering from it, just to give a visual feedback on this interaction with the sun, if that makes sense. I try to look out for more pointy ears of the people, if seeable. Okay, I can't see the ears of this woman. This man here, no pointy ears though. Big ears, but not pointy. So they're definitely the people of... How was the place called? I still forgot the name. Can somebody post the name of the village, of the eastern village of Tir Harat? Halden? I can't remember the name. I know it starts with an H though. So far it's really hard to tell. Not all of them have pointy ears though. The woman here in this scene though, here we see a lot of ears. He might be an elf too, I'm not sure about him. Here we have the elven front basically. She seems to have elven ears. I'm not 100% sure on the ears though. He has, so there were definitely some other elves. Oh, I was just start pressing play here. Yeah, here you see it, I think, a bit better. It's definitely pointy ears. Horden, okay. Yeah, really hard to tell how they all got imprisoned here. But yeah, here you see it again. I'm not sure about this guy. Are these elven ears? Or it's just big ears? I think might be elven, but he has not elven ears though. So it's definitely a mixed bag. There are some elves, it seems, additional elves besides Arondir and the Watchwarden. Yeah, that's a good point, Lynn, that they would need a counterpoint on the ground, like stone, a rock, or something, to really, German would say, spreng the Fesseln. Die Fesseln sprengen. Spreng. Wow, that was bad. Sorry for all the German speakers. What do you say in English to I don't know, to just open the chains? Yeah, that's true. Elves could have been captured before and so on. That's definitely a possibility. I think that is not fault of the writers that the chain scene that is direct. That's something the visual department and the effects department and the director does, like planning these scenes. I think that's not necessarily on the writers. in the script it's probably standing, yeah, and then they try to get rid of their chains to unchain them. It's not written, put the chains on mud and hammer on them and hope it works. Breaking the chains, yeah, something like that. Okay, you have to, like, I was sure that these were the only elves. I wasn't sure if the other were even elves. And so far, I really like Arondir. I really like. Yeah, here in this scene we see the smoking light, the smoke again when they are hit by sunlight. Very interesting detail. Yeah, now the walk comes into play. I'm not sure. I thought it looked different from the other, as the Hobbit Harfoots call them, wolves. Yeah, it's not really known, but since it has an elvish name and it's mentioned in a Second Age chapter in Unfinished Tales, I would assume it was already called Mordor in the Second Age, maybe even quite early on. The walk looked kind of cute. Scary and cute at the same time. Scary walk, screenshot incoming. Yeah, and the elves are not happy with the situation. It's just a baby walk. Yeah, I could imagine it's just a very young one. The big eyes make it look a bit strange. Might be a younger walk thing going on there. The poor woman, though, really tries to fight it. But sadly, she fails. I would have laughed if she would have been successful with killing the walk. That would have been awesome. But nope, she gets eaten. That's a really... Okay, I don't want to show too much blood and gore here. In this scene, it's clearly an elven ear. It's also a female walk, I think. That's interesting. Show it. I can't show to all the stuff. Maybe the elf drank the water, had enough strength to fight back. Yeah, I don't know why it was done like this. But yeah, we're slowly coming to the end, which I'm looking forward to. Okay, the amazing bad boy, sleep well. Don't know everyone in German. I think just saying would not works perfectly. As you could say alle zusammen or something like that. Yeah, I also think so that the Celebrimbor Tower will be the place where the rings will be forged in. Pretty sure about that. So I agree there. Yeah, and then the walk is like fort. We have the Matrix move we saw in the very first teaser trailer. And then he tries to chain it. Also, we wondered who this person here in the background is. Now we know. I think that's his friend, the Watch Warden. So now everything now kind of makes sense. He tried to break out, and the walk just goes into the tree thing, and he tries to bind it with a chain. In the meantime, Arondi is holding back the walk and fighting the orcs, and his friend tries to free himself. And there's also a shot from the trailer we know, where he does also this Legolas flying move. We saw the walk here in the background, and he's not fighting, but he's trying to break the chains finally. And then here on top we have the tree that Arondi had to basically chop down, unfortunately. Here we know how this person died, like it's orc through an X and it's in this person's back. So very interesting to see. Oh, okay. I give up translating the writing. It's all Quenya and Adunaik. The first one titled Anquale Than Gorothion. Agony of a name. Interactive 3D watch party. Yeah, that's very interesting. Which time was good computer graphics? I don't think it looks too bad, the show, to be honest. Oh, speaking of detail, like Lynn's prayers have been heard. Here we see that the chain is lying on another weapon, like a metal piece, and only with this, the chain is then able to be cut open. Pretty cool shot, by the way. I like that a lot. I really like even how this tool now is bending and so on. That's pretty cool. I would also ask people to stick to English, so we don't exclude. We have international audience here. We don't exclude people from knowing what's going on. Yeah, the VFX and creature stuff is pretty good. I would agree on that as well. And then after he's free, he tries to escape. And basically Arondir knows to get help, some of them needs to escape. And then he gets attacked by the walk. But Arondir managed to get the spear and throw it up into the walk and kills it to save his friend. Pretty neat. Arondir kind of saves the day and says, okay, finally, I can escape. But yeah, what they did not expect that there were orcs already. Like they have this moment where they watch. Arondir tries to escape as well. And yeah, he's still chained, so he knows probably I get caught anyway. And yeah, we have the sad scene, the sad realization that there are also orcs up there. We see them here standing in the background, and as soon as I saw that, I said, "Oh no!" And then yeah, we have the scene him standing here in the background. Did I just not show the image? I'm not sure. I'm just saying it again. Wonder how long it took to chop down the tree. Hey, I love it. I can say that like in trading, yeah, for sure. Probably they could have invested more time into the fighting stuff. We have to see how it later in the show is. Probably they have then more time to train. And then basically the arrow is revealed that he was shot with arrows. So now we know the orcs have archers. Very important detail, I guess. No, interesting detail. He gets shot by another arrow and it comes from the front. So it's not the orcs in the background shooting at him. There are also other orcs shooting at him from the other side, it seems. Very interesting. And then the orcs grab Arondir and we have the trailer scene here. We also see all the sulfur here in the background. Very interesting. a good few days, I imagine. Yeah, the stroll to Moria is also potentially a bit fast, considering that it could be like, I don't know, 100 miles or so from Ostinity, but maybe it's closer. I'm not sure. I've not measured it. Somebody measure the exact distance? Let me just see if I can find that. It's an unrelated topic, but I'm just curious. Oh, I don't have a map here. On this map, there is no scale for the distance. I don't know, can't look it up right now. And then he falls down and he's basically imprisoned, and instead of killing him, they bring him to Adar. And then we come to the final, one of the final scenes here. In this scene also we have seen from the trailer. Like we see this person here emerging. And we also see this dude and this dude here. Still no idea who they are exactly. Very interesting. And yeah, then we slowly get to... Let me see. Okay, just normal orcs, I would say. And this shot here we have seen in the trailers. Then Adar approaches, and then we see potentially what's going on with this guy next stream. And yeah, here's the first time we see him kind of blurred. Very interesting. I think we have seen him from the side and on poster shots from the side already. But yeah, very interesting to see his face unblurred next time. No, Adar is, you see it at the ear here, he is definitely an elf. Yeah, from the, there's a poster shot I think you also see as a pointy ear here. It even has like a old Fëanorian armor and thing. I don't know, I'm not an expert on mining sulfur, so maybe somebody in chat knows if that is realistic. Maybe, I mean, it's Mordor, there's volcanic activity, maybe it's tied to that there's some things that pushing it up to the surface. I'm not sure. Looks vaguely familiar, that is true. Elves cannot turn to evil. Well, we know of elves that actually allied with Morgoth, for example. That is, Maiglin would be an example for that. What was the other name? With an S, also one of the elves of Gondolin. Salgand, I think, is the name, right? He also, with Maiglin, allied with Melkor and betrayed King Turgon. So in a way, not impossible, I would say. I would say the sons of Fëanor were also so evil that at the end that they, or did so many evil things that they couldn't touch the Silmarillion anymore, because the Silmarillion, these jewels, were blessed by the High Angel of the Stars, Varda, and everything evil that would touch them would just wither and burn as a result. The elf that is more on the heavier side, which is also unusual, but we are talking about the fall of Gondolin stuff here, which is very early writing stuff of Tolkien. Or an evil Maiar in elf form. Also a possibility, I guess, but yeah. His name is Adar, it seems, as we learned. That means father translated, and yeah. I'm not sure what to say. Some speculate he might be Maeglin, or not Maeglin, Maglor, the foster father of Elrond, but I would say he's not mentioned in Lord of the Rings, first of all, and second of all, I don't like the idea at all. Like, I really hope they're not going for something like that. I could imagine that he is like some weird follower of Fëanor or so. It ran too crazy, or also has PTSD from the war, I don't know, and somehow got imprisoned by Sauron and maybe corrupted or so. I don't know exactly. The problem with the evil stuff, like, I know what you mean, that kind of, but you have to also consider the right situation. From the perspective of Lord of the Rings, Tolkien still had the idea that once Morgoth took orcs and in mockery of elves, Morgoth took elves, and in mockery of the elves, he just corrupted them and transformed them into orcs. So in a way, at some point it was possible, and from the other versions they don't have the rights for. You always have to keep that in mind. Long exposure might be itchy. Yeah, I could imagine. It doesn't look like a very pleasant place. And yeah, that is, I think, the last shot we see. We just see Adar approach, and then the camera is off. There is another detail from the upcoming show stuff. Like, there's a trailer for next episode. The quality is not on point. But what is interesting in this context is in this upcoming thing, he asks him, who are you? And it says speaking Quenya. And it's really strange. Maybe I consider this a spoiler for people who haven't seen the trailer for the next episode yet. So maybe a little spoiler warning, in case you want to go without knowledge into the other stuff. A little spoiler warning. Who he asks? The subtitles basically say, speaking Quenya, who are you? And so it could be questionable if a Sylvan elf would speak Quenya, in my opinion. That's questionable. Maybe he understands it, so in theory he maybe can read it and speak it, but I don't know. It feels a bit off, in my opinion, that they chose Quenya. I think the language to converse, even if he's a very ancient First Age elf, would be Sindarin, in my opinion, not Quenya. But maybe they had no Sindarin expert for the show, and they just had a Quenya one. Said, yeah, let's just go with Quenya, works well too, or they liked it more. I don't know. Interesting detail. Why hire all the Welsh people if they don't use Sindarin? I don't know. We have to maybe ask the showrunners that in the future. But yes, so I would say we managed it in just 8 hours. So we are even below 8 hours. This is not even the longest stream we've ever done. I don't know why it took me so long to, but probably because there were a lot of questions in chat. And we discussed Galadriel for 5 hours. And so on. So yeah, that was episode 3. If I were to rate episode 3, I would definitely say it had its moments, definitely, for me personally. What happened here? I'm not sure. Like seeing Numenor and so on, that was pretty awesome. I really liked Elendil here in this context. Oh, I should maybe remove my spoiler warning here. Spoiler warning off. But yeah, it's overall I liked it. I would also be in the 6 of 10 territory for it. I would say the other episodes, especially episode 2, I liked a bit more with all the Elrond stuff. We didn't get any dwarf and Elrond here in this episode, completely absent here. Which is not bad because they had to really progress a lot of other places first. And this is just basically a problem of them focusing, in my opinion, on really weird things in the background. So far, though, I have to admit, I still am quite interested. I'm really curious what happens next episode, because there are still so many questions we have. Who is Adar? What is going on? What is his plan? What is he doing there exactly? Very curious about what they're doing there. Oh, the Brothers of Krins there, welcome. Yo, everyone, how are you all? Doing well. Now that the stream is ending and I can finally eat something in a moment, I'm very relieved. I still have to do a watch party today, where we watch this episode together in flow without pausing it at all. We just go through it. And yeah, that might be quite a bit of fun. And then I have to work on videos the next couple of days. Maybe I make a little Twitch watch party. 4 out of 10, I can definitely see that. So I have to say, some of the Numenorian stuff convinced me. But I can see that people don't like it. Because there was definitely some trigger moments here with the lore when it comes to... Wait, how does Miriel not know Elendil? That makes no sense at all. It's really often strange as a result. Oh, it went up from a 2 out of 10 episode 1. What did you think, Lynn, of episode 2 then? I liked episode 2 quite a bit, I have to admit. Except for the Galadriel stuff, but whatever. 5 of 10, 6 or 7 of 10, yeah, something like that. It was decent, was not mind-blowing. It has the potential to for people to really dislike the episode, so 5 out of 10, yeah. I can see that. I know. In context of, like, I don't know, Arondia I felt like worked also pretty well in this episode. Can't complain about this. You can of course complain about the action scenes and whatnot, some details there. But overall, so far I really liked Arondia. Yeah, I have a Twitch thing, so if you're interested, usually I play games and get really angry at them, but let me hope Mr. Bot is still there. I have a Twitch, I stream. There's even a channel where I archive my VODs from Twitch, but probably not that interesting. we will do the watch party later today on YouTube, because I had the vote here and the community voted I should do the watch parties on YouTube. So I'm doing them here. Number 2 would be 8 of 10. Okay, Spielcard, that's pretty high. Would have also given it like a 7 or so, but I can definitely see the 8. This stream is 10 out of 10 because you're all awesome. Much appreciated, thank you. There was a lot of talking, like, today. It's really... I'm after a stream like this, I'm really looking forward to shut up for a moment. You have no idea. It's just... Yeah, maybe I can summon the bots. Like, today we were not invaded by porn site bots. Pretty awesome. It was also 3 of 10, okay. I have to say I liked episode 2 more than 3. But, yeah, I wouldn't say, though, that this was a huge decline in quality. So, it was still decent. We now have to wait for characters setting up and then maybe awesome stuff happening. So I feel like, yeah, maybe it would be great if the show just gets all the weird lore stuff out of the way early, and then we can just ignore it later and just focus on, I don't know, what's happening then, and hope it makes more sense. Oh, you didn't watch the episode, so you can't judge. Okay, I see this. But yeah, I would like to use the Twitch feature as well. So maybe I just, if I find the time this week, because I only have to cover one episode, I might do a Twitch stream and we maybe catch up with the previous episodes. I'm not sure yet though when. Will be more spontaneous. Just follow me on Twitch if you want to participate there. For people wondering, it has a feature because Twitch is owned by, it's a streaming platform really for video games, and usually it was bought by Amazon, so you can connect your Amazon account to Twitch, and then when I press play on my side, it presses play on your side, and it synchronizes basically the episode individually, so you don't have to hassle around with synchronizing with the timer I show in any shape or form, even though you can still do this if you don't have Twitch Prime stuff. But yeah, it's pretty decent feature in my opinion. You certainly can't stop for like a small break. For 1 hour episodes, I think a break is also not necessary, but if you watch extended edition of Lord of the Rings, having the option to have a break in between might be good. But sadly, I can't pause. You can only exit and start from the beginning. Also, did they make Anarion older than Isildur? Hard to tell. Like the relationship is difficult. We just very happy that his name was mentioned and that he was mentioned as brother of Isildur, and of Eärien. So this time they didn't almost completely ignore this character like Peter Jackson did. Though, to be fair, Peter Jackson in the extended edition, Denethor II mentions Anarion, like he says, like, oh, that's never happened in the house of Anarion or something like this. And one time, maybe all 2 times, I'm not sure. But he is mentioned also in Lord of the Rings. Though, where he should appear, he's completely removed from the films. But yeah, I don't know. You guys are still awesome. We are now wrapping it up though, because I'm really hungry. And I just want to shut up for a moment after talking for 8 hours. So you can probably imagine. So there will be a watch party later today. I will schedule it soonish, and I would say, I don't know, maybe this evening or so, I would say. Like 19 o'clock or so, or from my perspective. So let's say in the 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. because I really need to take a break, shut up for a moment, maybe take a nap, something like that. Just get a small break from this, and then we continue with content here. Maybe I make another option of voting for the watch parties, because I don't know if people really like these watch parties here on YouTube as much as they initially imagined or not. And I personally would prefer doing them on Twitch, to be honest. Yeah, the voice of Elendil is also pretty awesome, I agree. So let me just switch to the final screen here. I still haven't updated my streaming credits. I forgot, but yeah, it was a long day yesterday, I have to admit. And I really hope people enjoyed the content. If you haven't checked out, if you still want more discussion about episode 1 and 2, yesterday I invited Geek Zone, Fellowship of Fans, and Voice of Geekdom. We discussed episode 1 and 2. Was, in my opinion, a really fun episode with a small, sad but historic moment that we had in between. Very interesting from this perspective. So if you enjoyed that, then if you think that was interesting, maybe check that out. As said, later today there will be a watch party where we go through it. I maybe talk a bit less there than I did now. Then I plan to make, in the upcoming days, I don't know, a review analysis video like the last one. A bit shorter. Hopefully we get this in 20 minutes or so. Probably not. I don't know yet. But yeah, this was a lot of things to discuss today. And it was a very fun stream, I have to admit. Like, I had a really good time here with you people. Thank you for that. Chat was also classy for the most time, and much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed this stream here. Shoutouts to again to my members, for all the people supporting the channel here in many different ways. Really awesome. Have to be careful. You need to switch scenes in a moment. But yeah, much appreciated. If you watch this as a VOD and are still listening, you just listen to the stream for like 8 hours. So I would suggest pressing the like button and maybe leave me a comment, because comments always help. I appreciate that a lot. Check out my Galadriel video or my review of episode 1 and 2. That would be much appreciated. Maybe share it with people that are also interested in Tolkien's works. I forgot to switch the scene. And stuff like that. Follow me on Twitter. You know that. I definitely want to do something on Twitch with like a little watch party again there as well, because I really like the feature. And also it helps a bit promoting the Twitch channel, which is kind of fun. So yeah, a lot was said here. Yeah, it was really fun. Next week, of course, there will also be a stream. There will be a new video out, hopefully. Until then, I don't know. Currently, I'm really hungry and tired, so just talking feels very... I feel really a bit exhausted. But yeah, thank you people for watching. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Maybe see you people in 3 to 5 hours, something like this evening from my perspective. And yeah, see you next time. Oh, I missed it. Oh, great, Rebo, welcome. Nice to see you. Just want to say goodbye. But yeah, nice that you joined. You can maybe check the VOD. There will be a watch party later though this day, so maybe check out that. And yeah, again, thank you people for watching, and goodbye.